shove.
Calling it a call.
And Eugene calls. Troyanovsky has a set of eights, Eugene a pair of aces.
Eugene Janilov is doomed. He's going to need runner. Yeah, you said it, pal.
Drawing dead on the turn, we lose the inaugural PCA Super High Roller Champion.
Well, Eugene's out. Victor didn't show. Looks like we're going to have a new Super High Roller Champion this year.
If you want to play in an EPT event, go to Vorvi.com, where there are qualifiers every day. Welcome back to the Bahamas, the host.com PCA 10 Super High Roller. The Tom Bird Ryan has just taken the walk of shame. Brutal. Not only was he eliminated, but he also suffered a lot of things bad beats.
We were playing a lot of things, which is a game that Antonio thought of. Because him and someone else had a table with Johnny Lawton, and they started asking a lot of questions. Johnny Lawton, he was a very well-known poker player a few years ago, still plays a bit.
I think Johnny Lott played more than a bit.
So they'd say, for example, how many chairs do you get for anything?
Dan, how many versions played in the World Series book a minute on the show?
And it doesn't matter the actual number, it matters what Johnny Lawton thought. You know, in our case, we had Dan Shack as our Lawton.
I have 200.
Yeah, I'm not that happy when Antonio shows up to most of my tables because he plays pretty good poker, but he's a fun guy, so he's fun to have at the table at least. He's not too bad at poker.
You think 200 versions played in the World Series never went? Shot. How many kids you have? 5. That's a long story. Okay. And so, some people might disagree with that. Okay, so counting your kids. From my view. Yeah. From your view. Yeah. Okay, your perspective. Okay. So let's see. Everyone at the table. Okay. Yeah. How many kids do you think we will all have before we all die?
Is this a live question?
Yes.
Okay. Where's my pen and paper?
Okay. He's the most whacked brain of all time. So far, he's bad and really bad.
You preface that and then.
By the way, we are sweating with Antonio Spendiari on this hand.
Are we going to sweat him on the Lawton thanks also? Because I think Shaq says 23 on the nose.
Spendiari facing a raise from Vivek Rajkumar.
Oh yeah, this too. We're almost always going to 3-bet jacks. We don't want to take this flop as many ways as Dan Shaq has kids.
And there is the re-raise, a 3-bet to 56,000.
All right, now we get to the Lawton thinks answer. Dan? Dan? You know, he is kind of old. Maybe he forgot.
Both Shaq and Elke have folded. Vivek calls.
And we can already start to narrow Vivek's range by him making this call. Worst he's going to have at this point is suited connectors. Best is say 2 10s. Maybe he'd do this with queens. Probably not, though.
All clubs on the flop, ace-deuce trap.
Checks to the razor. That's us! Check here is good for us, too. We can't get value out of worse hands, and we've got good equity against almost everything.
Another ace on the turn.
Vivek's often going to bet this turn whether he has an ace or not.
He does bet, 75,000.
The ace hitting makes it less likely he has one, and his propensity to bluff at this, and our flush and both draws mean we pretty much have to call, even though this is a big bet.
Antonio does call. There's now 284,000 in the middle. King of clubs on the river. Spendiari now has a flush.
Oh, hi. Sweet card for us. If Vivek bets, we're going to call most bets. We have the second up flush, so we can be beating even some value bets.
Looks like Vivek will bet. Green chips are 25,000. The blues are 5,000, so that's 105,000.
This is a bet we can certainly call.
Looks like Antonio will call.
8 of clubs.
Jack of clubs. Ooh, and he did have an ace. Little blocker bet there from Vivek. May have saved him some chips, or cost him some, depending on how thin we were value betting. Hadn't quite figured that out yet.
What did you have, Rick?
8 of clubs.
What was the other one? I mean, I could have asked you seen it. You're supposed to show first.
Yeah, man, that's not really cool. Actually, that's really not cool.
Antonio took a big hit from Elke earlier on, but he's now up to nearly 1 million in chips. He's reclaimed the tournament chip lead. Elke, on the other hand, has slipped out of the top 10. Trojanovsky, we saw bust Eugene Catalon, is second on the leaderboard, and the guy who started today as chip leader has slipped down to third. Well, let's head to the outer tables where Phil Gruesome is in action. He's currently in a three-way pot against fellow countryman Fabian Quas and Dr. David Sands. Gruesome checks the flop. Doc Sands going for chips.
Like sands through the hourglass, so go the decisions of Doc Sands.
That's 34,000.
The dryish board and into two opponents should look pretty strong.
Fabian Quas is called. And Phil Gruesome will call as well.
Alright, well, guess it didn't look that strong.
Three-way to the turn. Just the 9 of clubs brings a potential flush.
Yeah, it's wet out there now.
Gruesome checks a second time. Sands does not bet again. Instead, it's Quas who does the betting, 80,000.
So Quas called flop, led turn.
Gruesome folds.
Action's on you, David. I like to call him Tick-Tock Doc.
He shoves.
A strong play, but it doesn't have to be a super strong hand. People tend to take shots with three-way pots with weaker hands, and you might think, yep, and this play is going to work a lot.
Quas has folded.
The doctor is in.
And he adds nearly 200,000 chips to his stack.
What do you think of my new Doc Sands catchphrase?
Got a feeling we're going to be hearing it a lot. Sands up to 618,000.
The catchphrase is in.
Didn't say that. Just said we were going to be hearing it a lot. Jonathan Duhamel is short stacked and facing a raise from Noah Schwartz.
Well, he's obviously getting it in here.
Sure enough, he shoves. Bill Perkins in the big blind. Will fold. Noah Schwartz will call.
He's behind. If he wants to win this hand, he'll have to call on the power of yogurt.
What?
May the Schwartz be with you. It's a space ball. You know, don't worry about it.
There's an ace on the flop.
See?
Duhamel needs a king on the river. He doesn't hit, it's another ace.
Alright, good luck, guys.
And we lose Jonathan Duhamel from the super high roller.
Jonathan taking it like a champ, because he is one.
Back at the feature table, we pick up the action post-flop. This is a 3-bet pot. Action's on Elke. He checks to the man with the pre-flop betting lead, Vivek Rajkumar.
Elke's way out in front with two pair, but this could get real ugly for him if Vivek hits his double gutter.
Vivek checks behind.
Really surprised to see him not bet there.
5 of hearts on the turn.
Elke's got to like the looks of this card. Mostly safe-looking board for middle two pair.
And he will lead. He bets 77,000.
See the river? Can I see the river?
And gets a fold.
Yeah, I had so many outs.
Quit whining. Elke now sitting comfortably on a stack of 655,000.
Every time I come to the PCA, I'm really excited because I had so much success there and like, it always brings back so many great memories. Every 2008, I ended up taking down the main event.
Bertrand Elke Clegane will collect that check for $2 million.
And it was like the biggest event so far, and also it meant especially a lot to me because I originally started playing online. That was also my breakthrough, I guess, because after that I had a lot of success. I came back in 2009 to defend my title, but unfortunately I busted in the event early. But then it was the first year that they had a high order.
What a job done there by Elke to just plow through this field.
And I ended up winning it, which was like really amazing because it kind of felt like deja vu because the final table set was the same, and the after party was the same, so it was really cool, yeah. So 10, 11, 12 were unfortunately not as successful. I'm kind of greedy, so I won both the PCA 3 for a corner and the second EPT title to really make a mark on poker history. I think 13 is about time I win again at the PCA. Yeah.
I think it's safe to say Elky's already left several marks on poker history. Pink, purple, bleach blonde.
Well, that's the PCA trophy missing from his cabinet. Action on the secondary feature table. A raise from Scott Sieber with queens. Anthony Gregg with ace-king in the big blind. He will re-raise. A 3-bet to 70k.
Bring it on down to Coolerville.
Scott Sieber responds with a 4-bet to 175,000.
Hold on.
Anthony Gregg shoves.
Call.
And Scott Sieber calls. Sieber at risk. Marginal favourite in this flip. A pot of nearly 1.65 million.
Just a sick raise.
So far, so good for the queens.
Or like 830.
And a queen on the turn.
850.
Haha, 950, a million.
Greg drawing dead.
Okay, thank you.
He still has chips behind. As Scott Sieber becomes the new tournament chip leader with 1.638 million.
Yeah, poker's never really been known for its swings.
Back to the feature table. Elky opened with a raise to 20,000. Vivek Rajkumar has 3-bet to 53,000.
This is kind of a close call with ace-10. A lot of people are just going to dump it, but Vivek's supposed to be pretty wild, so alright, I'll allow it.
Elky calls out of position. And the flop is ace-10-7. Top 2 for Elky.
The once dominating Ted is now the dominating Ted.
Checks to the razor.
No reason Vivek shouldn't be betting this, unless he's psychic.
Top pair and a decent kicker. He bets 55,000.
Raising is definitely an option here, especially if Elky thinks Vivek's range has a lot of this kind of hand in it.
Elky does check raise to 122,000.
This is a really scary check raise. Because it's so small, I think it's usually a semi-bluff or a hand that has you in jail.
Vivek calls. He will go to the turn.
Elky with a hammerlock on this hand.
6 of diamonds. Rajkumar now with a nut flush draw to go with top pair. Elky still ahead with 2 pair. And having check raised the flop, he leads the turn for 177,000.
Now, even though Vivek picked up more outs, I think he's sighing because he knows there's a really good chance Elky's not bluffing.
He calls. 726,000 in the middle. And a queen on the river!
That's just dirty. And poor Elky doesn't even have a half-pot-sized bet left behind. If he bets, which he's almost always going to do, he's very likely to get stacked.
Morning.
Elky shoves.
And this is not a snap call. Vivek thought he was behind. He's now only beating a few hands that he wasn't before.
I call.
He calls. And Elky sees he got ruined. He's walking away from the table, but he's still got chips.
Wait, Elky, you might have chips left.
He still has 78,000.
Yeah, that's like 6 chips. Alright, now chin up, chip in a chair, get on the phone, tell Eugene what happened, get back in there, spin it up. That was awfully brutal. It doesn't matter how many titles you have, a brutal beat hurts every single time.
If Elky's going to win that PCA Triple Crown, we're going to need to see a comeback to end all comebacks. As things stand right now, title is slipping out of reach. The no stress highlight here on Paradise Island may not ease the 100 grand headache for our recently departed. We're now down to our last 24 players in the PokerStars.com PCA 10 Super High Roller. This means we're down to our final 3 tables, and there's been a slight reshuffle.
Reshuffle. I see what you did there.
Back at our feature table, the short stacked Elky
37.
moves all in with 9-10 off from the button.
Probably getting called, but let's squeeze together, Elky. You never know. Party getting cold. What do you think? I call.
Elkie at risk.
Where were you?
Antonio looks at one and calls.
Good luck, Elk. Thank you.
Did you just call him Elk?
At least Elk's drawing live.
Je to běda,
He's now a
je to běda
74
maková.
The Elkster.
Elka Rama. Elka Reno. Elke.
Please stop.
Don't worry, the hand's almost over. He just has to dodge an ace or a queen, and he is doubling up.
Obviously, this pop won't make any significant difference to Antonio's stack.
As if the yawn didn't tell you that.
So Elkie does double up.
Nice answer. Thank you.
Don't call it a comeback. No, seriously, don't. He just doubled up to 9 big blinds.
Where there are chips, there is hope.
I like your attitude, Hardigan.
At the secondary feature table, Vanessa Selps raised, Vivek Rajkumar 3-bet, Phil Ivey 4-bet, Vanessa Selps has 5-bet shoved. Rajkumar's folded, so the decision is on Phil Ivey, and it's going to cost him everything he's got to call here. And he folds!
What? Has he ever seen Vanessa play before?
Thank you.
Ace King is so far the top of her range, it had to be discovered by Sir Edmund Hillary.
Ivy playing the survival game, you have to make the final table to make the money here, with the winner receiving more than $2 million.
That's right, those just aren't the top 8 prizes, they're the only 8 prizes.
Tobias Reinkemeyer all in, called by Daniel Negreanu. It's a race.
Big fuck.
I'm best hand by 4. I'm all in. You're all in. Hey.
Hi, Jason. Hi, Liv.
I need to hold up. I need to hold up.
Good luck either way in your life.
Big
You
fuck.
win this pot or not.
Wish you the same, Daniel.
Big fuck.
Oh, not in this spot, actually. Take it back.
Looks like the luck take back might have been a little too late.
Reinkemeyer needs an ace or a queen. It's a 7.
Oh, I'm officially out, I guess.
Correct.
Out, feeder say.
Take care. Good luck. Yep.
All right, Tobias. Well, it's been real. Wait, where's he going? You son of a...
Negreanu up to 601,000.
Heard about Team Germany here? Disaster.
It's not been unusual or
Actually,
Yeah, that was-
out of...
Should I wait for a better spot?
I like Igor for Fabi me. And the first 7 bust outs, we had 5 with 4 people.
Well, Phil's got chips now, right?
Yeah. Fabi's still in too.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
Back at the secondary feature table, Vanessa Selps back in the action, raising under the gun +1 with queens. And Doc Sands will defend his big blind with ace-deuce of diamonds.
Pretty standard defend.
We head to the flop, which is an action flop. Top set for Vanessa, the nut flush draw for Doc Sands.
Oh boy, this flop should induce more fireworks than Chinese New Year.
Vanessa continues for 38,000. Negreanu wants to see what's going down.
Like all good car crashes, this is drawing a crowd.
Doc Sands calls. The 9 of hearts on the turn.
Looks like Sands is gonna lead at this now.
Je to
Repping
běda.
the 1 card straight
to běda,
forward in the pot
Maková.
just in case he gets there.
Into a pot of 154,000.
To běda.
82,000.
Vanessa can't fold.
To běda,
She is behind,
Maková.
She can't be drawing dead.
Je to běda.
The river, the deuce of
Je to
hearts.
běda
And
maková.
Doc Sands rivers his pair draw.
Je to běda.
Looks like he's gonna follow through
Je
anyway.
to běda maková.
He tries to bluff the river, 174,000. Vanessa's hand is too strong to fold. She calls.
Yeah, unfortunately for Doc, Vanessa had a hand that she must
Je
pay
to
off
běda.
every single time.
Je to běda
And thanks to
maková.
Vanessa self, somebody needs to
Je
hook the
to
Doc
běda.
up with a prescription for antidepressants.
Je to běda maková.
You know, I can remember a time when poker players were up in the early hours of the morning making a different kind of racket. Sigh. Oh no, scheduling conflict. I say combine the two, try to hit the tennis balls into the basket. Or how about this? Skip all that
To
meat in the
běda.
bar.
Let's stay on
Je
the
to
second
běda
feature table.
maková.
Let's try and play against Vanessa
Je to
Selps.
běda.
We're sweating with Scott
Je to
Stevens.
běda
He called
maková.
Vanessa's range pre-flop. No betting
Je to
action
běda.
on the flop.
Je to běda makrová.
Alright, right now we're taking a shot with a pretty weak draw on a 3-card flush board. And with Vanessa in the hand, I'm totally fine with giving up after this.
Scott's bet of 57,000 is called.
Yep, I'm out. Just open fold. No need to see a river. Just kick it in.
The river is the 7 of diamonds.
Just like I said, I would rather have not seen this river card. What in the world do we do now? Straight on a 4-card flush board.
Scott Seaver checks. Vanessa bets 142,000.
Making bets like this is right in Vanessa's wheelhouse.
No.
This is a big bet. We
Ninja.
have to consider how thin Vanessa's going to value bet in this spot. I'd say she doesn't need a lot to bet this big, but then again, she doesn't need a lot to be beating us.
Scott folds.
Discretion.
Vanessa had 10-5.
Much better form of valor than I'm used to.
You know, I would have folded too, so instead of saying we played it real bad, I'm just going to go ahead and say Vanessa played it real good.
Vanessa up to nearly 1.7 million. She is the tournament chip leader.
Very unlucky river.
Yeah.
Cool story, bro.
Scott Seaver is second on the leaderboard. Back at the feature table, Elke's all in. Coming over the top of Fabian Cross is open.
How much? 100 something. How? 100 roughly. That's 100, 110. 117, 117.
Almost a third of Fabian's stack.
Cool.
He calls, and Elke's flipping for his tournament life.
PCA Triple Crown on the line yet again.
And there's a straight for Cross on the flop.
Very good.
Elke's pretty much out of here.
He's drawing dead.
Hey, they can chop.
Good point. A queen on the river would save Elke. Nope.
Good luck, guys.
Sayonara, Elke. What else do you expect from Fabian? He's the quass.
And Elke's dream of completing the PCA Triple Crown will have to go on ice until next year.
Sad, but he was living on borrowed time anyway after getting stacked by Vivek.
What's up, Perk?
How you doing, sir?
No ball?
No. Oh my gosh. Your style is to have double what I have.
Antonio's had a quiet 2 levels, but he's still a serious contender.
Meanwhile, time for Elke to focus on being the first player to do the double in the main event. Next time in the Super High Roller.
Oh, baby cakes.
Woo-hoo-hoo!
I'm shocked.
I haven't done that in so long.
Okay.
That backhand totally kills me.
Selfie time.
Make it obvious you're rooting for it.
The greatest thing about playing poker is delivering pain.
Day 2 of the PCA 10 Super High Roller continues. The rich list has been cut to 20 in this 100k buy-in event. And only the final 8 will walk away any richer. The cream has risen to the top, and the top is where they intend to stay. With $2 million for the winner, some of the world's finest have the title of their lives on the line.
So many aces.
Expectations are high here at the Atlantis Resort in the Bahamas, as one of the biggest and longest running festivals in the poker calendar is in full swing. This is the 10th year of the PokerStars.com PCA,
Damn.
and as it's become
Good
tradition,
man.
the 100k Super High Roller has kicked off
I
proceedings.
get none.
Everyone's on their A game, everyone's trying their best, because you're not going to win if you don't play your best.
This tournament will mean a lot. This is the first major tournament of 2013, and so to come in with a bang and take it home would just be smooth sailing for the rest of the year.
Every event I play in is important for me to win. Super High Roller especially because of the level of competition. So it's always nice to win, a big buy-in tournament.
Previously, despite the millions on offer, the fun and games continued.
Chat, how many kids you have? 5. It's a long story.
Serious Selbst showed who's boss. while Elkin's PCA Triple Crown dream ended. Hello again, it's James Hartigan with Joe Stapleton. We're down to the last 3 tables, and we will keep going tonight until we are down to the final table.
And nobody's going to get their grubby mitts on any of that $5.7 million prize pool until we wrap. Top 8 get paid, $2 million for first. Vanessa Selbst is still alive. Now she is the first female to ever play the PCA Super High Roller, so stay with me here.
Okay.
If she survives the day, that means she'll be the first female to ever make the PCA Super High Roller final table.
You don't say. Meanwhile, Esfandiari, Ivy, and Gruesome are all going strong.
But significantly less female.
Leading the charge is Vanessa Selbst. She's our current ship leader and is hoping to set a precedent for women competing in super high roller tournaments.
It makes sense that there haven't been any women that have played the PCA Super High Roller before because it's
Je
the
to
top
bieda.
tournament players in the world.
Je to bieda, Maková.
You know, there haven't really been any
Je
women
to
that
bieda.
have stepped up, so
Je to bieda, Maková.
It's not just the pros who are gunning for the final table. 4 multi-millionaire amateurs are still in contention. At this stage of the game, everyone left in the field will undoubtedly have their eyes on the ultimate prize.
Then
The players returning from a tournament break as the day 2 action continues.
Places, everyone. Places. Intermission's over. The show is about to begin. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Antonio, Stevio, Shakio.
I gotta go there, D1.
Right this way, Mr. Ivy. Ivy's
Come here,
the
duh.
secondary feature table. The old selfie there. Don't hurt yourself, Danny. You and Jason Mercier got a headline table 3. Let's get it. More like let's get some bottles of champagne and lobster tails on Jason's room tab when he wins this thing. It's over $2 million for first.
Nick Schulman is the big stack at our feature table. He's 3rd in chips overall. Eric Seidel is the tournament short stack with a blind to 8,000, 16,000 with a 2,000 ante. Action is on Seidel, he folds, as does Dan Shack. Schulman in the cutoff will raise to 35,000 with ace-9 off.
This is what we call a late position open.
Fabian Cross has folded, as has Antonio Esfandiari. Steve O'Dwyer, king-9 suited. On. And he shoves from the big blind.
274.
Now, if Steve Ward dominated, this would typically be a perfect spot for a re-steal. Shoves for fewer than 20 big blinds. This is worst case scenario for Steve. Usually this hand is going to have okay equity when called. Of course, Nick could still fold.
He calls.
Ace Jack.
Fear of spades.
je to bieda.
Ace 9.
Je to bieda, Maková.
6.
That call was right on the line. There aren't going to be many hands Nick's that far ahead of, but he found one of the best ones.
Dwyer looking for a king or some spades. Doesn't get him.
Thought it was the year of spades.
It's not the year of spades. It's the year of 2 clubs and a diamond. Everybody knows that.
That's more like it.
Now you got someone.
Oh, Dan Shack, welcome to the commentary booth.
Dwyer needs a king or a queen to survive. Doesn't hit.
That's a 9.
Yeah, good luck.
You hear Dan Shack call that card hard again? You might get up a job soon.
If I can have Dan Shack's bank balance, he can have this job. So Nick Schulman eliminates Steve O'Dwyer. He's our 20th place finisher.
O'Dwyer rules.
Over to the secondary feature table. Sievert and Selbst have gone to the flop. Action's gone check, check.
Funny, I've heard many poker players say they wanted to put their hands around Scott Seaver's neck.
Vanessa currently leads with a pair of 7s.
These are 2 of the biggest stacks in the room, by the way.
Checks a second time. Vanessa now bets her pair 83,000.
Really big bet, likely protecting what she thinks is the best hand on a scary board.
Sievert with the straight draw calls. And the river brings a queen. Sievert now with top pair. He checks.
07.
And Vanessa checks behind.
Nice river, sir.
The pot is shipped to Sievert. Vanessa lost about 117,000 in that hand. And Scott Sievert is creeping up the leaderboard now, closing the gap on Vanessa Selbst. Scott playing a stack of just over 1.7 million. But Vanessa still leads the tournament with more than 1.8 million. Shulman, having eliminated O'Dwyer, is now second in chips, and Tony Asfandiari still in the top 5, as is Vladimir Troyanovsky. And he's in action right now on the outer table. In fact, he's just called Daniel Negreanu's all in. Negreanu in really bad shape. Ace-Queen against aces.
Daniel's done. Good run, buddy. GG.
Troyanovsky, 93% favorite here.
Oh, baby.
2 queens on the flop.
This is fun.
Not fun for him.
And Troyanovsky only has 1 out. Daniel doubles up.
160. Declare it. 200. There you go. Wow. There you go. I haven't done that in so long. Good about to do it.
Yeah, last time Daniel sucked out like that, he was still eating meat.
Well, let's head back to the feature table. Eric Seidel is still the tournament short stack. Action's been folded to him.
Boy, that is just the worst tell I've ever seen.
Seidel shoves the button with King 7. Dan Shack, pocket 4s and a small blind.
How much is it?
Even though Seidel is short, this isn't a snap call. For some, it's not even a call at all. I think for the Wall Street guy here, this is a margin call.
197.
Nice. Shack does call. Now, Tom Marchese's just joined the table. He's got ace-king.
What an amazing spot for a squeeze.
He reshoves from the big, and now the action's back on Shack.
Okay, this isn't a margin call at all. This is a fold. And again, it is not marginal.
I call.
He calls!
Oh boy.
I think I don't have the best hand.
Nope.
That's what I was hoping for.
Shaq in way better shape than he should be. Slightly better than a third of the equity in a 3-way pot.
And a good flop for him.
Don't put like a mid-level card.
You don't want a mid-level card?
Well, I don't want to get counted for it.
You don't want a 9 if you could take a card?
I'll take a 9.
Okay, I'm just
I'll
checking.
take a 9. Okay, I'm trying to, I don't want to, any card's going to be a sweat card. Any card's going to be a sweat card.
Give him a 9 or a 7. Either one is good.
Any card's going to be a sweat card for me. I can see that. Unless it's a 4.
Wow.
There you go.
Bingo. That's it.
Shaq attack.
Seidel is out. Marchese's crippled.
And speechless.
That'll do it. That's when you didn't want a mid-level card. I mean,
I just got greedy.
Don't worry, guys. Eric Seidel's gonna be just fine.
Sorry, I don't know. You don't consider that celebrating.
I like if you just fold it pre-flop.
What do you think of Shack's call? You know what to do. Tag your constructive criticism PCA10.
And if you want to throw stones, just remember Dan Shack finished second in this thing last year, so he kind of knows what he's doing, right?
At the outer table, one of our other poker enthusiasts, Greg Jensen, is all in. He's shoved with 4s, and he's running to the pocket queens of Vladimir Troyanovsky.
He is a 4-to-1 dog.
There is a 4 on the flop.
Okay, well, obviously 4's the nuts.
Troyanovsky lost with aces against ace-queen. And unless he hits a queen on the river, he's going to lose with queens against 4s.
He's been getting sucked out on more often than a straw.
Jensen doubles up through the Russian.
I don't want to say Greg Jensen is lucky, but he's also a gazillionaire.
Troyanovsky was among the tournament chip leaders, but he's lost 2 big pots in a row. Jensen, who, let's not forget, is playing this tournament for fun, is now a contender with a stack of 762,000. Well, we've just lost Tom Marchese from our feature table, so we are down to 17 players. Are we going to be down to 16? Phil Ivey all in with ace-king against Doc Sands' pocket kings.
Tough to be dominated with ace-king, but occasionally cold decks will find a way.
Ivey drawing thin, just 13% equity. 3 outs in the deck. And he spikes an ace.
The kid from Atlantic City knows all about the New Jersey turnspike.
Doc Sands does not hit the case king on the river. Ivy survives and doubles up.
Dr. Sands just got his PhD in old school suckouts. What?
Ivy now up to 725,000. If you want to play in an EPT event, go to pokerstars.com, where there are qualifiers every day. In It's the 10th year of the PokerStars.com PCA, and one man who's made it to every single one is Daniel Negreanu. Having final tabled the main event of the very first PCA, and having finished runner-up in the inaugural Super High Roller in 2011, Daniel has plenty of PCA memories.
I'm gonna say that my favorite memory had to be when I was playing heads up with Eugene Kachalov. You know, he won the tournament and I was happy for him, but I remember he's posing there, you know, in front of the cameras, he's got this thing like this, and I'm like, you know what? I had pocket fives, he had pocket fours. If he didn't hit that four, I might have won this thing. So I just decided to run by while he was getting filled. I grabbed the trophy, and it almost broke. And Eugene was kind of like, did that just really happen? So that was really fun for me.
You know what's really fun for Eugene?
You're just a pair of
Calling
jacks, you
security.
Negreanu in action.
You're just fucking pair of jacks.
42,000.
You idiot.
Decision on Phil Gruesome in the big blind.
Damn, that's sad. Just fucking pair of jacks. That bot should be mine.
Negreanu with the betting lead.
Fucking retards, what are they playing with?
Flop of deuce 5-4.
What are they playing with?
Gruesome checks to the razor.
Daniel's typically going to c-bet here, and he's also typically supposed to win it.
50,000.
Looks like Phil Gruesome's going to tell him what he can do with that c-bet.
The blue chips are worth
Fucking retards. Pathetic bitches.
25,000.
What are they playing with?
The others are the smallest chips in play. They're worth 1,000.
Unbelievable dicks.
Green in there, but we saw it.
It's a check raise to 135,000.
Unbelievable fucking dicks.
Daniel shoves.
I have nothing.
Whoops.
Oh, okay, it was like a flip.
Unbelievable
Flip
fucking
with,
dicks.
good shot.
Fucking lunatics.
Yeah, that's it.
JK, I'm playing like a boss. Like a big boy. Like a lollipop.
Additional outs.
Ace 3, 2 spade. Okay, I get to pee at least.
Learn something.
Okay, sounds good. Alright, I'll leave it back.
When you gotta go, you gotta go. Daniel's got a great track record in Super High Rollers, but he exits here in 17th. To the secondary feature table, where Mike Watson has shoved over the top of Phil Ivy's open.
Well, this is going in.
Pathetic bitches. Pathetic skunks.
Sure enough, Ivy calls. And Mike Mad Dog Watson will need an ace or hearts.
That bot should be mine.
Not really.
Again, the dog is here.
Yeah, stupid flop for ace jack of hearts.
Again, dog is here. Again, dog. Dog is here.
Well, he does pick up some gut shot outs.
Watson needs an ace or a queen. Nope.
Oh, nice.
Welcome the dog.
Ivy up to over $1 million in chips. Watson out in 6.
Welcome the dog.
For a redraw. We have our final 2 tables.
Welcome the dog boy. Dog boy, dog boy. You are dog boy. You are a fucking dog boy.
Doc Sands hopping on the stage due to a basketball injury incurred playing with Jason Mercier.
Vanessa Seltz also at the TV table. She's still the tournament chip leader with a stack of nearly $2 million. Ivy's worked his way into the top 5 behind Scott Seaver and last year's runner-up Dan Shack. Antonio Asfandiari, the one-time tournament chip leader, now appears.
Dog boy, dog boy. You are dog boy. You are a fucking dog boy. Dog boy, dog boy. You are dog boy. You are a fucking dog boy. Dog boy.
He's having a
Little
tight
bieda.
bet with that chip stack.
Little bieda
Tripping
makowa.
chips.
Action on Bill
Little bieda.
Jack 7 suited. That goes to the
Little
bar.
bieda majowa.
Vanessa Seltz in the small blind will pass. Fabian Cross in the big blind.
Little bieda.
Fabian doesn't have a ton of chips.
Little
either.
bieda makowa.
Ace 5 off. He defends.
And I think this is a play better made when you're deeper. I think that's a fine spot to fold, actually.
7-3 deuce flop.
Little bieda.
But Fabian picks up a few outs to a gut.
Little bieda różowa.
Razor. Ivy continues for 80,000.
And once Fabian calls pre-flop, he does have to peel at least once here.
Eva Brown.
Fabian, one of 2 remaining German players. Both he and Phil Gruesome are in for 2 bullets.
That's $200,000.
So Cross does call, goes for the turn, which is the 8 of hearts.
Board gets a little sloppier, but I don't think Quas is too concerned about hearts with the ace of hearts in his hand.
He checks, and Ivy checks behind. River for free. And it's a river card which could cost Quas some chips. The ace of diamonds.
It could cost him some chips, James.
Je to bieda. Je to bieda, maková.
Ivy value bets 150,000.
Je to bieda.
He's taking the exact kind
Je
of
to
line
bieda,
you'd expect from a good ace.
růžová.
Fabian's mostly beating bluffs.
He pays him off.
Yeah, I don't think Ivy's gonna be bluffing the river very often after checking back the turn, but even still, the river was kind of a gross spot, and it's pretty tough to find a fold there with an ace. And that ace on the river cost him almost half a stack.
Fabian now down to 326,000. Ivy up to nearly 1.5 million. Let's head over to the secondary table. The action was folded around to Greg Jensen on the button, and he has raised to 60,000 with Jack 4 off.
Little steal action from the button.
9-10 for Dan Shack in the big blind. And that is a re-raise. He 3-bets to 128,000.
Dan Shack a 10th in the old re-steal, but it is a little light. You would expect Jensen to be giving this up most of the time, though.
These are two of the businessmen left in the field, although Shack's got a lot more poker experience than Greg Jensen.
He's a hybrid.
Wow, what a move from Jensen.
Jensen trying to boss Dan Shack. It's 1% versus 1%. Don't these guys know they're supposed to be united front and keeping the rest of us down?
Shack folds.
Well, if this were like Wall Street, Dan Shack would get the fold and still collect a 100 million chip bonus.
Well, Greg Jensen now has more than $1 million in chips.
Well,
Poker
this is-
enthusiast proves that he's got game.
More than this is.
Greg
More than
Jensen,
this is.
38 years old, from Ridgefield, Connecticut, and I'm a co-CEO in an investment management firm. I learned about the PCA, a colleague at work happened to mention it, and then I looked it up on the internet, and it was interesting.
More than this is something more valid.
Enjoy poker a lot.
Something
It's
more
a good
valid.
idea to come down here
than
with my
this.
wife.
Something more spiky.
If I do win,
No.
we're going to use money
Spikes.
for a variety of the charities that my wife is
That's
involved
cool.
in. She's working on a
Not than
carousel
this.
for Newtown.
Definitely not
incredibly
this
touched
is.
by the event, incredibly moved to try to do something.
I think about the siblings, and I think about the friends and the classmates and the parents who lost their children. And I think about Newtown, which is a horse town. And I think about the fun and the laughter and the lights and the magic of the horses going around and around. And I envision a horse designed for each of the children, and chariots and horses designed for each of the adults. And it's a magical place. Carousels are a place where people, whether they're young or old, can come together and they can watch each other, they can enjoy playing together. It just feels like it's the right thing to do.
4-4.
We come down here and we try this out.
Set. Also fours.
Not only is Greg donating 100% of his winnings, but poker is full of this kind of generosity. Carrie Katz has made sizable donations to children's charities. Dan Shack donates 10% or more of all of his winnings to charity. And Bill Perkins even has an entire business devoted to helping other small businesses get off the ground.
We're down to 14 players after Vivek Rajkumar was busted by Doc Sands. Doc now playing a stack of 1.7 million. And he's raising here in early position, makes it 57,000 with ace-5 suited.
The doctor is in.
Perkins is out. Vanessa's not going to play this one. Fabian Cross on the button.
Je to bieda.
Giving it some thought.
Je to bieda, maková.
Nah.
Je to bieda.
Picked up the small blind. Ivy.
Je to bieda, růžová.
Big blind.
This will be
Je
a
to
very good
bieda.
bend, but Ivy's quite deep, and so is Doc, so he can sometimes make a call here profitable, assuming he doesn't go cray-cray and 3-bet.
So, Ivy calls. We go heads up to the flop.
Ivy not in great shape before the flop.
Ace-5-3, top 2 for Doc Sands. Ivy with a pair of 5s and a gut shot.
And that's actually kind of hitting this flop hard for this kind of hand.
Spike, man.
He checks with the razor. Sands continues to
Spike like it was nothing.
Ivy's
Like
gonna
a
have no
spiker.
problem calling. Pair,
Spiker
gut shot,
picker, man.
backdoor clubs.
Spiker
so neat.
picker.
He calls. turn is the 6 of clubs, additional equity for Ivy.
Spike 9 like it was enough.
Awesome sauce for Ivy. Sans 2 pair still best. He's happy to keep betting for value.
Ivy is checked a second time. And Doc Sans will bet a second time, 177,000.
Now Ivy can either choose to semi-bluff raise or just call with a pretty disguised hand. You're more likely to see Phil Ivy use a coupon than fold in this spot.
He's picked up his cards.
How did it go?
Cup fake. Ivy cutting out raising chips.
Maybe I should just stall the time, get to 98 plays.
Here we go.
Try to be successful.
527,000 total.
I think this semi-bluff might work against any decent single ace. This is a weird spot for Doc. He's not beating any value hands, since Phil's probably not even going to raise a worse 2 pair in this spot. But there also really aren't a lot of value hands possible.
All in.
Sans shoves.
Now who's in a weird spot?
It'll cost Ivy everything he's got.
Wow, this is amazing. Phil Ivy, ladies and gentlemen, is in a spot. Now, Phil thinks all of his perceived outs are lies. He absolutely has to make this call. We know his deuce and 5 outs are dirty, which means he has to make his flush or a gut shot, which also won't always be good. Phil Ivy is kerfuffled. I think he's certainly regretting that check raise now. Doc's got to know he's ahead, but I don't know if that means he can relax or that he wants a call. Knowing what the cards are, Phil's actually getting good enough odds to call, but the variance in this spot is massive. It doesn't matter what chips he counts out, it is all in the call.
This is the biggest pot of the tournament so far.
He's thinking about how this never would have flown in 2006.
Yeah, we can fall into the raising position, we could, yeah.
Guess you could have that, maybe. I'm not in bad shape. This was funny. This was funny.
Phil Ivy's been spending too much time with Daniel Negreanu.
Surprising to see Ivy squirm like this. Surprising he didn't actually have a plan of what he'd do if Doc Sans came over the top of his check raise.
Alright, okay, I'll call.
Ivy's gonna go for it.
Gulp.
5s and deuces no good. He needs a club or a 4 on the river.
Je to bieda.
Much time with Yoda. Ivy does have 12 outs, which means he's going to hit a little more than 1 out of every 4 times.
It's a 6 on the river. We lose Phil Ivy.
This time the Doc does take out the
He's okay, Ivy.
He's just one of the
He's okay, you're a big boy. Big boy, Ivy, you can handle it.
The monster chip leader.
No biggie.
As Ivy heads to the rail.
Phil goes from 1.4 million to out in 14th. Nobody saw that coming.
We're hurtling rapidly towards the final table here at the PokerStars.com PCA 10 Super High Roller. And before the break, we witnessed the biggest hand of the tournament, with the legendary Phil Ivy showing rare signs of emotion and confusion.
No.
His opponent, Doc Sans, 3-bet jammed the turn, putting Ivy all in. A decision that really put him to the test.
It doesn't help me.
Alright,
I need cashing position now.
He needed any club or a 4 on the river, but it was not to be. And Ivy departed in 14th place, 6 off the money.
I want to be successful.
Back at the feature table, action's been folded around to Bill Perkins on the button.
Party!
If I want to be successful in this tournament.
He has shoved.
This is selfie time. Uh-oh.
It looks like they're coming.
They're a little bit of a short stack.
It was nice knowing me.
We managed.
Oh, I'm dead. No. Diamonds.
Diamonds are a billionaire's wife's best friends. Self's the favorite, but there's also a chance they chop.
Perkins ideally looking for a 7 or some diamonds on the flop.
Not a good flop.
Speaking of diamonds, check out that rock on Vanessa's fiance.
Not good. There's no 8, but it's not good.
Make it obvious you're rooting for Antonio.
Brooky's my man. Who is he rooting for? Brooky's my man.
I thought there was one.
We all love you, Vanessa, but no one wants you to have chips.
I think
It was a hard tournament.
You have to really believe for one.
Good point. I didn't believe it.
You could still hit a 7.
No.
It's over. Thank you again, bro. Thank you. Good to see you. Love you, Brooky.
It's a hard one.
Man hug.
Bill Perkins departs. Vanessa Self sitting comfortably on
It was a hard one, but we got Bobby's.
PCA memories.
So
A couple days ago at this PCA, I just got engaged to my girlfriend. We've been together for about 3 years, and she loves coming down to the Bahamas, so I decided I was going to do it in New York, actually. Like, I had this whole plan set up, and the last minute I realized that it would be really cool to do it down here. We had the first day before I was playing any poker, and we spent the day together and stuff, and just like, you know, whatever, cheesy, kind of like on the beach and whatever, but she said yes, so that's awesome. I was a little nervous because, I don't know, it's like you see it in the movies and stuff, and like there's no right way to do it, I guess, but you're like, you agonize over that decision, like how to do it for so long, and I don't know, so I think it was kind of awkward. I kind of like blurted it out. That definitely tops everything for my favorite PCA memory.
How much you want to bet in that marriage that the wife calls all the shots?
Well, the action has been folded to Vanessa in the cutoff, and she's raising to 55,000 with King 9 suited. Scott Seaver will call from the small blind with King Queen.
Standard.
Phil Gruesome with Ace 9 of clubs in the big blind.
I'd expect him to come along for the ride with a decent suited ace and some solid pot odds.
He does call 3-way to the flop. And that flop is Queen High with 2 clubs.
Gut
You
shot
can be there.
from Vanessa, top pair for Scott, and over to gut shot and the nut flush draw for Gruesome. See you at the river.
Both blinds check to Vanessa, and she continues for 83,000. Scott Seaver with top pair will call. So what does Philip Gruesome do?
it was a hard tournament.
Well, his
Really hard.
hands
Got some grudgers. Managed to sneak peek a few peeks.
I'm all in.
He check raises all in. Vanessa insta-folds.
On the other hand, I'm just wildly strong here. I have that.
Gross spot for Scott. I think he's got to call all the draws out there, though.
Okay, that hand totally kills me. That would suck. Now that I said that, I'm sure that's going to be what he has.
There are some hands Scott would be doing well against, Queen Jack and Queen 9.
Call.
Seaver calls. It's a flip.
Yeah, that face says it all.
Gruesome looking for an ace, jack, or club.
I couldn't tell if this, I just saw it was black too, from the slow peel. Yeah, no, I see now, but...
No help for Gruesome on the turn, but a club on the river.
Understandable response from Scott Seaver. They got it in as a flip, but it always feels like you got sucked out on when they get there on the river. Really just no other way for Gruesome to play it.
He's up to 1.7 million now. Well, there is an all-in at the secondary table. Jason Mercier has called Vladimir Troyanovsky shove with kings.
Je to běda, Maková.
Troyanovsky has not had much luck with the best hands today. So far, so good for the Russian.
I think if anyone's deserving of justice, it's Troyanovsky.
He's now an 81% favorite. That gives Jason some hope.
10 helps a bit, but not as much as having 3 more cards to come.
Troyanovsky finally triumphs with a big pocket pair.
Doc Sands may have been the one to get hurt on the court, but Jason's going to be limping away from that pot.
Fantastic.
Fantastic 4, which is exactly the number of big blinds he has.
We've got an all-in at the feature table. Fabian Cross shoves with ace-7, only to be called by Doc Sands with aces.
Fabian looking for 2 sevens across the board.
There's one of them.
It's a start.
Here's the player at risk. And he has 2 outs and only 1 chance to hit. He's gone.
Good game, Fabian. Come here.
Good game, sir.
Good game.
Well, Fabian will not be crossing the finish line, and we've only got 1 German remaining. Of the 4 who entered, they're in for 9 bullets, 2 for Philly over here.
And look what's happened to Doc Sand's chip stack in the last 24 hands.
Take a guess where his hand with Ivy is on that graph.
Still the huge chip leader with 11 players remaining, just 3 away from the final table, 3 away from the money, with more than $2 million up top for the winner. It's time for us to sweat with Vanessa Selps. We're only going to see her hole cards here.
As long as we didn't have to sweat her in that awkward marriage proposal. No thank you. Doc Sands, brought to you by the makers of Bullet Time Slow Motion from the Matrix trilogy.
Under the gun, he will raise 64,000. Vanessa with ace king under the gun +1.
Now, even though we're in early position, we have position on Doc.
She just calls.
I like the just call from early. We both have huge chip stacks, so there's no reason to go to war.
The blinds are folded, so it's heads up to the flop. And it's a clubby flop, king high.
Top pair to nut flush draw. Where are we going? Nowhere. We're going nowhere. We're happy to play for all of the chips.
Doc Sands continues for 88,000.
I like a call here even more than the flop. Very strong hand with the money and that range we're ahead of. When we call, it disguises both the strength of our hand and our strong control. Still like our hand. Not really worry about it.
Here comes a second barrel from the doctor. 244,000.
Boy, that's a big bet. I think Doc might be able to put us on a big club or a big hand, but probably not both.
Vanessa calls a second time. 857,000 in the middle now. 3 of diamonds on the river.
What a brick. All that potential on the flop. Now all we've got is a pair of kings.
And a pair of 3s.
Good point, well made, James. Doc's got that pair of 3s too, though.
He bets 547,000 on the river. That is a chunky bet.
Boy, I really don't like this. Doc could be betting a worse hand for value, but it's pretty unlikely, which means all we've got is a bluff catcher. Now, if we think Doc might be just putting us on busted clubs, we could make this call. But with Vanessa's propensity to call light, I don't know that Doc does this very often with nothing. When we just called under the gun +1, big hands become a fairly big part of our range, and if Doc knows this and he's still betting, he's probably not bluffing us. Trying to bluff Vanessa Selps is usually as ill-advised as the t-shirt that looks like a tuxedo I'm going to be wearing at our wedding.
She folds.
Let's see it.
King Jack.
Awesome fold. Sweet fold, Vanessa.
When they want to show the camera again, it's not
I should have folded that hand. Thought he had it. Doesn't make sense from the bluff.
Not into you, it doesn't.
I'd like to point out he wasn't playing the 3s on the board.
You know it's going to be on TV, so you might as well just tell me after the tournament.
Yeah, but I don't get European TV. I might forget and then get to relive the moment.
Come on, the kid's young, but he's good.
He's very strong.
Plays good.
Very strong.
Must have been Queen of Clubs 10. You're just nuts.
The doctor is in.
In chips. Is it just me? Or is anyone else? Take your tweets. PCA 10. Just 11 players remain in the PokerStars.com PCA 10 Super High Roller. 8 will make the final table, and only those 8 will make a profit. So 3 players will walk away with nothing to show for their investment of at least $100,000. Before the break, Doc Sands consolidated his chip lead after a clash with his main rival, Vanessa Selbst.
I make my standard open with King Jack suited, and Vanessa calls right behind. Now, Vanessa's going to be calling with a pretty wide range here, I think, because I have the chip lead, and she is either second or third in chips. I think she could flat a hand as weak as, you know, a 5-6, 5-7 suited, because we're so deep, but I also think she could flat a hand as good as queens. The flop comes King Jack 3, all clubs, and I led for 88,000 into about 200,000, so a little under half pot. And Vanessa called. At this point, I'm pretty confident I have the best hand. There's obviously a handful of combos where she can flop a flush, but there's a lot more combos where I have the best hand, so I need to try to get that value with my hand. So I bet 240 on the turn into about 380, which is a pretty sizable bet. And she called again. Then I bet 547 on the river. It was a relief when she signed, because I knew I had the best hand, and then I was rooting for her to call. And she tanked for maybe 3 or 4 minutes and folded. And she said she had ace-king, which is a really impressive fold. I wouldn't put it past her to fold that hand. Kudos to Vanessa if she did, because that's an excellent fold. And obviously, we could have got a lot more money if she flopped, you know, top pair and not flush draw. But I'm excited to see the broadcast and see if she was telling the truth about her hand.
4 and 3.
Nice hand.
Doc, does that mean you got European TV? OMG, you have to watch Baden Chelsea. Text me immediately after.
We have it all in at the feature table. Antonio Esfandiari shoved the button with 10s. And Vanessa Selbst is called in the big blind.
Je to bieda. Je to bieda, Marková.
Antonio's equity and his
Je to bieda.
Flop is king 9-8.
Vanessa casually looking for a suck out.
Bieda, Marková.
Antonio just has to fade. An ace on the turn and river. He's now a 93% favorite to double up.
Antonio's girlfriend and Vanessa's fiance both sweating it big time.
And the river is a fold.
Antonio doubles up to more than 25 big blinds, a big deal at this stage, and he is just on an incredible life hot streak.
Oh, baby cakes.
Woo-hoo-hoo! What was that?
I think Vanessa's disappointed in the play, but I think he would have been shoving pretty wide there.
Well, the all-ins just keep coming over to the secondary table where Greg Jensen has shoved with 5s. He's been called by Dan Shack with king-queen. It is a race.
Shack's missed the flop, but he picks up 4 more outs.
Evens the score out a little bit.
Please tell me it's 10.
I can't tell you that, but it is a diamond.
Which means he picks up even more outs.
He now has 16 of them. Jensen hoping the 5s hold. And they do.
And that is Juan Lu's brick face. Wow, I dodged a lot of outs.
Jensen now up to nearly 1.6 million. Back to the feature table, where Doc Sands has a ridiculous chip lead. Scott Seaver is the shortest stack.
Well, we've come to this hand 6 minutes late, and Doc Sands is still tanked under the gun.
Looks like he's raising. Sure enough, he makes it 64,000 to play. He has ace-deuce offsuit. Vanessa Selbst has 7-5 suited.
This would be an awfully light call, so I think typically if Vanessa's playing this hand, she's 3-betting it.
Je to bieda.
No, she's called.
Bieda, Marková.
Seaver folds the button. Gruesome in the small blind. Will also pass.
Bieda.
Antonio gives up the big blind. We're off to the
Bieda,
flop.
Užová.
And it's Jack 4 deuce with 2 clubs.
Pretty good flop for Doc. Pairs his kicker, has the backdoor flush draw, got the wheel draw.
He continues for 84,000.
Now Vanessa's gonna go for the raise, and she's missed completely.
Interesting. 233,000 total.
Presumably because she just called last time before the flop with a huge hand. Hey Miranda, this is what it looks like when your fiance punts. Doc is going nowhere.
He calls the raise. And with 659,000 in the middle, We're off to the turn, which is the queen of clubs. Sands now with the nut flush draw to go with his pair, albeit bottom pair.
Such a good card for Doc, and subsequently a terrible one for Vanessa to continue her bluff.
Sands has check to her.
No boy, it's 4th and 25, and Vanessa is bringing in the kicker.
She bets 347,000 with absolutely nothing.
Now, don't get me wrong, this is a heck of a stone bluff. Unfortunately, Doc's got a hand that just always has massive equity against Vanessa's range. A lot of the time, she's going to be monkeying around, and worst case scenario, he's never drawing dead.
He calls the bet. The pot is now over 1.35 million. Vanessa is the effective stack. She has 1.1 million behind.
And she is going to have to empty the clip on the river, and even that might not work. Did I say might not work? I meant definitely won't work.
Yes, she's paired at 5, and it's the 5 of clubs. The stone cold nuts for Doc Sands, and he checks it.
She can empty the clip all she wants. She is firing blanks. Better just throw down your guns and come out with your hands up.
Come on, Win.
She bluff shoves the river.
You're good.
Snap. The nuts are good.
Just nothing. Nice hand. You got the ace jack, ace jack.
Vanessa Selbst is out.
Wicked good check by Sands on the end.
And Vanessa misses the money by just 2 spots.
Come in.
I'll tell you after the day is over.
I'll tell you. Just tell me.
You made a good fold.
Come on, tell her now. What's this guy's deal?
He checked and she just shifted.
That's going to look worse on TV than it actually was.
So close to the final table, yet so far. Well, we need to get to the secondary table.
Fucking subs.
Shulman has shoved on Mercier. He calls and finds that he's way behind.
Bluffing like that, like a fucking bitch.
Muttered it to yourself. At this point, with the 48, well, no, you got all this.
That was pathetic.
Kings, huh?
Too bad.
In they came, and out they went.
Speaking of out, that's where Jason's about to be.
Alright.
Picks up a bit of hope on the flop. Needs an ace or a 10 to survive. Picks up additional outs on the turn. Needs an ace, 10 or 6 on the river. But it's a queen.
Alright, good luck, guys.
Like a little flip there. Nice.
Good luck, everybody.
The magician staying that long. Maybe.
Yeah, good luck.
Antonio's the magician. Jason's the bubble bubbler. Oof.
Jason
Mercier out in 10th. We are down to 9. We are down to 1 table, and we are on the bubble. Doc Sands in the 9th seat is the overwhelming chip leader. Vladimir Trinovsky and Carrie Katz are the short stacks. So one player will miss out on a seat at the first final table of 2013. Plus, they'll be the victim of one of the biggest bubbles in poker.
228,000 or nothing.
Antonio Spendiari, ace-jack suited, raises, makes it 90k. Ace-king for Doc Sands.
Does he just call or does he try to 3-bet, get it in?
Those are raising chips. It is a 3-bet to 170,000. 10s for Shulman.
What do we have here? Shulman could chip over the top, but this is the bubble.
He lets it go. Dan Shack has junk, he mucks. Greg Jensen, Scott Seaver, Troy Notsky, they all fold. So action's back on Esfandiari.
Oh man, magicians always have the hottest assistants. Don't know if Antonio can get away from this one.
He shoves.
I'll call.
And Doc Sands calls.
Nice hand.
Really frustrating spot. Antonio's now a 70% favorite to bubble and walk out of this tournament with nothing. Though after winning the biggest buy-in tournament of all time a few months ago, we're all playing diamond encrusted violins for him.
Looking for a jack or some clubs on the flop. Not much there for him.
Only one club on the flop. Some chop possibilities developing.
If Doc's ace-king holds, we have our final table, and the remaining 8 players are in the money.
That deuce on the turn means Antonio can now hit a 4 or a jack to stay alive. No matter how much money you've won in your life, this moment is intensity in 10 cities.
Such a gross feeling. Yeah.
These 100K bubbles really are gross.
The river is a deuce. Antonio bubbles the super high.
Nice hand, sir. Nice plan, dude.
Tough spot for a girlfriend on the rail. Bust out there, and you are pretty much inconsolable.
Such a big presence in this tournament, but he will not have a seat at the final table.
I have to tell you something, I'm shocked.
We're all shocked. No one saw Antonio bubbling this event.
Shocked and disappointed. Such a shame.
We're done, right?
Laugh it up, Fuzzball. Scott money bubbled last year. Greg Jensen has cashed this year, guaranteeing his charity a 6-figure score. That is awesome.
The last 8 players all guaranteed at least $228,000. Remember, the winner will receive more than $2 million. And Doc Sands, strong favourite to win the title with a ludicrously humongous chip lead.
One thing that's good about the final table is that there's quite a few amateurs at it, and I've had really tough table draws, so I haven't really played with any of them, or a lot of them, throughout the course of the tournament. So I'll need to try to pick up as much information as possible about those players and then kind of incorporate that into my game plan. So I'm just going to try to go in, feel them out, and then go from there. Thanks, guys. See ya.
Next time, it's the final table. Can anyone overcome Doc Sands and his monster chip lead?
All day to think what you're going to do. I guess I'm all in, man.
What's the rumor about Scott? He's a liar?
8 will become 1, and we will crown the next Super High Roller champion.
This is not how I thought things would go. We're to the final table of the Super High Roller.
Catchlock's the champion, a gracious runner-up, and a deserving winner.
Somebody call the Blom Squad because this kid is blowing up. $1.25 million.
PokerStars.com PCA is now in its 10th year, and we've kicked off the festival the only way we know how, by gathering the best players in the world and charging them $100,000 to do battle on the felt. Poker icons from across the globe came to pit their skills against one another. Phil Hellman's cameo on day 1 was short-lived. Day 2 ended Elke's PCA Triple Crown dream.
Alright, okay, I call.
Ivy took a risk.
So stupid.
It didn't pay off.
Moment.
Call. Once again, Vanessa was too aggressive.
Had to.
Nice hand, sir.
And the one-drop champ fell victim to the bubble. One of the remaining 8 players will be crowned King Super High Roller and will walk away with over $2 million.
Now, there's a very good chance that history will repeat itself today. Joe, do you remember the final table of the Super High Roller in Monaco last season?
Vaguely. Were we there?
Yes. Justin Bonomo came into that final as monster chip leader. He crushed the table and walked away with the title and a trophy.
Yeah, but Bonomo's not at this table. I know that.
No, but Doc Sands is, and he finds himself in a similar position, nearly half the chips in play and a strong favorite to win.
Yeah, but how about that Dan Shack? Nice to see a regular guy make his first Super High Roller final table.
He's a millionaire and he was last year's runner-up.
I have a drinking problem.
Before we get the action underway, let's take a look at the men who can lay claim to the 8 most envied seats in poker right now. Representing Russia is Vladimir Troianovsky. He's a veteran of high roller events, but he'll need more than just experience to ladder up. He comes into today with just 3% of the chips in play. The first of the amateur businessmen at the final table is Carrie Katz. He's no stranger to a big buy-in, and he appreciates nothing more than being able to tangle with the game's greats.
The great thing about poker is even a player who's not great can compete with great players out there on a given day. So I'm just hoping to get lucky today.
In sixth position with arguably the most experience at the table is Scott Siever. He was in this very same position in 2012, but left empty-handed as that year only the top 5 got paid. He'll be looking for some redemption today.
It means a lot to me to make this final table. I've come very close in this tournament in the past, and I'm hoping to try and finally close this one out.
It's no longer acceptable to call Dan Shack an amateur player. Possessing an impressive record in super high roller events, it seems the multimillionaire was not content with just conquering the business world. Coming into today with just 6% of the chips in play, he has his work cut out, and he hopes to improve on last year's runner-up finish.
This year's field was by far more difficult than last year's.
The real success story for the everyday amateur is Greg Jensen. This hedge fund manager was given a main event ticket as a present and decided to play the 100K at the last minute. He sits 4th on the leaderboard, and Greg has said he'll donate all his winnings to charity. No one was more grateful than Phil Gruesome to make this final table. After calling for the rebuy on day 1, he managed to make today 3rd in chips with over 1.6 million and officially escapes the German Losers Club. With a 57 big blind stack, Nick Shulman is looking to improve on his 4th place finish 2 years ago. Although he starts today 2nd in chips, he sits on less than half the stack of the top spot. And in that pole position, with 45% of the chips in play, is David Sands. As most of the other players are on life support, Doc Sands is considered the favourite to win the event. But will the Doc be the one to pull the plug?
I have a lot of confidence in my poker game. I think I'm one of the best players in the field.
Players now take their seats as we're set for the Super High Roller final table. And it's the first final table of PCA 10.
You know, I checked out Doc Sand's credentials before this final table, and I don't think he's a real doctor, which explains why he got all weird when I asked him to check out his rash. Scott Siever knows what I'm talking about.
I don't know, the rumor about you is you always lie about your hands.
That is true.
What's the rumor about Scott? That he's a liar?
No. He's one of those poker players who lies about his hands.
Yeah, but if Scott does lie about his hands, why would he tell the truth about that? I just blew your mind.
Blinds at 20,000 and 40,000 with a 5K ante. Action is on carry cats. King 10 off. He folds.
Little tight but smart in bad position with the chip leader on your left. Oh, and there's nothing wrong with your screens. The show isn't buffering. Doc Sands just moves in slow motion.
Looks like an early position raise for the chip leader. He makes it 80,000 with King 7 suited. All the rounds of Greg Jensen in the cutoff. He passes.
Had all day to think what you're going to do hand 1, all night, before you decide just going to raise it.
That would explain why he acted so quickly.
I mean, I guess I'm all in, man.
Scott shoves with queens.
Wow, what a speech. He's like a young Lincoln.
Nice speech. Thank you. I had all night to think about it.
Gruesome gives up the big blind. Action's back on Doc.
Doc certainly does not have to call this. He's not going to be ahead very often, especially with the speech.
He has folded. And Siever wins the first hand of the day.
All I know is that Scott would be the most challenging role of Daniel Day-Lewis's career. And the PCA 10 Super High Roller Trophy for Best Speech goes to Scott Siever.
Action's on Dan Shack. King Jack of Diamonds. He's raising, makes it 100K. King Queen for Greg Jensen, being around by his wife Valerie.
Now Jensen could 3-bet this, but A, he doesn't know he has Dan dominated, silly, and B, the hand's good, but you don't want to have to fold or play a huge pot when you get 4-bet.
He does just call. Scott Siever has pocket aces.
Oh, Scott Siever, you lucky dog, you picks up the blades.
First queens, now aces.
Scott is in a dream spot. He's in position. Both these guys have hands they could conceivably think have decent equity. And oh yeah, Scott Siever has Scott Siever's rep.
He re-raises it to 3-bet to 275,000.
Very small 3-bet. He wants axe shown.
It's been passed around to Doc Sands in the big blind. He folds. It's back on Shack. Now, surely this is an all-in or fold spot.
He certainly does not have enough chips to call.
He's called.
We certainly can't blame Jensen for coming along for the ride now.
Jensen calls as well. We go three-way to the flop.
Huge percentage of shack stack in the middle.
Flop is 9, 9, 10.
Everyone misses. Scott's still in great shape. Not sure how much action he'll get. Dan would typically check this to 3-better.
I'm all in.
Shack shoves.
This is a baffling open shove. Why would you ever do this with a 9? When you do it as a bluff like this, if you do get called, you're gonna get bladed.
How much do you have? 745.
Jensen shoves. Scott might throw up in his mouth.
Jensen actually considering playing this?
He's getting almost 3 to 1, and typically when he shoves, Scott's supposed to fold.
He does shove.
Call.
Scott does not fold.
Well, I mean, typically when Scott doesn't have aces.
Both Seaver and Shaq are at risk here. You got yourself into this mess, buddy.
Scott way ahead, but still quite nervous. It's adorable, actually.
This one I would like to hold, though.
A jack for Jensen busts them both.
I'll take a 9. Yeah, thank you, Vladimir.
I think a queen's coming.
I mean, it probably is.
It's an ace.
That's over.
Indeed.
Even the poker gods don't want to see what Scott Seaver had for lunch.
Good luck, everyone.
Good game, Dan.
Dan Shaq is eliminated. Scott Seaver wins a huge pot.
Hey, thank you.
Off to a great start.
Bizarre play from Dan Shaq to send him to the rail. Solid representation of businessman at this FT, by the way. Greg Jensen being one of them, although now he's crippled.
Most of the prize money still to be paid out with 7-figure scores for first and second. Is Jensen gonna get back in the action here?
Nope.
Not one of those
I'm
cards.
just glad I got the first 2 through.
King 4 for Seaver, he folds. Pocket 10 for Vladimir Troinovsky.
Vlad started today with 12 big blinds, and thanks to Dan Shaq, he's already laddered up to 7th.
Good luck, Vlad.
He has shoved for 485,000.
I love how Scott says good luck. Easy to do when you just want a huge pot and you've already folded.
Doc Sands in the small blind. Folds. Nick Schulman in the big. Will call. He's got aces.
Jeez.
Uh-oh. Hey, Nick Schulman's good luck tournament's here.
Troinovsky, 4 to 1 underdog. Much bigger underdog now.
Yeah.
Potential for a very bad beat here.
Maybe the worst I've ever seen.
Nope.
Good game, Vlad.
Troinovsky exits in 7th.
Good luck. Good luck, guys.
Nice time to pick up aces, eh, Nick Schulman?
He's up to over 2.8 million in chips.
Vlad should be pretty happy. Dan Shaq shove made him an extra 30K. Came in today with 3% of the chips in play and wasn't the first man out. Not bad at all.
I got a missing iPad. Did Dan Shaq take my iPad?
Yeah.
God only knows what I've been Googling on that thing. Jesus Christ.
Could explain why security's here.
Have you seen Nick Schulman's iPad? Please tweet its location using the hashtag PCA10. Welcome back to the 10th PokerStars.com PCA here in the Bahamas. The Super High Roller event has been a big part of the festival since 2011, and no one has fonder memories of the inaugural year than Eugene Kachelov.
My favorite PCA memory is obviously winning the Super High Roller 2 years ago, and that tournament kind of kicked off a huge year for me, and actually a huge PCA because I actually ended up going really deep in the main event as well that year. So yeah, it was just an insane PCA for me.
It's not bad. My favorite PCA memory was getting an extra maraschino cherry in my Bahama Mama.
Thrilling. Back at the final table, kings for Nick Schulman.
Jeez, look at this guy, card rack. Nick finished 4th here, his pal Eugene won it.
You raise this?
2.7.
Greg Jensen, the small blind, raise 5.
Jensen's got a wheelie ace, 18 big blinds, and it's pretty tough to give Schulman credit for a hand this big with a button raise. just not ever supposed to fold this.
He shoves.
All in?
All in. Call. Obviously called.
Jeez is right. Maybe Jensen should have expressed that he was donating it all to charity after he tips the dealers.
29% chance he survives here. Down to 14 on the flop.
Just 3 outs for the Wall Street philanthropist. Greg's wife Valerie also quite active in their charity efforts. Big sweat for them.
Picked up a straight draw on the turn.
More than doubled his outs.
Nothing in this world without hope.
Inspirational.
A 5's not enough.
You're playing with Greg.
Sixth place finish for Greg Jensen. Huge achievement in a tournament this tough.
Absolutely, an amateur who made it to the final table of a super high roller, and he's giving all of his winnings to charity. You clap your faces off.
And amazingly, we are already down to 5.
This is not how I thought things would go.
No.
In the first 20 minutes.
Nick Schulman now looking strong.
I met Eugene Kachalov when I was in my early 20s. We kind of were both starting to have some success in poker, and he's a great guy. We grew up in New York City together, so we became very close friends and basically talked about poker over 95% of the time we hung out. You're never really immune to playing with such a close friend. It's always somewhat on your mind, but I think the way I always put it is it's more just out of respect for the game. You know, I respect the game so much that there are no friends at the poker table because we're at the poker table. We both have a clear goal in mind, which is to win. 10 years ago, someone said I was making the final table of a $100,000 buy-in tournament. I wouldn't have even believed that there would be a $100,000 buy-in tournament to play in.
Love that. Not that he wouldn't believe he wouldn't be in the tournament, just that such a tournament wouldn't exist.
Day 1A of the PCA main event also underway. The Super High Roller final table, the blinds are up to 25 and 50,000 with a 5K ante.
You think they call this guy Doc because getting your medical degree is boring and takes forever?
He's under the gun with pocket 9s. And I assume we will see a raise before 2016. Yep, makes it 105,000.
That was a good one.
Phil Gruesome in the small blind has ace-6 suited.
Not sure what Gruesome's up to here.
He's counting out the 3-bet.
3-bet here would be turning a6 into a bluff.
He re-raises to 275,000.
Unfortunately, Doc's got a hand he's not going to fold in a million years, which oddly might be how long it takes him to make his decision.
All in. He shoves. And Gruesome will fold.
Yep, forced to let that one go. Gruesome must have just thought Doc was likely to be opening light there. Not so much.
Action try. Yeah. Figured you would at some point.
Don't act all like you were making a play. You had the neeners.
Well, Doc's being supported today by his fiancée.
He's doing great. I'm really proud of him. You know, he had a little bit of a mishap early in the week. He sprained his ankle, and so it kind of started off the trip a little bit rough. But he's had a really positive attitude, and he's been doing really well. So hopefully he wins it.
Those two are getting married in Laguna Beach and honeymooning in Bora Bora, but I gotta wonder how long it's gonna take Doc to actually say the words I do. That is gonna be one long, awkward silence, like this one. See? Brutal.
Time for us to get into the minds of one of the pros at the table. We are sweating with Nick Schulman. We will only see his hole cards here.
Okay.
Scott Seaver gets the action started with an under-the-gun raise to 115,000.
All right, let's just remember Scott Seaver's kind of running like God today, just saying.
Schulman in the big blind, 9-10 off.
We can defend this, but if we 3-bet it, we're going to get folds fairly often. If not, our hand play is all right, and we've got the betting lead. And both us and Scott are deep enough to do it.
He does re-raise. The 3-bet is to 315,000.
Now, if Scott clicks it back, I think we can just peace out.
Scott calls.
So we're out of position, but we're probably going to have to continuation bet just about every flop.
The flop is Queen 7-7 with 2 hearts.
Boy, that's not a very good flop for us, is it? At least we have the betting lead, though sometimes I like a delayed C-bet in this spot. Just not always going to get a check behind.
Shulman is going to bet 280,000.
This board is pretty dry, so Scott would have to fold a lot of suited connectors. If we get called here, I think it's safe to say that we are not ahead.
And Scott does call.
Okay, well, good try. No shame in that. See you on the next sweat.
Well, this changes things. Shulman now with second pair.
Yeah, now we don't have to bluff anymore. We can check and parade for a cheap showdown.
He does check.
Our receiver, who art in seat 4, hallowed be thy check behind.
Come on.
Seaver shoves.
No!
This is a huge overbet.
All right, let's think about this for a second. Maybe we're ahead. Let's eliminate stone bluffs. It's a wicked small part of the range. We're beating 8-9 of hearts, Jack 8 of hearts, Jack 9 of hearts, all hands that would shove there. But would Scott raise those hands under the gun? Sure, some of the time. What are we losing to? We're getting murdered by all 7s, all queens, pretty much all of their 10s. I think Scott's totally capable of slow playing a big hand until now, something like ace queen or kings plus. The question is, if Scott has a strong hand, why so serious, Scott? Why so serious?
Shulman folds.
Make sure to show the camera real good on that one.
Please do.
Ace queen.
Scott Seaver, run better. But seriously, you might have missed out on some value there.
You say that, but there was a moment when I thought Nick Shulman might just call with a pair of 10s.
Nick's one of my oldest friends. I mean, I've been friends with him ever since I started playing poker. You know, he was definitely, you know, levels above me when I first started. But we were really, really close friends ever since then. And, you know, I've helped each other's games a lot. He was with me at the final table when I won it. It would be cool that if I had a title, a super high roller title, and he had a super high roller title, so that'd be awesome.
Translation, I have a huge piece of him.
Shulman currently 3rd in chips. Carry Cat's clinging on with his 13 big blinds. Action's been folded to Scott Seaver in the small blind.
How much do you have?
1,050,000. Small one.
Oh, nice. Shoves on Gruesome.
Yeah, free roll spot. Oh, good one, first good one.
Yeah, it's enough.
You should just snap?
Yeah, cool.
Okay.
Nervous laughter, anyone?
So Gruesome a 55% favorite to double up and survive.
This is kind of a cold deck.
Queen on the flop.
Remember, Gruesome's in for 2 bullets.
He needs an ace on the river.
Looks like his schnitzel might be cooked.
We lose Phil Gruesome.
All right, good luck, guys. Thank you.
And another big pot for Scott Seaver. So Gruesome collects more than $400,000. Remember, he invested $200,000 in this tournament. We've lost the last European, the 4 remaining players, all from the USA. Now remember, the PCA is a festival. There are more than 40 events, including the world's first ever open-faced Chinese poker tournament, an eagerly anticipated event.
Fouling is disastrous. Scooping is worth a lot, though.
Oh, Philip, what aren't you good at?
Is it on me?
Yes, Jason Mercier, it's on you. All the cool kids love the OFC. That's what they call it.
I did it! Yeah, it's like she got the kiss in the cheek. If she got a 10, like there's one left, I told her I'd give her a kiss in the cheek.
Wow, lucky girl. Not so lucky was Vanessa Self. She busted the super high roller in 11th, narrowly missing the final table, but not as narrow and as unlucky as Antonio Esfandiari. He finished in 9th.
Back to the action, which is on Carrie Katz.
Has Carrie Katz played a hand yet?
Don't think so, and Doc Sands has been pretty quiet as well.
The doctor is out.
All the action's been at this end of the table.
Well, even as the chip leader, it's tough to try to take control when there's so much action happening all around you.
Shulman will raise small to big with King 10. Seaver in the big blind with King Jack.
Nick out of position and dominated.
Seaver calls.
Both hands a little under-repped at this point.
And it's a King high flop.
This could be a disaster. Nick Shulman should continue.
180,000.
These hands are absolute monsters, short-handed. And it looks like Scott is going to raise, believing he can get action from worse, and he is right.
Remember, those green chips are 25,000 each, so that's a raise to 425,000.
No way Shulman can get away from this, but does he lose it all?
He is counting out a re-raise. Shulman 3-bets to 775,000.
He's 3-betting really small to induce. Big mistake. Scott's not folding either.
Come on.
Scott shoves.
Call.
And Shulman calls.
And we are about to lose Nick Shulman in the exact same spot he went out in 2011.
He only has 2 outs. Meanwhile, Scott Seaver is on the verge of winning a pot of more than 3.6 million and drawing practically even with Doc Sands. A deuce on the turn, Shulman down to 5% equity, about to make the walk of shame. A 10 on the river saves him.
No problem, Vorvi.
A 2-outer saves Nick Shulman.
That is just brutal.
Never easy.
Nick Shulman is way too lucky to be a Cleveland fan. Now it's he and Scott that are nearly even in chips. And Scott, the unwitting receiver of a bad beat.
So still 4-handed at the Super High Roller final table. It's the PokerStars.com PCA 10 hosted by the Atlantis Resort on Paradise Island. Well, after Scott Seaver's promising start in the Super High Roller final, it seems he might be in freefall, having just taken another hit.
Call. You got it.
He made a mistimed river bluff.
Not really the hand I was hoping for.
So will Scott's bad luck continue, or can he maintain his composure and get himself back in contention?
Scotty is no longer running too hotty.
Blinds up to 40 and 80,000 with a 10,000 ante. Action has been folded around to Nick Shulman in the small blind. And he will call.
You have like 2-2, 2-3.
Scott Seaver with 8-4 off in the big blind.
In these spots, Scott's actually got position, so this isn't actually so bad for him, especially knowing what he's up against.
He checked his option and pairs his 8 on the flop. Shulman pairs his 5.
This couldn't have gone any better for Scott. Top pair for him, middle pair for Shulman.
Nick checks, Scott bets. 110,000.
Scott working his position. Shulman not too likely to fold a pair.
He doesn't, he calls. He goes to the turn, which is the 7 of hearts.
Interesting card. Both players pick up gut shots.
Nick checks a second time.
Scott's probably quite confident in his hand at this point. Should be able to bet it for pure value.
He does bet a second time. 225,000.
Nick's got pretty good equity against most hands and might even be winning some of the time, so again, he's probably sticking around.
He calls. The river is a 9.
Nick Shulman catches another river.
He checks his 2 pair.
Got an 8.
And Seaver checks behind.
Yep, they got you again, Scotty. Got you again. No player could really go for value there with that board. Scott especially, obviously.
Jesus.
Scott Seaver a tad dissatisfied with how that board ran out.
Well, Nick Shulman's catching so many rivers, you could say he's running like cod.
It's fair to say that Scott is never one to hide his emotions.
Here come the theatrics. Here come the chugs.
Hungry! Give me chips! I need chips, my friend!
Oh, it's the 4! Oh, now we're gonna hear some celebration.
I will run laps around the board.
10 or a heart.
Yeah!
Oh boy, oh
God, Seaver wins the pot!
He's doing his Umberto impersonation here. Good sports, both of them.
Despite being a silly Billy there at 27 years old, Scott has over 5 million in tournament winnings and is one of the most feared cash game players online.
Well, he's on the button here with ace 7.
Come on.
And he shoves.
Only 15 bigs.
Pocket nines for Carry Cats.
How much is it? 5,000.
Time for Cats to stop being so catatonic.
I'm all in.
He reshoves. Sands is out.
This is better than going to the movies, eh, Ike?
Seaver dominated the final table earlier. Now he's on the verge of elimination.
This Carrie's longtime friend Mark Wagonseller. Please tell me he's a used car dealer.
Safe flop for nines. Seaver drawing to 3 outs. He needs an ace. And he hits it on the turn.
Well, he's not running around the table yet. Poor Carrie, waited so long for that.
Cats does not get a 9 on the river. Seaver doubles up.
Patience is not rewarded.
Nice hands, guy. You deserve that. Thank you, Carrie. I gotta figure here. Just take it.
No professional poker player would ever say that. No way, no how. The only one who deserves it is me.
Lions currently 50,000 and 100,000 with a 10,000 ante.
No one here other than Doc is stacked particularly deep.
He's got Queen 10 on the button. And he will raise his button, makes it 200,000 total.
Weird spot for Nick. He can't just call out of position with his stack. It's all in or fold. He is ahead, but Carrie Katz is due to go out any second.
Shulman elects to fold. Scott Seaver has 3-5 suited.
Scott's getting okay odds to defend, especially since he can double through Doc.
He calls. Heads up to the flop, which is Queen 5-3. Top pair for Sands, 2 pair for Seaver.
We could easily see it all go in here.
Sands does not c-bet, he checks behind.
2 super aggro players flop huge and he goes check, check, does not compute.
Seaver checks a second time. Surely we now get the delayed c-bet from Sands. No, he checks again. Incredible, a deuce on the river.
See if Scott actually wants to attempt some value. Or we can just check it down all day, guys, see who runs best.
Seaver is going to go for value. 300k.
Call. 2 pair.
Sands pays him off.
Yeah, that was a little weird.
Wow. Dude.
Sands shows the queen.
Jeez. This. But. Check. Who checks out the queen?
Feel good about that one. Wow. Feel like I just won 1.5 million.
Yeah.
Sands rewarded by his cautious play.
Yeah, I got here 2 days before the 100K, and my friend Jason Mercier was out kicking the tar out of a handful of 12-year-olds in basketball. So we played a good game, and I rolled my ankle pretty badly. So nothing serious. I just have been riding around the Bahamas in a pretty high-powered scooter. So it has its perks, but at the same time, it's kind of annoying having to shower on one leg. So hopefully it'll get better soon. So I'd say I have a pretty good resume in terms of high rollers. I really enjoy playing them. I take a lot of pride in my poker game, and I really enjoy playing against the best players in the world and trying to beat them. So it was really fun to bust Ivy and Selps late in this tournament because, you know, both of them, in my mind, are 2 of the best players in the world.
Moment.
Call. You know, I'm fortunate enough to have a really good group of friends who have helped my poker game a lot, specifically Tom Marchese and Andrew Lichtenberger are 2 of my closest friends who I've talked to about the game a ton in the last year, and I think I've learned a ton from both of them. I have immense respect for both of their games. The biggest change in my game has just been learning how to play deeper stacked and just making better decisions with more chips. And, you know, I think a large part of my run can be credited to that. Winning this tournament would mean a lot to me, you know, even more emotionally than financially, to be honest.
But also still a lot financially.
Sands and Seaver going to a flop here. Scott made it 240,000 pre-flop. Sands defended out of the big blind. All clubs.
Sands flops pretty good, actually. Ace high and a gut shot straight flush draw.
Checks to the razor. Scott checks behind.
Sands hoping for a free card, and he got one.
Jack of diamonds.
I'd imagine these guys are pretty happy to check it again.
Sure enough, river for free. 10 of hearts. Scott Seaver gets there on the river.
Let's hope that Doc acts by the witching hour.
He checks.
Scott can probably confidently value bet.
$350,000.
Doc's played this hand pretty passively, hoping to back his way into a hand. Now he's left with nothing but ace high and a bet from Scott Seaver.
He folds.
Yeah, I just don't think Scott's going to play a bluff that way, and most of the time he's just going to have the best hand. Easy fold.
And Seaver now up to 5.36 million.
Which means there's only 10K in chips separating Scott and Doc, which is half an ante. Crazy considering Doc started the day with nearly half the chips.
Blinds are currently 61-20 with a 20K ante.
Everybody's still waiting out carry cats.
Nick Schulman first to speak. Queen 4 off. He folds. Scott Seaver on the button. Will also pass. Ace Jack for cats.
All in.
He shoves.
Standard.
Doc Sands in the big blind. Has pocket fives.
This is his version of a snap call.
I call.
It's a race. For 11 big blinds, he could have been called pretty wide, but Doc woke up with a pair.
Nice and high. Lucky dealer here. Gotta keep your streak going.
Mark Wagonseller is going to keep his streak going of low prices on used automobiles and intense sweats.
Cat's looking for an ace or a jack. No help on that flop.
Such a bad feeling when you miss the flop.
How about a 2 of spades?
How about just a jack?
Yeah, I was gonna say jack and
I'm not
diamonds.
greedy. I'm not greedy. Okay, a jack.
No, you should probably be greedy in this spot, I feel.
No help on the turn. 6 outs for the poker enthusiast. He busts in fourth.
All right.
Nice run, Kerry.
Good one, man.
Good game.
Thank you, too. Good game, Sean. Very nice, Steve. Scott, sorry.
It's hard work out here.
Yeah, it's not as hard to say coal mining, pretty much any other job. We've lost our last philanthropist businessman, 3 pros remaining. Nobody saw that coming.
Nick Schulman, Scott Seaver, and chip leader Doc Sands. So who out of this final 3 are you supporting? Which of these 3 would you like to see win the PCA Super High Roller? Let us know and tag your tweets, PCA10. We're down to 3 at the PokerStars.com PCA 10 Super High Roller. One of these players will be walking away with over $2 million and the first trophy of the year.
Winning this tournament would be huge for me. I feel like the one thing missing from my poker resume is a flagship win.
If I feel I played my best, at the end of the day, I'm never too disappointed.
A win in this tournament would be the biggest cash of my career. It'd be my first $2 million score.
The finishing line is in sight, but only one can claim the title. Meanwhile, day 1A of the main event continues. Our coverage of the tournament starts from day 1B. Back to the final table of the Super High Roller, blinds 8160. King 6 suited for Schulman on the button.
Pretty strong 3-handed.
And he opens shots.
For only 15 big blinds.
Seaver folds. Sands has got 10s.
Snappy snap.
He calls.
Nick Schulman is on the brink of going out in this tournament in 3rd place. One better than 2011 at least.
A set of 10s for Doc Sands. Schulman does not have a club.
Ugly flop for Schulman. He can only win it outright with running cards. He could still chop, however.
Jack of clubs on the turn. There's the straight draw for Schulman.
One more.
A queen for the win outright. A club for a chop. It's the 3 of hearts.
Nick Schulman with another near miss and a super high roller. Sands and Seaver are now heads up.
They're both guaranteed $1.26 million. Schulman walks away with $744K.
This is the way I assumed it would end.
Yeah, obviously. But and by obviously I mean not at all. When I was down to like 700K, I assumed you would be here, and I'm happy to be here.
All right, should we get an accurate chip count before we?
Well, honestly, I mean, I wouldn't want to just do like straight chip chop. Like not to like be an ass or anything. I assume I have some kind of edge playing heads up. But
I mean, I mean, if we were 800 big blinds deep, I would agree. But
oh yeah, no, well then I have a huge edge. But my edge, I mean, like I think I'm probably like 55-45, assuming it was dead even stacks, like something really small. So, which is like a 10% edge. So I would chop if you want to like give me 5% bonus on whatever it is.
yeah, I'm not gonna do that.
Okay.
I mean, I'll talk to my number one confidant over here. See what he says.
I doubt I'm gonna do that.
Doc's about to get a call from the banker. See if there will be a deal or no deal.
Jeez. He says he wants 55-45.
Because he's tanky on it, and we can play like 10 minutes, and then I can go lower afterwards.
I mean, I agree slightly better than me heads up. 55-45 seems absurd.
I'd be like 51.5 to 48.5, but he's just not being noticed. If he thinks his edge could be that big.
Yeah, I'm just gonna for you. I would give you something, but I'm not gonna give you 5%.
Okay. I mean, we can play for a bit and change our minds or not based on how it goes.
They were talking about chopping the remaining prize money based on their percentages of chips. Scott wanted an extra 5% though, and Doc said, no deal.
The difference between first and second place is $800,000. They're going to play for it all.
I think Scott's a great heads-up player. I think he's got a big edge on Doc now that it's time to heads up. He's a little behind in chips, but I expect Scott to really outplay him here. Scott has a ton of experience playing heads-up no limit, and Doc has almost none. Doc's a tournament specialist, whereas Scott has played a couple million hands of heads-up no limit cash.
Even specialists don't get to heads up very often.
We're here at the final table of the Super High Roller event. Good luck, players. Dealer, shuffle up and deal, please.
Team Sands on one side of the event, Team Seaver on the other.
Blind still 81.60 with a 20k ante. Action on Seaver.
320.
Min raise. Queen 7 suited.
Scott's going to be raising the majority of his buttons. It's typical heads-up strategy. Scott's going to want to work Doc while he's in position.
Sands will defend with Jack 8 off.
Perfectly fine hand to call with.
Queen high flop. Seaver's hand still good.
Check.
Check, check.
Trappy McTrapperson.
Sands pairs his Jack on the turn.
And he's going to think he can value bet this now. This is just what Scott wanted.
440,000.
There's a really good chance Scott just calls and lets Doc try to value bet the river as well.
Seaver does just call. Well, Doc is definitely going to value bet the river now. He's just made trips.
Yeah, 100% chance of value bet.
1.56 million in the pot.
Pretty unlucky start to things here for Scott Seaver.
Doc Sands will bet 970,000.
Whether Scott likes it or not, he's got to call this. He wanted Doc betting turn and river, and he got it. He just didn't want him hitting turn and river.
Call.
He calls. Rivered again, Mr. Seaver.
Shake it off, buddy. Shake it off. Nothing Scott could do there. The poker gods can be fickle.
And Doc, no doubt happy. He said no deal.
I think Scott offered a deal, and he asked me what I thought, and I just said that the stacks were short, and it's very, very hard for Scott to be much better than he is heads up, so giving Scott a deal where Scott would get much more than his chip stack calls for, it just seems unnecessary. He has a 2-1 chip lead now, and I think he's playing great, so I feel pretty good about him taking it down.
Doc's turn to raise the button. Jack 9 suited. Seaver defends with 10-6 off.
Another fairly standard raise and defend for heads up.
Okay. All diamonds on the flop. Seaver with a flush draw and a pair of sixes.
Checks to the razor. Doc should be c-betting.
And he does. Continuation bet 370,000.
Seaver's got a very solid hand, a pair which is strong heads up, and a 10 high flush draw also strong heads up.
He calls. Queen of spades on the turn. Scott checks a second time.
See if Doc fires another barrel. He does not.
Checks behind. Deuce of diamonds on the river. Seaver gets there.
Doc may be wisely giving up on that turn, though.
Seaver checks. Doc checks behind.
That would have been an awfully gutsy river stab. I'm sure Scott was happy to make a flush, but the fourth flush can be a bigger action killer than your parents coming home early. Scott Seaver knows what I'm talking about.
Lines up. 100,000, 200,000 with a 30,000 ante. Seaver's on the button.
4.
Min raising with pocket 9s. Doc Sands has 10s.
Oh boy. Now don't worry, Doc Sands is kind of like a brontosaurus. Sometimes it can take up to a full minute for his brain impulses to reach his muscles. He'll get there.
Here comes the re-raise.
I'm all in.
Scott responds with an insta-shove.
Call. All in call.
And Sands calls.
At 10s, he is 9s.
He's an 82% favorite to win the Super High Roller.
Queen, Queen, Jack seems really fair. And I won't even call for other cards if I get it.
Well, maybe out loud he won't.
As JC says, 9s are the card that make the most sense.
9 on the flop!
It is science, apparently.
They make the most sense.
That is just dirty.
Seaver now an 88% favorite to double up and take the huge chip lead in this heads-up battle.
Doc Sands not drawing dead yet. Unless someone folded a 10, there are still 2 in the deck.
Just a 5% chance of busting Seaver and winning the title here and now. Seaver doubles up to over 12 million. He has a 6-1 chip lead, and we play on.
And that is a huge pile of chips being pushed Scott's direction. If Doc ends up losing, he will actually make around 650K less than if he had made the deal. That could have been why Scott was just smiling.
You can't ask for better than getting it in with 10s against 9s.
Doc is basically crippled at this point, though. It is all in or fold for him.
Horrible, bad beat, and now he is on life support. He's on the button. He's got King 4.
And a king is certainly good enough to move all in with.
He raises.
All in.
Seaver shoves on him and he calls.
Scott Seaver the slight favorite, but no lead is too safe in poker. Scott knows that better than anyone. Jason Kuhn, Tom Marchese, Erica Mutino all sweating the Doc. Scott Seaver sweating this flop.
The flop is Queen 8-5, all diamonds. Sands has the 4 of diamonds.
6 of diamonds, Jack of diamonds.
Sure, let's start with the 6.
Chop it up.
Start with the 6 and go from
No,
there.
only if he can wield both at the same time.
These guys are crazy.
9 of hearts on the turn changes nothing. Seaver a 68% favorite to win the tournament.
Doc's got more than a quarter of the deck as outs, a 1 in 3 chance of hitting.
He doesn't hit on the river. Seaver seals the deal and wins the 100K Super High Roller here at PCA 10.
Honestly, I don't know what to tell you.
Again, it's so in 2 days.
Appreciate it.
It's so sad.
Well, what can you do?
Guaranteed neither one of them has any idea what's happening right now. Scott has got to be on whatever the next cloud above 9 is.
You're done. I didn't know like you could actually bake those.
Yeah, every once in a while.
I didn't know those were bankable at all. Well, yeah, that was sick.
That was the
Seaver will collect more than $2 million.
So many heads-up losses and stupid spots.
It's all thanks to you. I took everything I learned losing from you to do this. Thank you, thank you.
What can you do?
You'll get yours.
So, Berto.
You're already getting yours, but...
Thanks.
Let's not forget that Doc Sands will walk away with the better part of $1.26 million. But you do sympathize with his frustration. Thanks to that lucky set of 9s, Scott Seaver is the Super High Roller champion.
Scott Seaver, you're down to 750K at one point. How did you stay mentally composed?
It really helped getting dealt aces a lot. It's pretty easy to maintain your composure that whenever you get short stacked, they give you aces and other people go all in. So I didn't really have to work at it at all. The cards really helped me out with that.
All right, 55% favorite heads up. Really, or is that a negotiation tactic?
Poker's 90% mental.
There you have it, guys. Let's get a big round of applause for our PCA 10 Super High Roller Champion, Scott Seaver.
So, Scott Seaver emerges victorious despite a rocky journey.
All day to think what you're going to do hand one, and decide it's going to raise it. I guess I'm all in, man.
Nice speech.
Thank you, thank you. I'm all in. Call. I'm all in. Jesus. I would chop if you want. I'm not going to do that. It makes the most sense.
Join us next time as Day 1B of the PCA main event gets underway. Poker. It excites us. It challenges us. The thrill of winning. The pain of losing. The tension. The drama. The banter. As the new year starts, competitors meet face to face across the felt to bet, raise, bluff, outwit, outdraw, and celebrate. Get ready for all the action. Legends will inspire, and new stars will be born. The most exciting poker competition in the world is back. This is the PCA.
Cocktails, table.
For the 12th time, the Bahamas plays host to one of the biggest poker tournaments in the world. With an entry fee of $10,000 and a prize pool of nearly $8 million, this is the 2015 PCA main event.
Day 2 is starting now, so you better kick it on down to the registration desk. It's about to close, and over 500 players are about to take their seats inside the poker room here at Atlantis.
Including the original online qualifier, who's up on the main stage.
Better make sure the smoke detectors are in full working order because that whole room is full of potential qualifiers.
Chris Moneymaker is the original online qualifier, inspiring millions to take to the felt after he won the 2003 WSOP.
You can't underestimate online qualifier because people have made that mistake with me many years ago, and they're sometimes the most dangerous.
And there are plenty of other big-name moneymakers in the field looking to add a $1.5 million score to their already impressive resumes.
I just do what I do. I throw it right better than any of the hottest. And trust me, that's not being conceited, that's being modest. I'm being honest. Pop on my collar. Tell whoever runners that these spot is temporary till I take it as mine. I'm selfish. Yo, will. Don't miss some of my wealth tip. Don't be cash out soon, I'm just invested. Hey, yo, yes, man. I've been a legend since before mom and dad had me and was best friends. I don't know about you. I just do what I do. Feel me? I just do what I do. I don't know about you. I just do what I do. That's the intro.
Players are making their way inside the Imperial Ballroom for Day 2 of the PokerStars.com PCA main event.
OMG, it's Ronaldo playing in his first major tournament. Welcome. And Sergio Garcia, it's not his first rodeo or poker tournament.
Morning, everyone. How you doing, sir? We're gonna break soon, apparently. You saw that, right? Twitter.
Kind of happy, but a little bit happy as well.
A little unhappy, but a little happy.
Yeah, because I would like to play with you a little bit longer.
Okay, well, you know what we'll do is we'll play, because you always make the final table. So we'll just do that. You want to make a deal?
All right.
Let's do it.
That's right, Dominic has made 100% of his PCA final tables.
Martin Finger bought in at the start of today. As did this guy.
Did Roger Teska and Juan come here together? Are they pals now like Denzel and Russell Crowe in American Gangster?
Chris Moneymaker will be taking a seat at the main feature table alongside this guy, poker pro Sean D.
This should be good.
Morning, Chris.
Morning, Sean. How are you?
Good. What's your name? Seth. Sean, nice to meet you. And you?
Johnny in English. It's the same. Nice to meet you.
Nice man. Okay.
Did he say his name was Johnny English?
I'm Chris.
Nice Hardy.
Oh, you okay?
Yeah. I got a world champion. How you doing, man?
Congratulations.
I think Chris Moneymaker just figured out how to drop his own name.
We're expecting a fair amount of action from this table, especially from Chris and Sean. By the way, the Seth sitting between them is Seth Berger.
Can't believe Sean Deeb didn't know who Seth Berger was. Come on!
Blinds of 400, 800, and your first chance to play along at home is coming up.
Look, you said Moneymaker was gonna be action. He's already in this pot.
He's posted the big blind.
I know, he's wild.
Fold it around to Sean Deeb on the button.
Sean's probably gonna raise the button. Sure, why not? And don't forget, sitting to his left, he's got a world champion in Seth Berger.
9-7 offsuit. He raises to 1800. Berger folds.
The probability of that raise coming? Same probability as that call coming. Oh my god.
What's the probability of Chris Moneymaker knowing any other 5-syllable words?
Both players miss the flop. Make a check with Queen, which is currently ahead.
But seriously though, what's the probability Sean continues here at Bupkis? High. Very high.
The C-bet is 2100. Moneymaker calls.
It's a loose out of position float, but he is up against a very wide range.
5 of hearts on the turn, powering the board.
And he's ahead.
Moneymaker checks. Will Deeb fire another barrel?
Chris is really hoping not. Sean is known to be a pretty aggressive player.
He checks behind. The river is a king, so Queen High is still the best hand. It goes check, check.
Queen high.
I think Chris played it fine, but it was a pretty lucky run out.
Moneymaker adds 5k to his stack.
Do you think you had a 5 there?
What?
Do you think you had a 5?
No, the sad thing is I was calling the river. And Sean, you played enough for me to know I'm not going to fold to you.
I mean, now it's going to be fun if I know you see me that day.
What's that?
It's going to be a fun day now. It's a great first hand for us to play.
Fight, 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 fight!
So Chris is one of the big stacks among these notable names. Daniel Negreanu's amassed a healthy stack, and previous champs Dominic Panker and Elke are still in, but sit below the tournament average.
Doesn't Jason Mercier look like he should be sweeping a temple in Game of Thrones?
So he's off to a good start. But the same cannot be said for 2012 champ John DeBalla. He's just been KO'd.
More like John DeBaya.
Harrison Gimbel still has chips, so that means there are 3 previous winners remaining, including Dominic Panker, who's moving tables.
He won in 2014, and he's going to win again in 2019. I'm calling it now.
Sergio Garcia all in, called by Roger Teska. Teska with a 7, Sergio with 4s. It's a flip.
The big stars always clashing with each other.
Sergio's pair holding after the flop. And on the turn, Sergio doubles up through Teska.
Hey, Roger, what's in that cup? Huh? Don't hold the camera on Roger too long, you know how he gets.
Among the other players at Sergio's table is Jake Cody from Team Pro. As we head back to the main stage, action's on Sean Deeb. Aces.
Now you're all in big, big trouble.
It's an under-the-gun raise to 1800. Chris Moneymaker has pocket 3s.
Ooh, this has the potential to get real sad, real dirty, real big. Let's do them all.
Moneymaker calls. Folded around to Tony Baggio in the big blind.
Hey, Tony Baggio doesn't fold his big blind. Tony Baggio's big blind folds you.
He calls with 6 deuce of diamonds. 3-way to the flop.
Oh man, that's be nuts if Baggio bags them both.
He checks in the dark. Jack, Jack, 8 flop. Deeb a 91% favorite.
Not the easiest spot for value. Chris would probably pay him though.
Deeb chooses to check the action to Chris. And Moneymaker's going to do the betting for him.
Chris is going to bet here for protection mostly. Pretty much every card that's going to hit is an overcard.
2,500. Gets a fold from Baggio.
And Sean's going to call here and hope Chris is bluffing.
There's the call. So heads up to the turn, which is the king of diamonds. Deeb now a 95% favorite. He checks. Moneymaker checks behind.
And I think Sean would call a river bet.
King of spades on the river, a double paired board. Moneymaker has been officially counterfeited.
And Sean is not check calling. Must figure Chris might just check a lot of his hands behind here.
Deeb goes for value, 4,400. And Moneymaker folds.
It's just such a dumb board when you have aces. It's annoying. Can't get any value with that.
So for the queen high call.
Chris did say he'd look him up pretty light.
That only happens once every day, every orbit. That ain't every other orbit.
But I thought every other orbit we were going to play Badoogie. You promised.
So Deeb gets a bit back from Moneymaker. As we head out into the field, where Daniel Negreanu has gone heads up to the river against Vinicius da Silva.
Oh, man.
Da Silva's bet 4,000.
Hey, did you guys know Daniel likes to call? Did ya?
Brazilian's plus. But he's probably not. Are you betting a worse hand? That is the question. I have no clue, so this is what I do and I don't know. Just pay it.
Loves calling like a bro loves a fedora.
Daniel's 10s are good.
When in doubt, just pay. You never know. You think my hand's good? No, I don't know. I would have to call. Yeah, but it didn't feel like it was good, did it?
Then why'd you call, Daniel?
Meanwhile, Ronaldo's about to win a big pot.
Now he's got straight flush.
Some people are just lucky at life.
Flops a flush.
Little overkill, huh?
Yeah, that's good.
And then River's a straight flush.
A 6-card straight flush shall hereby be known as the Ronaldo.
You look back at the cards, you're like, still surprised that doesn't work, huh? What? I'm surprised that doesn't work. I know. Good luck, Ronnie. Nice to meet you, man. Take care. Good luck.
See ya, Dominic Nietzsche. You just got Ronaldo'd.
Oh, we had a lot of crazy hands here.
Yeah. Sure.
Ronaldo now has close to an average stack in his first ever PCA.
You know, last year I met the love of my life on this beach. All I got was her name, though. I could never find her online.
What was her name?
It was beautiful. Tango Novio.
Tango Novio. That means I have a boyfriend in Spanish.
So that's who that guy was. You know, he was pretty chill considering.
Over the years, the PokerStars.com PCA has seen a string of sports stars taking to the tables, looking to fulfill their desire for competition. The latest addition to the list is soccer legend Ronaldo. His presence so far in the main event has caused quite the commotion.
Brazilians are crazy about him right now.
Legendary at the end of the day. I know he's in a class of his own. I'd like to see more and more pro athletes playing in these events. I think that it would be great for poker.
It's very good for poker. It's very good for poker in Brazil as well.
I mean, it's just a sign of how big the PCA is. It's such a major event that it's attracting big sports stars as well. It's pretty cool.
And Ronaldo is in action right now. He's gone to the flop against Glib Kovtunov from Ukraine. Ronaldo's bet 11k. Kovtunov shoves. And Ronaldo calls. Kovtunov with top pair.
Ronaldo's taking his time. He's gonna have it.
Oh yeah, he's got it. Aces.
That is Mr. McDonaldo to you, buddy.
Aces hold. Ronaldo gets a double up.
Look how happy he is. He loves it.
His poker mentor Andre Akari capturing the moment for posterity.
They have their fun.
Well, sadly, Sergio Garcia is not fireproof. He's been eliminated.
Not a Cinderella story.
Busted by Jake Cody.
Who's taking a rare break from Dadface.
We're heading back to the main feature table where 5 players have gone to the flop.
James, help me out here. What is happening?
Well, Chris Moneymaker has the best hand with top pair, top kicker. It's been checked to Seth Berger,
3200.
who's betting with second pair, top kicker.
Despite what it looks like, this bet seems okay most of the time. Unfortunately, Chris has got one of the worst hands possible for Seth.
Moneymaker calls. Bill Contaratos also has top pair, but with a worse kicker than Moneymaker. Well, he calls. Daniel Strelitz folds. Sean Deeb folds. 3-way to the turn.
Chris has got both these guys in jail, but didn't Chris get wicked unlucky last year and go broke in totally brutal fashion? I know he did. I just wanted to bring it up.
Ace on the turn, so 2 pair for Moneymaker, a worse 2 pair for Berger.
Oh man, that is so bad for Berger.
And he's betting again. 4,200.
Small bet. And Chris is actually not in a super spot. A raise pretty much folds out everyone, including probably ace-8. And calling lets in draws.
Berger's only left himself 6.5k behind.
That's the Seth Berger.
Moneymaker calls. Now, Contaratos is drawing dead.
Oh no, Bill, don't do it. Get out of there. Get out while you can.
He calls as well.
Seth may be seriously downing his hand with all this action.
Moneymaker with a lock on it. Seth Berger sticks the rest in.
And he set this up so lots of worse hands could call, but unfortunately, Chris doesn't have a worse hand.
Moneymaker raises to isolate.
I know it's good on the flop.
No, you didn't.
You know you were good on the flop? I bet you weren't.
As much as I hate to admit it, Canadian of the Year, Chris Moneymaker is right.
And Seth Berger is eliminated.
Nice one. Nice one.
Unbelievable. A big star like Seth Berger at the table. He goes out halfway through the show.
Man and myself are playing bad.
Berger gobbled up by Chris Moneymaker, the original online qualifier.
Well, you know, being the first online qualifier is really significant for me. I mean, it holds a special place in my heart. Elke told me today, you know, I started because of you. If you do not play, I do not play. It's all really cool to hear. Daniel, the young kid that's sitting 2 to Sean's right, says, I was born the year you won. I said, so basically, what, 12? And he's like, no, I was probably 12 when you won. So, of course, that's going to elicit a reaction. I, had to scratch my forehead, and, he actually went and tweeted. But it was fun, that's where poker is supposed to be. I definitely ignited this flame, but if it wasn't for online poker, it wouldn't have grown the way it has. If you're playing poker in 2005 and you're playing the same way, you're probably retired from poker. Poker evolves all the time. You have to stay on the cutting edge of it, and online poker is really the cutting edge. It's sort of the laboratory where all the cool stuff's created.
If you're still playing playing the same way you played in 2005, please come play at my home game.
Well, there are plenty of online qualifiers to this event still in the field. Elizabeth Bennett Martin, who helps run a charity, won her seat for $109.
Okay, she's the cutest thing ever.
Jeffrey Michaels has his cat to thank for being here. He remembered he'd entered a free roll when his cat jumped on the keyboard, taking his computer out of sleep mode.
Okay, that's the cutest thing ever.
And there's an online qualifier in action at the secondary feature table. Laura Garzon, 21 years old, from Colombia.
Okay, well, I know who I'm voting for online qualifier.
She got her seat in the PCA main event via a series of free rolls. She's behind here. Second pair to Igor Kurganov's 2 pair.
Igor knew he was betting ages ago. Right now, he's just trying to figure out what amount would help the most people in need.
6,500. Laura calls.
Calling out of position against an under-the-gun razor with middle pairs like a game of Yahtzee. It's dicey.
Deuce of spades on the river puts a potential flush out there. Laura checks. And Kurgels bets it all.
Igor could be barreling with loads of misdraws. However, he's also got every overpair and pretty much every other strong hand also in his range. The other, however, Laura should probably be calling turn and river if she's calling turn.
It's going to cost her most of her stack. She folds.
Good laydown. And Igor, think of all the mosquito nets that pot's gonna buy.
Well, we'll keep an eye on Laura and all the other potential qualifiers in the field. But right now, we're heading back to the main feature table. Well, Chris Moneymaker has raised from early position. It's been folded around to Sean Deeb on the big blind. So in this hand, we're gonna sweat with Sean.
Ooh, this should be fun.
I'm folding 2 in a row for sure. I didn't think so.
He defends with King 7 and flops second pair and the second nut flush draw.
I like our chances here.
Playing in flow, checking the action to the pre-flop aggressor. Moneymaker continues for 3,500.
Oh, we are not folding. Not against this guy whose name can't possibly be real.
Deep calls. The turn card is the 4 of hearts, pairing the board.
Pretty safe card for us.
Deep checks a second time.
We don't want to play a massive pot, so we're cool with Chris not betting here. Very cool.
No second barrel, he checks behind. The river is the deuce of diamonds.
Now, I would never bet here, but Sean Deeb actually knows what he's doing.
He does bet, 5,700.
And it looks like he's trying to prevent himself from facing a huge river bet from whatever airball Chris has got here.
Moneymaker raises. He's made it 13,000.
And he's got a disappointed dad side for Sean Deeb. Chris's line doesn't make a lot of sense. I would totally understand a call.
He does call, and Moneymaker tables aces.
I guess aces was the obvious hand there. I think Chris's rep is a tricky player, helped him out.
Well, out on the floor, Harrison Gimbel is making his way to the exit, which means just 2 previous PCA champs are left, including the reigning champ, Dominic Panker. He's gone 3 ways to the river. And he is all in. Action now on Maurice Hawkins.
I wish I could make a hawk sound effect every time action's on Maurice Hawkins. Don't worry, I'm not gonna.
He calls all in. Decision now on Raffaele Sorrentino.
Sorrentino, been seeing a bunch of him on the tour lately. Up and comer or just always gets really bad table draws.
Sorrentino folds. Panker tables ace high. Hawkins has a 4.
Holy Lord, what a call.
Most of Dominic Panker's chips go to Maurice Hawkins. And that means the reigning PCA champ is in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
Negreanu, Barry, and Moneymaker all look healthy, as
Panker
does
is a
soccer star
fucking
Ronaldo.
Useless bitch.
Negreanu back in action.
He's high. What the shit?
I looked at both, bro. Yeah, I did.
What the shit?
That doesn't mean you're good. They're okay, I don't know. I like them.
He's raised and been called by Robert Mizraki.
I like them better now. 31. Oh, you calling? Yeah, you have the option.
Daniel's usually pretty honest.
I need help.
Yeah, but what about your poker hand?
Mizraki bets the river.
Super small. Practically a check.
Daniel raises the river. Gets called. Turn deuce. Wins.
Deuce is good. Rob betting so small in the end there probably gave away the strength of his hand.
Meanwhile, we reported that Dominic Panker was in the danger zone. Now we can report he's out.
Oh, that's a bummer. Back-to-back dreams are over. And saying you picked the wrong guy to bluff is like owning it but not owning it. It's like saying, I'm sorry you feel that way.
We say goodbye to the reigning champ. Fancy playing in the next PCA? Qualify now at PokerStars.com.
Ooh, can we do jet skis?
I don't know, Joe. I mean, these things can be very dangerous.
Get people on fire and drowning at the same time.
But also a lot of fun. Tell you what, sir, please make sure my friend gets a really good one. A really, really fast one.
That's no problem.
Welcome back to the PokerStars.com PCA main event. Moneymaker's table is soon to break, so we're changing it up and bringing you poker's all-time money winner, Daniel Negreanu. Since the last PCA, Daniel has turned 40 and been inducted into the Hall of Fame. So let's see what 2015 has in store for Kid Poker. Well, he's the big stack at the table with a couple of well-established pros on his left. Dan Kelly is an accomplished mixed game player, and Bryn Kenny is a regular in our super high roller events. He's the table short stack, playing 600, 1200 with a 100 ante.
All right, now get out your apps, people. It's time to play along a poker.
27 is a bet.
Daniel raising from the cutoff with ace-10 of diamonds.
I said 27, right? See, I misclick like crazy. I'm gonna start saying it. Always.
Or you try to always say it at least, because you know you'll misclick it.
I love the game of poker, and I love Bryn Kenny.
Marcus Ross has flatted with ace-7 of hearts on the button.
Bryn Kenny is a fucker.
Dan Kelly has 10 in the big blind.
Dan Kelly, unassuming and therefore really, really dangerous.
That's a 3-bet.
Okay. Fine.
Daniel calls the 9,500.
Some would say they're not deep enough for Daniel to call there. Boo. Others would say he's in position with a strong hand. Yay.
Marcus Ross folds, heads up to the flop. Daniel
No, he's
calls the
gone.
gut shot. Kelly's
He's gone.
10s are still best.
Pretty ugly flop for him, though.
It's fold.
He
I'd
continues
rather
with
than
7,000.
fold.
Betting small to protect his hand.
It's a fucker.
Daniel calls.
Sucker punch.
The turn card? The Queen of Diamonds.
Board doesn't get much worse.
Kelly checks.
Can't see your money. Okay. That's cool.
Daniel semi-bluffs. 16,000.
He's looking to fold out some small pairs and some ace highs that have equity against him. This is for a big chunk of Kelly's stack and likely for the rest of it if he continues.
He folds the best hand.
Understandable. There you go. Don't really blame him at all. It's a terrible flop for him.
Negreanu up to nearly 190,000.
And of course he's got to act like he got away with something because he did.
Well, let's check on our former feature table where it's Deeb versus Moneymaker on the turn. Moneymaker's betting.
What's it gonna be, Justin Bieber?
He calls. The river is a jack.
These two have been having some battles. It's 1-1 so far.
Deep checks, Moneymaker checks. They both have king queen.
Of course, yeah. I mean.
So this is gonna be a chop pot, and you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot. No one more than Chris Moneymaker. At the secondary feature table, Donnie Stern has just been 3-bet by Laura Garzon. The free-rolling qualifier has aces.
Stern's out of position, but I don't see how you get away from this before the flop. It's too nice looking.
He calls. And he flops a straight draw. Laura still ahead with aces.
Pretty good flop for Stern, not a great one for Laura, even though she is still ahead.
Well, she's going to continue. 6,500.
Yeah, I think she does have to bet it. There's way too many pieces that can call.
And Stern calls with his draw. Board pairs. There are now 2 flush draws out there. Stern.
Stern fucking fold that shit. Stern. Fold that shit. It's over, man.
Laura's set to bet again.
Stern. It's over.
12,500.
Bet.
It's over,
Stern folds. And Laura Garzon adds 15,700 to her stack.
Donnie probably put her on a very tight range and maybe figured he could have already been drawing dead.
Joe, I'm calling it. Laura Garzon is now our online qualifier.
Mi nombre es Laura Garzón, tengo 21 años, soy de Colombia. Estudio en la Universidad de Tolima, topografía, soy madre. Yo califiqué al evento principal jugando un torneo de 2 FTPs más recompra. Hice una recompra de un addon, pasé todas las rondas, las entradas y llegué al PCA. Este es mi primer evento, tanto en vivo como de nivel gigante. Es el nivel máximo que he jugado hasta ahora. Pero muy tranquila, muy confiada en mi juego y disfrutando cada momento, pensando cada instante lo que voy a hacer. Sí, tengo pensado hoy en avanzadita en topografía, entonces claro que quiero terminar, dedicarme al póker. Si quiero ser jugadora profesional de póker, es lo que más quiero realmente. Yo creo que mi objetivo principal es asegurar el futuro de mi hija, siempre pensar mucho en ella.
I love it when the qualifiers are on total free roll. Spin it up, girl.
And we're checking on another Latin American player. Ronaldo is up against Kakwon Lau.
I am the Lau.
Ronaldo's checked the turn. Lau's betting.
All right, come on now, Ronaldo. No raising allowed.
It's a call. They go to the river. Just over 42k in the middle. 6 of clubs. Action now on Lau. He bets again.
I don't think this is a bluff.
Ronaldo calls. Lau shows ace-queen.
Ronaldo?
King, Queen.
Oof.
So Ka Kwan Lao adds more than 32,000 to his stack. A slight knock to Ronaldo, but he is still a force. He still has chips. He still has a chair. Unlike Sean Deeb, Roger Tesker, Jake Cody, they've all hit the rail.
That is a good list to not be on.
Big names still alive include Ola Shemian and his yellow balloon.
Well, here's something interesting. Ola Shemian's balloon's name is Buzz.
Subjective definition of the word interesting. Jason Mercier still nursing a short stack. While the last remaining PCA champ has turned things around today. Well, back at the feature table, Daniel Negreanu is going to the flop as a 4-1 underdog.
I'm gonna check no matter what comes. Somebody will save time because I know you're gonna take it. I check.
Okay, Daniel.
Well, Mr. Negreanu picks up a bit of equity by flopping a gut shot.
Yeah, Daniel is poised to crack these kings.
Marcus Ross does not continue, he checks behind.
Don't mind it, this board hits Daniel a lot.
Daniel now open-ended.
Now he's even more poiseder.
Okay. He bets 10,500.
Again with the little ones.
It's not gonna scare up kings, Daniel. I think. It can. It didn't.
Yeah, Ross calls. The river card is a queen, a complete break. But he's still gonna bet. $14.5.
I'm probably gonna get in trouble for this, but I don't know if Daniel's bluffing or value betting. Maybe he doesn't either.
Ross is calling.
I have a pair. Five. Only one. I have a bigger one. Oh, I had one out. 8 or a 3. You got it.
Value bluff, fail?
His pair is bigger than my pair. Happens sometimes.
I don't get it.
I'm burned. That's it, I'm done with the beach. Let's go indoors.
Oh my God, James, that's her. That's the girl from last year. I have to speak to her. I have to see if she remembers me.
You've got 1 minute!
Okay, let's go.
I'm guessing she remembered you.
She remembered me.
We're into the last level of the day at the PokerStars.com PCA main event, where 189 players remain, meaning the bubble will burst tomorrow. But first, the players have to see out today. Well, over at the feature table, there's been a raise from Ross, called by Clemation. Action now on Negreanu in the big blind. He calls as well.
Everyone's dominated except for Daniel.
Flops, top pair, top kicker. The nut flush draw for Clemation.
And Ross has whipped this pretty hard.
Ross elects not to continue.
I wish this guy's name was Kill Mashin'. That'd be the best poker name ever. I'm killing and I'm mashing. He probably isn't too mad at this flop.
That's 6,000. And Negreanu raises.
Yeah.
That's a little dangerous. Not to get too deep, but I think this guy can call brick, and then jam profitably. Granted, not everyone is capable of that.
Ross has folded. Now we see how Clemation responds to Negreanu's check raise. He calls. The turn card is the 9 of clubs. Negreanu is now a 4-1 favorite.
And that is brick number 1 for Clemation.
Negreanu bets 25,000.
And I don't don't see why Alex would do anything other than just call here.
Meanwhile, we've got a new player coming to the feature table. It's Chance Cornu from the USA.
Nice.
Morning, sir.
What's up, buddy?
I'm in a big one right here.
know. I didn't want to say hi.
I check raise the flop into two people, fire the turn, left,
Are
right.
you even get the hand history? I love this too.
Yeah, why not?
He's a nice boy.
I was big blind. My hand was wide.
Once again, Clemation calls.
One more card.
This guy knows what you're talking about.
It's a 3 of hearts. So Clemation doesn't get that.
And he said his range was this wide.
I'm trying to figure out the stupid math in my head. All what I need to do here. This. Yeah.
28,500.
I want to misclick, double count, make sure I'm not doing anything too stupid.
Now it'll be Clemash's chance to shove.
Do. They have Jeopardy in Russia? It's the Jeopardy too. Do.
Now I say Alex could maybe shove, but Daniel hates folding more than he hates being told not to sing licensed music.
Clemation folds.
Alright.
Cool fold.
I'll take it.
Daniel's line was a tough one to get called by worse, but he did charge heavily to draw, so that's good.
Queen though, that was good.
Daniel Negreanu now playing more than $250,000. But we're heading back out into the field, where it seems Sergio Garcia has stayed on to rail his buddy Ronaldo.
Ronaldo, look at you, buddy. Good job.
Well, his Brazilian buddy Andre Akari is in a hand. He's raised and been called by Ilkin Garibli. Action is now on Chris Moneymaker in the small blind. And he's all in. And Max Silver in the big blind is showing interest.
Yeah, now it looks like Maxie wants to get into the mixie.
Oh, the fucking fat man is going out. Fat man, go out, you fucking shit.
Don't forget, you
Oh,
still got Mike
bitch.
Damone to act behind. Say hi to Mr. Hand for me.
Go out, fat man, all in, bitch.
Max calls Chris's shove. Andre folds.
And there goes the 5-point plan.
I knew when you called I did 3 L's. You just gotta get one of them now. 209.
Fucking fat man, bitch. Go out, fat man, bitch. Yes, fat man, bitch. Fat man, bitch. Fat man, bitch. All in, bitch. All in, bitch. All in, bitch. All in, bitch. Fat man, bitch. Shover. Dumb.
I was gonna say the massage
Dumb
bus
shit,
is the
shover.
worst, but then I remembered torture.
Cockroach,
Max
dumb
Silver, last
bitch.
year's 9th place finisher.
Fat
Well
man,
average
bitch.
now.
Fat man,
Collect your 30
bitch.
pieces of silver, you scoundrel.
Shove.
We like Chris
Shove,
Money.
I shove with ace man, you shit.
Over the
Shove with ace man like a boy. Fucking bitch.
Check to our qualifiers.
Useless
More
dumbass.
aggressive. Flopped a set of 4s.
And checks
Big
it.
shit.
Action now on Tom Hall. Last year's 10th place.
Hey, let's shove. I'm on a small
He was
blind.
pre-flop aggressive.
Let's shove with fucking worthless ace nine.
With ace high.
Let's shove.
For him that so many people hit this board.
Let's shove like a fucking pathetic skunk.
Has king high.
Useless fat man, bitch. Fat man, bitch. Fat man,
It's
bitch.
a bad time to get cute.
Let's shove with worthless ace nine because I'm in a small blind. Let's shove.
Carlson moves all in.
Yep,
Fat
makes
man,
sense.
bitch. Fat
Ball
man,
gets out the
bitch.
way.
Fat man, bitch is out. Fat man is
As
out.
does Emperor
Fat
Dog.
man is out. Fucking worthless
I know this
fat
looks
man is
tempting,
out.
but this is for far
Worthless
too
fat
many
man.
Westerling's chips. This is a fold.
Dumb bitch. Worthless, useless shove.
Wow, he calls.
Online qualifier in great shape to keep on burning. Proud Laura, keep on turning.
Yeah, she just has to fade a 7 or a deuce.
Fat man, bitch. Worthless bitch.
Turn is an 8. Laura's a bigger favourite now. Esterling still has 8 outs.
Fat man
But that's
bitch.
close. Rolling, rolling, rolling on the river. Garzon doubles up.
Worthless bitch. Fat man bitch. 5-3 calling it.
We hear from the original
Dumbass.
qualifier who's on the road.
Shithead. Dumbass.
Day 1 and day 2, I have met an amazing amount of online qualifiers. You know, they're all real excited, but as you get to this point in the
Shut
tournament,
up, fat man bitch. You're worthless.
online qualifiers are probably going to start feeling the heat a little bit, especially if they get closer.
You're worthless, fat man bitch.
Take it down.
You shoved with ace-9 like a
Main
pathetic
stage
bitch.
for the last hand of the day.
Worthless garbage.
And raised from Dan Kelly under the gun
Dumbass.
with King Jack. Fold it around.
Worthless dumbass. Fat man bitch. Fat man bitch. Fat man bitch. Fat man bitch.
See if he's got more money. Oh, okay, I'll pay. I'll call it.
Fucking fat man.
Daniel, it's not money, it's chips. You're confusing the audience.
Worthless
Ace
garbage.
9 suited. Now, Robert Salaburu recently joined the table. We haven't seen his cards, but he's calling out of the big blind as well.
Rob Salaburu, what is this, the World Series?
So Kelly has a gut shot straight draw. Negreanu has flopped second pair. And then there's Robert Salaburu's World of Mystery.
I would go to Robert Salaburu's World of Mystery.
Check the action to Kelly.
This is the perfect flop for Dan to bet and Daniel to call.
Kelly continues to 5,500. Negreanu calls, Salaburu folds, heads up to the
Negreanu. You dumb
New
bitch.
pair for D-Negs. Kelly has picked up a flush draw.
Really unfortunate run out for Dan Kelly.
He moves all in.
Like 25, 26?
It's a great flop and turn for Kelly to
Negreanu
barrel and
needs to fold.
hit Daniel perfectly.
Negreanu calls.
You have the draw, the 10 or the club. I have the rest.
Fat man
It's
bitch.
a 9, a full house for Negreanu.
Fat man
Dan
bitch.
Kelly knocked out on the
Fat
last
man
hand of the
bitch.
night. Brutal.
Salad by doing the shit stuff.
Two pair, what are you going to do?
Fat man bitch.
If you beat, you beat.
That's it.
Nice hero. You never folded.
No, I'm not folding. I just...
What's that? Buddy? What?
So it's bag and tag time for all the players who've survived
Fat
day
man,
2.
fat man.
Should hit the
You're
bubble
a
pretty
fat
quickly
man.
when these guys come
You
back
are,
next
you are,
time.
you are fucking fat
Money!
man, fat man,
Plenty
fat
of
man.
big names
You
still
are
in the
fat
field,
man.
including
You are
soccer
fucking
legend
fat
Ronaldo
man.
and former PCA champ Elkin. Our qualifier Laura Garzon is playing a 50 big blind stack. Walter Fisher has the chip lead coming into day 3. Also among the big stacks, Daniel Negreanu.
Well, today went great. You know, I was really in the flow.
Fat
When I'm playing
man,
my
fat
game,
man. You are fat man.
not a lot of like...
You are fucking fat man. Fat man, fat man.
My, you know, style.
Next time, the clock is ticking for the short stacks near the bubble. Will
Take it,
Ronaldo
you
make
shit.
the money?
Take it.
It's not
Fucking
easy time,
shit.
even
Take
for
it,
Daniel Negreanu.
take it. Fucking shit. 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 Take it.
Is reserved
Fucking
for a
shit.
select few.
Fucking shit.
Ronaldo is shooting for his first tournament cash.
Take it. Fucking shit. Take it. Fucking shit.
Daniel Negreanu is aiming for his 13th major title.
This is the day.
2 legends,
Time
2 different goals.
to rise and shine. It's the time. You got aces. Shit, he got aces. That was pathetic. I should fold there. In that position, I guess. It's hard to say. He got aces though. I guess I should fold.
The Atlantis Resort in the Bahamas.
No, actually it was good because it was early stage.
Curate the senses and bankrolls for poker players from around the globe. And nothing is more stimulating than Bubble Day at the PokerStars.com PCA main event. We're down to 175 of the 816 players who entered this $10,000 tournament. But
Was worth it though. Was worth it.
Learn a share of the $7.9 million prize pool.
But now,
Last
now
time,
it's tough.
Chris Moneymaker battled Sean Dean at the feature table.
You play enough for me to know I'm not going to fold to you.
It'll be a fun day.
Damn, he got aces when I get jacks.
Before the end of play. Our online qualifier, Laura Garzon, continued her amazing run after winning her
He got
second
aces.
reroll.
He got aces when I get jacks.
que tuve aquí en PCA fue conocerlos a ellos, no la cambiaría por nada.
And Ronaldo finished day 2 with an above-average stack, moving one step closer to earning his first ever cash. Day 3 is about huge names and a huge bubble.
One of those huge names is Daniel Negreanu. He's on our main stage, and he's got over $30 million in lifetime earnings going for him, which is nice.
And at the secondary feature table is Ronaldo. Now, he may be the greatest Brazilian footballer of his generation, but he has never cashed in a major poker tournament.
I guess you could say it's his goal to outlast the next 56 players, and if he does, then he'll score $17,800. You know what? I'm just going to give myself a red card on that one. I'm going to leave the field.
It's a pitch. Brazilian Hall of Famer Ronaldo retired from football. The phenomenon has changed towards a new game.
Triste quando tomei a decisão de deixar o futebol, porque ajudou muito também a superar essa decisão difícil e inevitável que eu tive. E ali eu peguei gosto e de lá pra cá eu sempre joguei.
A veteran of tournament poker is Daniel Negreanu.
Well, in 2014, I did turn 40 years old, which made me eligible for the World Series Poker Hall of Fame, and I was inducted on my first ballot.
Good fold. Good fold. Good fold. Good fucking fold. Good fucking fold. Good fold. Good
Poker Pro
fucking
and
fold.
tournament novice both need to be on their game to make it into the money at the first main event of 2015.
Fucking good fucking fold. Good fold. Good
Welcome
fold.
to Bubble
Fucking
Day.
fold.
56 players to lose.
Good fucking fold. Good fold. Good fold.
And Ronaldo's already smiling.
Good fucking
That smile fades when those guys follow him to bed.
He's gonna be rough.
Do you think Andre Akari is really good friends with Ronaldo?
He's gonna be
Or
rough.
pretends to be like I do?
Rough patch.
Hey Daniel, sorry I didn't make it to dinner last night. I tried to
Rough
defend you,
patch.
but
Rough
I
patch.
followed.
Fucking
I'll
patch.
wait for you outside.
Rough
He is
fucking
the last
patch.
remaining former PCA champ in the field, but he's not the only member of Team Pro.
Worth.
Morning.
Take it down. Take it down. Take it fucking down. Take it down. Now, boys. Now, take it down.
Hello.
Good boys. Good fucking boys.
Daniel Negreanu's table mates
Good
on the main
fucking
stage include Alex Miller from Team
boys.
Online, former EPT
I need to
finalist
win this
Richard
spot.
Vega, and Brazilian ace Tony
I need the
Pacio.
bar. I need
Don't
the
mind if he
pineapple.
doesn't sit at the table. The table's
I need
sits
the
at the end.
pineapple, please.
At the ready.
I got a
Stand
queen
by
there.
for your first player on the poker opportunity.
This must be it.
Blinds at 1200, 2400 with a 300 ante.
So who's been doing really, really good heads up now?
Doug the Hulk, and Daniel Case.
Daniel the Jungle Man. I always was running good against him.
Really?
He tries to bluff, right? And I don't ever
Yeah,
fold,
fucking
but he doesn't
sucker.
care. He just keeps trying. He gets through back. Okay, call. Well, you know,
He fucking smacked me.
you don't get
He got jacks again.
sleep as well.
Holy shit. This is a bad tournament.
If calling was on a
Fuck's
dating
sake.
app, Daniel would swipe right on it.
Action on Alex Panovsky from the UK. He falls under the gun. Down to Patricia Bega and passes.
Holy shit, he got booking
Cannon
jacks.
7 online.
What a bad run.
He's out.
Holy shit, what a fucking bad run.
King
Oh, fuck.
The man in late position.
What a bad run. Oh boy. Going along.
Looks like he's raising from
My.
4,800. Milosevic on the button.
Voice off.
What do you want? How much? 48?
Uh,
Yeah, it's kind of fun.
Daniel calls with ace queen.
You get fucking full house.
The big blind heads up to the
The
flop.
queen actually fucked me bad.
Top pair for Negrani.
Damn. That was such unfortunate disaster there.
Everything is proceeding as I have foreseen.
That's a blank.
I'll go for 8,000. Yeah, raise to 8,000. You said raise. I would have though. If you bet 3,000, I would have made it 8. What? I got good cards.
If I say what your cards are and tell them correct, I'm gonna follow you away.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, I'm gonna guess the ace queen. If it's
Woo!
not, you can fold it. If it's not,
This
you can
guy's
fold it.
good. Bravo. Did you fold ace 10?
No.
No. Would you? Would you have folded ace 10?
I
I don't know. Or you do like I do. You have ace queen. Call. Can't beat it.
Use the force, buddy.
Nice read, bud. Thanks, bro. I gotta shut up against you, I guess. You just got me figured out.
That was pretty impressive. His deflector shield was quite operational.
Out into the field where our online qualifier is hoping to survive the bubble. She's just been raised on the flop by Steve Brownstein. She calls the raise.
The qualifuego.
The board is now paired with 3 diamonds out there. Brownstein set to fire again. 17k.
Somebody set us up the bomb.
What are shots? And Scott calls.
That's fast.
He's got aces. She's got king 9.
That is unfortunate.
No, the line's no good.
Not the time you want to make your flush. If Laura's the qualifier, that makes Scott Baumstein the quali reign. And I don't believe James Taylor has seen either one.
Laura down to 32,600. Well, there have been a few early eliminations here on day 3. EPT8 Copenhagen winner Mickey Peterson is out.
Hey, Mickey, you not so fine.
As is Leo Margetts from Team Pro. So 168 players, fewer than 50 players from the league. Daniel Negrani was among the notable names still in. He continues to play a big stack. Ronaldo has dropped below the tournament average. And he's in action at the secondary feature table, where he's limped with aces in early position. Bernardo Coelho from Portugal has ace-7 in the cutoff. That's a call.
Too bad it's not Paul Coelho, the novelist, because he's going to be the alchemist to crack aces.
Round to Diego Gomez in the small blind. He folds. And John Patgorski checks his option in the big blind with pocket fours.
Play a huge pot there, just take the
Alright,
flop.
alright, just, it's okay. It's okay, just watch these fucking dicks.
Ronaldo is a big favorite here, but Patgorski has flopped a straight draw.
He's got a couple of more outs now to crack the phenomenon's aces.
Ronaldo bets more than half pot.
What a sucker.
Pretty happy with himself.
Coelho folds. Patgorski is in, heads up to the turn. Ronaldo now an 86% favorite.
I think this goes check, bet, call again.
There's the bet from Ronaldo.
And it would be silly for Pat Gorski to fold. Just silly. Sometimes he'd have the best hand.
Sure enough, he calls, and we go to the river. And Patgorski gets there! He's rivered a set!
Uh-oh, Ronaldo, oh.
Patgorski leads out for 15k. Can Ronaldo get away from this?
This looks pretty strong to me, but sometimes it'd be a bluff since Ronaldo's not really supposed to have a 5 or a very strong hand here after limping from early position. But the depending on what kind of player Petkorski is, I think this is a fold a lot.
Oh no, he's raised.
Wow, this is amazing. Ronaldo thinks he's amazing. But this could work out for him as a bluff.
Never mind. 30k for Petkorski to call.
Alright, nice hand.
What?
Are you serial?
He's folded. How does he lay that down?
There is a 4-card straight out there.
So Ronaldo gets away with one there as the bubble approaches. Well, you could be playing in the next PCA. Qualify now at PokerStars.com.
Should we do the dolphin experience?
I don't know, dolphins in captivity, I'm not really sure I agree with that. Plus I did the last 2 years, it's really expensive.
Brazilian superstar Ronaldo is making his main event debut here at the PokerStars.com PCA. Since his retirement from football, Ronaldo has been steadily improving his poker skills and is now close to cashing in his first ever live event.
Tenho jogado cada vez mais poker, porque eu sinto realmente aquela adrenalina, aquele espírito de competição.
What's really cool about Ronaldo is he's a poker fan. It's great to see that after his career, that competitive spirit hasn't been lost. For a lot of people, Ronaldo is their absolute hero. It's great to see sports stars and poker stars kind of coming together.
Poker tem muita estratégia, assim como o futebol, e muita prática. Eu busco sempre melhorar a minha maneira de ser, e, inclusive de jogar.
Ronaldo is in action here. He is raised under the gun with ace-queen suited, and he's been called by Spencer Cassette with pocket eights. It's now on Bernardo Coelho, who's got ace-king. No kidding.
He doesn't want to take this flop multi-way.
Big boy. You're a big boy. You are a fucking big boy. Well, this is the record.
He's out.
Rebar number 3.
Back on Ronaldo.
Rebar number 3, gentlemen.
What is that?
Rebar number 3. Rebar number 3.
Ronaldo is dominated here.
That might be a tell. Even though we know he's dominated, even though he's out of position, I think calling is fine.
Call.
He does call.
Plus, it's more fun.
18.
Cassette. Fold, so we're going heads up to the flop.
Nice re-raise Coelho. You got the guy with the most equity against you to fold.
Oh, Ronaldo outflops Coelho.
Gold.
Oh,
Wow. This is a shove for 56 big blinds. in fact.
Pečený ľudia.
I guess this is
Ľudia sú strašne
Ronaldo's version of the
pesáči.
Elastico.
Musím uznať. My ľudia sme hamba. Hamba pravdepodobne celého skupenstva. Katastrofálna hamba. Jak môže byť tak sprostý?
Ronaldo wins the pot.
Wild
Jak
agonizing
môže
crush.
byť
Just fold
tak
next time calling
sprostý?
and beat top pair.
To je otázka.
Oh, Ronaldo, I love
Otázka za
him. He's the
milión.
cutest.
He is one of 140 players remaining in the PCA main event. 119. Well, Sergio
Ako
Garcia
môže
was
byť
knocked
ľudia
out
tak
of the main event
sprostí?
yesterday. He's coming over to chat with Ronaldo.
Otázka za
Both be appearing in season 2 of Shark Cage.
Toto je geniálny turnaj.
Are all celebrities automatically
Som
friends? Is
vypadol
there like a master phone list?
dvakrát.
Meanwhile,
Tretí iba.
online qualifier Lauren Nelson is all in and at risk against Dmitry Ivanov. He tables King Queen.
And gives the qualifier a hard time. I will come down there.
So Laura gets it in ahead.
Nearly a flip, though.
And Ivanov hits his king on the flop.
Very disappointing flop for the qualifier.
Laura needs an ace on the river. It's a jam. So Laura Garzon, our online qualifier, is eliminated short of the money at the PCA main event.
Good news is she was free rolling, still gets to stay in the Bahamas for the next few days.
Qualifier is just busted. Kevin Michaels KO by Hugh Drummond.
What is happening on the qualifier?
It's fucking all. This is all.
Okay.
This is all.
Go with Elizabeth Bennett Martin.
You fuckers.
She's captained the PCA
is
before back in 2009.
all.
Her best live result to date. But she's got a tough table draw here on Bubble Day. On her direct left is Ola Shemian and Buzz the Balloon.
Those two have so much swag, they belong on the front cover of a swagazine.
Shemian has got a top 10 stack. These are the current chip leaders, with 137 players remaining, 17 away from the bubble. Juan Martin Pascual from Argentina dominates right now, with a stack of close to 600,000. He is nearly 200 big blinds deep.
How do we?
Now, my Spanish is a little rusty, but I'm pretty sure it's 590K.
Get this man a job on Eurovision. Sadly, the last remaining former PCA champ is now a shorty.
Big boy, big
Starting to
boy.
look like Mr. PTSD.
This is this.
Sham Srinivasan, who finished 6th last year, is faring slightly better.
He's got some chirping chips, always a good sign.
But Jonathan Roy, who finaled this event in 2013, is in the danger zone.
Zone de danger.
Back to the main feature table. Action on Daniel Negreanu.
Yes, it's mine.
68.
And mine
The
alone.
gun with King Jack offsuit. Tony Baggio.
That was a good move. Good motherfucking nasty crack. I got some
Get away with
spice
this
on
once,
it.
but only once.
I got some spice.
Another on the button.
What's so funny, you two, huh?
I got a fucking
Care to
pussy.
share?
Queen 5 suited goes in the muck. Pocket threes for Corey Hoffman.
The alliance will die, as will your friends, like bolts from fingers.
Sounds good. Well,
68.
give me some spice. Rub
He will
off.
never return from the
Rub
dark
off some
side.
spice. Rub off. Rub it off.
Yes.
Rub it, rub it, rub it.
Sevens for Milosevic.
Rub it, rub it, rub it off. Rub
He's
off
in as
some
well.
spice.
Three-way to the flop.
Daniel racing against these two, which gives him 40% of the equity three ways.
Rub it, rub it, rub it off.
On the flop is King 8-7. Top pair for D-Negs. A set of sevens for Milosevic.
Velociraptor attack.
Daniel continues for 11,000.
This could end very poorly for Daniel.
Rub
Palpatine
off
should
some
get away.
spice.
Sure enough.
I need this,
Velociraptor
bitch.
could check raise, but this board's
I
very
forget
dry.
it though.
He just calls. 9 on the
I
turn.
was actually going to say it's hard for a bad card to come off kill Matt's action, but that's
I
normal.
need some
Check's fine.
big chips.
Action goes check, check.
I got those.
Deuce on the river.
Daniel could have bet turn, but there aren't a ton of worse hands you could get called by.
Rub it off. Maybe I should bet less, but I need
Going for
money.
value.
I need money. I don't need like small shits. I need big shits. I need to win a good all in.
Didn't like the turn.
Yeah, this guy's too
Daniel
stacked.
calls.
It was the
Yeah,
flop
he's
card that did him.
I need big boys. Big
It's
boys.
entirely possible Velociraptor Raptor could have value bet worse, so the call me is pretty standard.
Not just some crazy coconuts or something like that.
He'll add nearly 45k to his
Big
stack.
money.
Clever girl.
Try shot.
Daniel dips down to 150k.
Let's go. Let's go.
Over the
Let's
secondary feature
fucking
table,
go.
Ronaldo is flop bottom pair, and he's facing a bet from John Patgorski, who's got a flush draw.
Maybe I should bet like,
Limped
I
on
don't
the go
know,
with ace deuce, huh?
1,000, 500. I should bet 500 probably.
Bet, we're going to the turn.
500
Tricky
buckets.
soccer player and he's a tricky poker player.
7 of diamonds.
500 buckets should be
Patgorski's
good.
flush card. Action goes check, check. Oh, Ronaldo's river trips. Pagorski bet 16,000.
There's a king there. Much of a scare card for me. I forget card.
Ronaldo folding here.
There is a...
No!
Not much of a scare card for
Hey,
me.
worked
Wait
last
for that
time.
card.
Ronaldo again value raising the river with the worst hand.
Surely Pagorski isn't
I need to let
folding
this go.
this time.
Fuck, it was so close.
No.
So fucking close. So close to get a big. So close to get a big one.
Pagorski probably could have raised back and gotten a call, but yeah.
This is a shove in. This is the situation. This is the race I need to win.
I did it. It's a whole new ball game, eh, Ronaldo?
This is the race I need to win.
Can Ronaldo outlast another 10 players?
This is the race I need to win.
2015 PCA.
10-9. Good. Nice right there. Ooh, big boy, big boy. Big fucking boy. Fucking boy. Big boy. Big boy. Big fucking boy.
The river's a victim of the economy. The river's a victim of circumstance. I think we should help the river out. In fact, I think we should start a campaign to change the
I got a
name of the
king
lazy
on low
river.
kicker.
What do you think? I think it's a...
Question is what I do with a low kicker.
Oh, well, I guess I just wasted my time making this sign then.
I got a low kicker.
We're only a few eliminations away from making the money at the PokerStars.com PCA main event. And our two Hall of Fame heroes have run into a little bubble trouble.
There you go, guys.
Both Daniel Negreanu and Ronaldo have been hit by a cold deck and sunk below the tournament average.
Sucker punch.
They'll need to turn the tide or take an early trip to the beach here in the Bahamas.
He got the ace there. It was a good
128
bargain.
remain. The plan
Really good
is to go hand for hand at 121. And it's not too late to start playing along at home, so make sure you've downloaded the app. Action at the feature table. Folded around to British
I
Badiga.
can get a flush.
Came 8th in EPT Berlin in season 8. That's his best result on the tour to date. And he's raised it up here with ace-6 of diamonds.
Let's take it. Probably good Jack or Queen. I need a heart.
Corey Hoffman calls on the button with 6-7 of
Oh,
clubs.
there's a fire. I'm done.
Daniel is in from the big blind with King Queen of diamonds.
Everybody with a pretty decent hand.
Sucker punch. He got
Flop's
ace there.
best. Top.
Big boy. You're boy. That's such a... In this crucial spots, v týchto veľmi dôležitých chvíľach, mi boss nepomáha. Keď mám tie fľaše, mám nábeh na tie fľaše, je tam tá investícia, môžem vyňať big, ale chýba ten posledný šmak. Ten posledný šmak, aby to vyplo.
Okay, no fault. Yeah, still 3 away as we go to the turn.
Chýba posledný šmak a z toho sú potom komplikácie. Konflikty záujmov a podobné.
That's interesting. Both Negreanu and Badiga pick up flush.
Príjemné veci.
That's a pretty sick card. Daniel slows down, he checks.
A v podstate...
Badiga checks as well. Someone needs to tell him that construction of the Death Star is back on schedule.
Chýba ten posledný krák.
Owen bets 21.5k.
Dvakrát vyušiel flash.
Can call this back.
Dvakrát. Možno trikrát. To bola veľká škoda.
This is amazing. Everyone's hanging around to the bitter end like this pot is the last single girl at a party.
Ten imbecil to išiel s osmičkami. Ten idiot to išiel s osmičkami, keď to mal dávno foldnúť. Vypečený kavera. A jak imbecil. Vyhal na svoju imbecilitu. Sú stupidita. Ona sú stupidnú hlavu.
He's rivered the second nut flush, but British
Well, not
Badiga
čo z toho bude.
has nut diamonds.
Daniel's on the business end of yet another cooler.
Ale low kicker. Low kicker.
And unfortunately, he is anxiously awaiting this bet.
A keď ho nesu doma.
70,000.
Yes.
Hoffman Hoffman's folding.
I thought you were
Big
going to
boy,
hold
big
tennis
boy.
on the turn.
You are boy. You are fucking big boy. This is a
Might as
raise
well.
up situation. This guy's in.
This is a really hard decision. I'm going to need time.
Probably need to shovel in. How much you gonna pay? 400 bucks.
All right, let's watch Daniel do his thing.
He's
Puts
not
for
paying
2% about hand and
400
then
bucks.
calls him.
That was bad. It's too much for him. Too much, 400 bucks. I guess so.
Freakish.
Toughest decision I've had the whole turn.
I guess 400 bucks was too much for him.
I think
To handle
Bertucci
the
is almost
pressure.
never bluffing here, but he could be betting worse flushes or possibly a hand like ace-3.
Too much to handle the pressure.
Give Daniel a hard time for calling too much, but just like the last hand we saw, if he calls here, you can't really blame him.
What is happening here?
He does
Focus.
call and loses a huge pot. That is
Yeah, because he's idiot. A fucking bitch motherfucker. No idea why he called that. He picked a bad spot. Really bad spot. Fucking Negrano. Fucking deep shit. Thinking how good he is and he's just a sucker. Sucker punch.
Daniel talking about folding is like legs.
It's not worth that much. Means my hand is weak. This is bad?
We're now
My
down
hand
to
is weak.
123 players with the elimination of John Hennigan.
Wow, Johnny.
Obviously my hand is weak.
One Mark Pastor knocked him out, extending his chip lead. 623,000 now. Needs a big stack in the room. Let's take a look at the
10-6.
short stacks.
Oh fuck. See how that can lead us.
Just 4 players to lose.
There's another tournament here.
You'll notice that our
In 21
qualifier
minutes.
is in the danger zone.
She looks like she could legit be a Kenny Loggins fan.
Oh, another. Or maybe we could have got a biggie. No, we don't have a biggie. Basically, what we got is 1-6. We can still make a flush finally, maybe with 2 pineapples.
My name is Elizabeth Benna-Martin. I'm from Toronto, Ontario, Canada, and I'm a lawyer. I've started having poker kitchen parties.
Okay, got some bucks
where
there.
3 of my friends
Got some
would get
bucks.
together and we would play online to try and qualify for the trip to Bahamas.
I call this.
I actually qualified on my 3rd weekend.
Depends on
of
these
time.
guys.
So
Maybe I should. I just called it.
satellite to get
And there's a night there.
satellite. When I won, I was so excited. It's a big deal.
I bet 640.
because Making it to the money is the
And shove on them.
I think players
Need
get
it.
really anxious and they want that level up and they start proceeding with anything. So my strategy is to try and win
Okay,
more.
they decided to fall, that was sad.
Everybody wants
Hmm.
cash, so I
I call 40, see where that can lead us.
if I could just make
3-8
money, I
bucket.
would be happy.
A min cash from 109 bucks would be quite the spin up. That's a profit of nearly 18 grand.
Well, across the room, there's another bust out. Sam
What is he
Greenwood's
doing?
been eliminated. That's my favorite Greenwood.
What is he doing?
Down to 122 players.
Gentlemen,
Oh, scratch that. Make it 121
call this
players.
sucker out.
Mikhail Rudoy has just been KO'd.
But that's my favorite Rudoy.
So we're 2 eliminations
Check
away
and
from
clean.
making the money.
Depends what
Means
they
we need to
do.
pause the clock.
I bet 150, 160.
Check plays concluded at every other table. It's time to go hand for hand.
Alright, attention players in the main event.
I'm not continuing betting. I don't want.
192 million money. We're gonna start playing hand.
Okay, let's see.
Well, let's follow the action at the featured table. Blinds are up to 2,000, 4,000. Daniel Negrano is the short stack. He's playing fewer than 24 big blinds.
I bet 150, 160.
Songs in it.
Stanovsky.
Crazy.
The gun. Round to Corey Hoffman in the cutoff. 9-6 off.
I kind of need this guy to go broke because I'm all out of Palpatine quotes. I'm going to have to start moving on to Robot Chicken.
He's raised to
Can go
8,000.
with his own.
Aki Velocevic has 9s on the
Got a weak pair.
He wants crack Daniels nuts.
Makes it 9.
This weak pair is not winning it.
I'll play, see what comes.
Tony Baggio decides who plays and who doesn't.
He got queen. Or 9 or ace. One of them. Yeah. Obviously. Obviously, right, gentlemen.
Re-raises to 23,000.
This is not game theory optimal, but you
What
know
is
where
it
Tony
doing?
Baggio says you can stick your
I'm
GG.
sure I can crack this, maybe. Finally. We see.
What the heck is Hoffman doing?
This can be cracked.
He's calling. Okay.
Depends.
Is Velocevic by
Fuck, I just got 4 only and 4 only. It's not strong
Makes
enough.
more sense.
It's not strong enough for more betting.
Why?
It's not strong enough for more betting. Yeah, you got pocket tens. Well, I would win maybe. But it doesn't matter. Like that was that was what it was.
Tony Baggio.
Just a pack of action. I call this.
Daniel folds Queen Jack.
I go for 150. To win right now.
By someone. So, 3 ways to the flop.
He outraised me. Means I need to fall.
Oh no, Daniel would have flopped the nuts.
Unfortunate situation though.
The whole chicken poodle.
This fucking old guy is holding me in the grudges. Fucking old guy.
Tony Baggio, hey.
You got pocket kings. Good way to be born, huh? Good way to be born.
Careful.
I can't call anymore probably. Can I call not with this?
You can live.
This is all about survival. I need to win a big pot. Big all needs to go my way. Big all needs to go my way.
Classic Baggio. Careful.
While Luca Vivaldi is checking that all hands are completed out in the field.
His hair's on the wrong half of his head.
Maybe I should.
Well, Shemi appears to be sitting out right now.
This time I need to win probably. And this is the time I need to win.
Elizabeth Bennett Martin.
I need to catch something on the flop and all in it.
That's fewer than 4 big blinds. It's gonna be a close one.
She's folded. To
Zagos.
the secondary featured table.
Fuck.
We've only seen
No one got
4
anything
Ronaldo's
there.
cards.
No one got anything there. It's really unfortunate.
Bernardo Coelho. Falling the raise with deuces.
And got potential.
Oh. I love this guy. Nice stalling, buddy.
Queen set.
Queen 5-4 on the flop. Coelho could be ahead.
Well, Ronaldo's gonna bet. Queen 10, 10, 10. Either way, it should be an easy fold for, yeah, there it goes.
Ronaldo. Up to 141,500.
Maybe I should outraise him to win this spot.
My Portuguese
Instantly.
is also a little rusty, but I think they're talking about the new Taylor Swift album.
Well, across the room, it looks like there's an
It's
all-in
not
and a
worth.
call.
He got chips. I don't think give a shit.
Ronaldo heading over to check out the action. While the tournament starts, while they sort out those 3 tables, we'll take a quick break.
King Jack, this is the hand. I need action. Don't have the action.
We're on the bubble in the PokerStars.com PCA, and there are 3 tables with all players. Over to senior floor manager Luca Vidal.
Right, we're going to table number 8 first.
Riley, one of the players involved.
No, I'm not gonna hold over this.
Emperadors all in.
First the Emperor, now the Emperador.
Leonardo shows pocket sixes. Team shows ace.
Big boy, big boy.
Jack of clubs.
It's a race.
These guys are fed like shit.
And we're gonna see a flop.
I like him, but I hate to see
Oh
anyone
really?
bubble, especially.
Was my time, huh? There's a flash opportunity there.
4 of spades, 9 of
Doesn't really matter.
of clubs.
Your win player is ahead.
And a third card.
King, queen. Raise to 40 and see where this can lead us.
Say an ace or a jack.
Maybe they push on us.
River is a 5 of diamonds, and Leonardo, late player, will double up.
Hey!
And the bubble rolls on.
Well, Luca is making his way to the next table with Naoya Kahara and Jonathan Roy.
Our only player is Jonathan, and he holds.
Yeah, it's kinda sucker.
And Naoya has pocket aces.
I like Naya, but I hate to see anyone bubble, especially with cold deck.
He got checked then.
Queen ball.
Really got checked then. Fuck.
Once again, our only player holds pocket queens. Top set.
Well played. Shit.
And a third card.
Damn.
There is a 6 of diamonds.
Jonathan has to fade 2 cards.
And the river card. River is a 7 of hearts.
I need that.
Jonathan will double up.
Rise up from
And
the
the
limit.
bubble rolls on. Sorry.
So we've had 2 double ups. Let's check on the 3rd table.
9 king. This is the best we got.
Our only player is Jason. He holds
This is the best we can hope for.
Liberi holds ace, jack of spades.
Almost a flip.
And a third card. Turn is a jack of clubs.
I like
Yeah.
it, but I hate to see anyone bubble, especially
Yeah.
with hand crack.
She now has
Jesus.
Shit, only player Jason will double up.
Bubble rolls.
Still have 121 players remaining. Dealers in the main, deal 100.
So we are still 2 away from the money. To play hand for hand.
What a fucking sad.
We're going to pick up the action.
What a fucking sad tournament.
Fold it to Diego Gomez, who's got nothing to do soft.
Okay.
Cheeky raise.
Interesting idea, but what do you do when the short stack shoves on you?
It's a short stack. He's got aces. He's all in. Jeff Esterling in the small blind also passes.
What about these guys?
Gomez considering calling?
He fucking got king. He fucking got king and queen or some shit when I get king and 9. And I still got king, I still got 2 pairs. Fucking funny though.
Yeah, he folds.
I got no choice there. I got no choice. That was a hard one, rough one.
Well, action is concluded at every table
Now let's go on this shit. This one.
where Connor Dry
9
is
minutes.
all in against Chance Corner.
9 minutes, Becker. Let's go with it.
Ace 3 and is our only player.
9 minutes.
This is chance to show pocket queen.
Rag this fucker.
Hearts.
Rag this fucker.
Connor went broke. Aces
To the
versus
limits.
aces at $1 million buy-in.
Copies. 10 of hearts, 10 of diamonds, 9 of clubs.
Queen's holding.
Thought he was sad.
And a third card. 6 of spades.
line and has 3 outs.
River card. River is a queen of spades. We give chance of full house. Queens of tens, and we're gonna lose in a 121st place. Condrinnen. We have 120 players remaining. 119 will get paid.
So we're on the pure bubble now.
I'm gonna carry on. We still head for end. Dealers in the main, deal 1 hand, please.
Man, if stuff like that keeps happening to Connor Drynan, he's gonna end up in a Dell song.
Over to the main feature table.
Daniel Negreanu is still a short stack, playing 21 big blinds. Actions on Milosevic. He folds under the gun.
85.
Daniel raising here with Queen 10 of clubs.
No way Tony Baggio is gonna Tony Bubble. No way, no how.
Folded to William Aruda.
Aruda, Bahama, come on, pretty mama.
He calls with ace jack. Corey Hockman in the big blind. Ace 3.
Fold.
He calls.
If you're calling 8-3 there, it means you're calling 100% of the time from the big blind, and that is a no-go.
994 flop.
So-
Aruda the Barracuda. With ace high.
I like that.
The next is where there's
This is checked around to the turn.
this one I should go to.
The 8 of diamonds. Hockman now with a pair.
Great, way to make me look like a jerk.
He bet 6,500. Daniel Negreanu has a gut shot.
This is a small bet. He may figure his pair outs are live, which they are. And he can always pure float here and try to swipe this with a bet on the river.
He calls.
Also, he really likes calling.
Yeah, you've mentioned that once or twice. Aruda folds. Heads up to the river. And D-Nex gets there.
That is pretty much his gin card, except for the fact that backdoor diamonds came in.
That's 18,500.
You want to call? Blink twice if you want to call, and once if you don't want to call.
What does 17 blanks mean?
Alright.
Wow.
Great.
Hockman heroes with an 8.
Oh, nice.
If Daniel wasn't already winning, the Jack of Diamonds hits pretty much every hand he would have called the turn with. Not so in love with the call from Hochman.
Who's a fucking dumbass?
Daniel now playing 132k. We're heading back out into the field. There are 2 all-ins. Edwin Sorensen is at risk against Maurice Hawkins. And we have Anna Kern from Germany racing against Ambrose Ing from Canada.
We're going first to table number 13. Our all-in player arm shows Ace of Clubs, King of Spades. His opponent, Ambrose, has 10 of Hearts, 10 of Diamonds. We're going to see a flop.
Kern needs to hit.
Flop is 3 of Diamonds, 8 of Hearts, King of Hearts.
He does hit.
And a third card. Then is a 3 of Hearts.
Gives us a sweat. 11 cards for Kern to fade.
The river card. River is a 10 of clubs.
Kern is eliminated and the bubble is burst.
It was a flip because all the chips went in pre-flop, but wow, does it suck when the 10 hits the river.
Our online qualifier has made the money. Hooray! Now, we're heading over to the other all-in. Remember, there's still a chance for Kern to chop 119 place prize money.
Once again, on the same hand, we have another all-in involved on table number 12. Showdown, gentlemen, please.
Maurice Hawkins shows ace-8 offsuit. Edwin Sorensen has kings, and he's the all-in player.
He is the favorite. Pretty good shot he survives this.
We're going to see the flop.
Who's thinking ace right now? Anybody thinking ace?
Flop is 5 of Diamonds, 10 of Hearts, 6 of Hearts.
Never know how for a split.
And it's her card. Okay. Deuce of spades.
So the river is what we've been saying.
The river card. River is an 8 of spade, and Edra will double up.
So Kern is the bubble boy.
Once again, we have lost Aaron Kearney, 120th place. Congratulations, everybody, the PCA 2015 main event. Give yourself a big round of applause. You're all in the money. 119 players remaining.
Cool. Yeah. Congratulations. Thank you, sir.
So that means Ronaldo has cashed.
Good. We survived.
So midway through day 3, Juan Martin Pastor is still the chip leader. Now, they may not be among the big stacks, but Daniel Negreanu, Ronaldo, and our qualifier, Elizabeth Bennett-Martin, are all in the money at the 2015 PCA.
By the time of the bubble, I only had about 4 big blinds left, waiting for that last person to go out, and finally the bubble went, so pretty exciting.
Next time, Ronaldo kicks things up a notch.
Nice man.
While Kid Poker gets blocked.
I have no idea what to do against him every damn hand.
And players go offside at the feature table.
Don't take anything personal.
That's personal. How about you just make your money and keep your mouth shut?
Yo, I'm not sure about this. Whatever, dude. Let's just do this. Okay? On your count. 3, 2, 1. This one was gonna win! Gonna win! Gonna win! Gonna win!
You can get in their heads.
You know, you make me crazy.
You can get in their faces.
You're the greatest, buddy. Hold on, let me get your signature. I just dragged the pot like a champ, because I'm a born champ.
You can just have a presence. But to make it through the day, you must be in the zone.
What?
Welcome to the Bahamas, the PokerStars.com PCA main event. 816 players came to Paradise Island for their chance to start off the new year as a millionaire. Day 3 began intensely, with only 119 of the remaining 175 set to cash. Sadly, before the bubble burst, Laura Garzon busted. So it was left to Elizabeth Bennett-Martin to keep the online qualifier flame burning. Football legend Ronaldo was also able to hold on to his first ever live poker tournament.
We did it.
Halfway through day 3, a slew of familiar faces, including Buzz the Balloon, still remain in the field.
So Ronaldo cashes the PCA. That's going to be the highlight of his career. He's won 2 World Cups. What do I care what he drinks out of?
So, we've seen the short stack survive and scrape into the money. Now it's time to witness the battle of the big stacks.
The tournament boss is headed to the feature table along with one of last year's finalists and a couple of high roller reds.
This is a rough day.
Our main tables are littered with household names. And last year's 6th place finisher, Shan Srinivasan. They'll be chasing this man. 22-year-old online grinder Juan Martin Pastor. He's the chip leader, looking to become the first Argentinian to win the PT title.
Voy a pasar con un stack realmente muy grande. La idea con la que me inscribo a cada torneo es llegar al top.
So we're halfway through day 3, and as we rejoin the action inside the Imperial Ballroom, There is chip leader Juan Martin Pastor taking his seat on the main stage. Out in the field, the tables keep breaking.
Liv Maurice sitting with Ronaldo, Lucky him. And our secondary feature table, Jason Mercier, the Merce Dog. A lot of heroes, including Ola Shemian and the online qualifier, Elizabeth Bennett Martin. She's a lawyer in real life. Dun dun.
We'll stand by to play along at home with the players at our feature tables. The first hand just around the corner. So at the main feature table, the chip leader is joined by Thomas Mulocker, Olivia Busquet and Sham Srinivasan. Maurice Hawkins in the 4 seed cashed in the first PCA held here at Atlantis back in 2005.
You patched up, you a killer.
Maurice Hawkins, everybody.
So who the killers up here? Because they put it on a feature table, that means some killers. You got one of them killer faces.
They knew you were coming.
Yeah. You must be a killer too. Who else a killer? I never wear shades. This table calls for shades.
This is gonna be great.
Blinds 2.5k and 5k with a 500 ante. Srinivasan has raised under the gun +2 with Ace Queen. Ace King for the chip leader.
Paging Dr. Nation, Dr. Domination Nation.
This will be a re-raise from Juan Martin Pastor, a 3-bet to 32,000. Action back on Sham.
This is real bad for Sham, real bad. JMP2 has been active, which he probably has been since he's chip leader. Sham's supposed to rip it in here.
See what they got.
He responds with a 4-bet.
And Machete don't fold Ace King.
Pastor shoves on Srinivasan.
Man, even though it's gross, Sham has got a call here. Even if he knew Pastor,
This is
he's
rough.
getting the right price to call.
I need to go all in soon. This is my problem.
Oof. This hammer and
Rough
choose your
time.
adventure book 4-bet folding would lead you to the lava pit pretty much every
This is
single
rough.
time. But hey, he's still in.
Really rough.
Boosts his chip lead by another 100,000 as Sham loses a significant
fucking
chunk
rough,
of his
Dad.
stack.
I need to make a move.
I feel like this trip is all aligned for some reason.
If connected,
Like
something.
I'm puzzling this whole trip. You are. You don't know it. You are my man.
Okay.
7 years ago when I shoved into your
Check
agent.
it, it's over. Won't believe I had 4 either way.
I remember it like it was yesterday when you won that
That's not a scary board.
Yeah.
Fuck these big
Olympian
guys.
Ghana back in 09. Maurice finished 11th. Sham Srinivasan did not cash in that event. To be fair, I don't think he played it.
It's not a scary board for a big
Result
guys.
to date was victory in a WSOP
Queen Jack, this is
event
it.
in Florida in 2014. That was worth
This is it, this is what I need to do.
$183,500.
He's a bit of a divisive character in the poker world. He's like Hawaiian pizza.
Well, out in the field,
This is
the
the hand.
post-bubble bust-out bonanza is in full flow, and the last remaining former champ is gone.
No.
As Elke departs for his action on the outer tables, Daniel
need to
Negron
win.
is facing a re-raise from Tony Baggio.
You don't 3-bet Tony Baggio. Tony Baggio 3-bets you.
Need to win this hand.
You make me crazy. You make me nuts. What do you want?
They can wait for a better spot though.
Getting great pot odds.
Yeah, okay, see ya. Re-enter number 3.
Yeah.
Daniel Cole.
Shit, man, what the rough. I needed that fucking pot so bad.
9-4-4 flop.
Ah.
No idea what to do. Tony Baggio.
Yeah.
If you wonder why we didn't believe that's because he was saying ace in Portuguese. Get your mind out of the gutter.
Negron is way below average.
Holy shit, what a day.
Meanwhile, Ronaldo
What a
has
day.
just announced all in.
What a fucking day.
The shove is for 131,000.
Need to raise.
There's been a raise from Diego Gomez. Called
Come on,
by Henry
Frankie.
Sorensen. Action now back on Gomez.
You think we could get some more cameras on this? Does Gomez really want to go toe-to-toe and possibly eliminate El Phenomenon?
Can't go away from this.
El Phenomenon.
This man need to go away from this. Damn, what the fucking damn.
He folds as
I
well.
really need to go away
Ronaldo's
from
squeeze
this.
gets through.
You know, I'm not the biggest soccer fan, but I am a fan of this guy. Especially if he gets 200 million Brazilian people watching this show. Boy, Sao Paulo!
Fuck, what a rough day. What a rough couple of dicks, man.
So
Going to short stag fiesta. I can't call that. Can't possibly call that. It's too much.
So long time ago.
Out of position.
I believe him.
Over at the secondary feature table, our online qualifier, Elizabeth Bennett Martin, is all in. She's shot with 10 for 56,500. Sean Buchanan passes, as does JC Alvarado.
Winner.
Chicken dinner.
I need to make a move.
Nah, she got you diverse here. You can't
I
tell
need
her.
help.
She says your name 3 times, and I'm not even sure she knows what it is.
Elizabeth still short, but crucially still alive.
It's a small cake.
Most people, I think, would describe me as a really nice person and
But it's a
good lawyer,
cake.
and a person who does a lot of good deeds for people. The charity we have is called CLEW, C-L-E-W, and it's Cambodian.
Ah, 40% chance. Ah, a drink.
What we do is we take young girls from the countryside who would never have the opportunity to go on to
This is
further
rough.
education, and
Jesus
we provide them with full funding to do a 4-year
What a rough day today.
in law in Phnom Penh, Cambodia.
Holy shit.
When you meet them and you
Damn.
feel how grateful they are for the opportunity to go to school, it really means for them the difference in their livelihood of being able to support themselves and survive, and to help their families survive. We've had 50 students through the program, 26 graduates. I went for the recruitment of new students this past summer, and one of the girls was out in the community working.
Oh,
And so someone
shit.
sent a motorbike out to get her for the interview, and she's all dirty. The whole village, including the village chief, had come out to watch. And just in that moment, I just knew that this would be my life's greatest work.
Unbelievable.
If I won,
Unfucking believable.
you know, financially stable and secure for a long time, that would mean the world to me. There's nothing more that would mean more than that.
That is some pretty noble stuff.
Oh, that some girl on Twitter said to tell you to have a shave, and then she loves you lots. Must be a big fan. Must be. She also said good luck to both of us.
Thank you.
In 2 days, they'll be fighting over that girl.
Thank her.
So we've got 2 super high roller rakes at the secondary feature table. Out in the field, we've got another super high roller, Noah Schwartz.
Hey, the Schwartz is with us. And a guy who could spell Schwartz without even having to ask the country of origin. Pratyush Padiga.
He's sharing a table with Daniel Negreanu, who's just moved all in. He's shoved over the top of Matthew Velosevic's open. Pratyush Padiga reshoves.
That spells trouble for Negreanu.
Oh, I have one too, but not as big. Yeah, you're alcohol.
Negreanu's jacks dominated by Padiga's queens. Daniel drawing to 2 outs. Doesn't it?
One of those days. Everything went weird. Like, min raise, king 6, everyone just went berserk on the deck. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Okay.
Daniel Negreanu, but it was a deep run for him, and this marks his first cash in the PCA main event since 2007.
Clubbing at 4:30 in the afternoon?
Because if you're one of the first 5 people in line, there's no cover charge.
Hat-trick, man.
It doesn't open for 6 hours.
Welcome back to Atlantis in the Bahamas. Before the break, Daniel Negreanu was eliminated from the PokerStars.com PCA main event.
One of those days where everything went weird.
The flurry of bust-outs continues, with 82 now competing for the first prize of nearly $1.5 million. So Juan Martin Pastor still leads, while our online qualifier, Elizabeth Bennett Martin, is a short stack. Plenty of super high roller regs still in the field, including Pratish Badiga, Jason Mercier, and Olivia Busquet. And another play along a poker moment coming your way very soon.
I have my unbranded phone and or tablet at the ready.
Japan is the number one place I would like to go. I have not been. It'll be a lot. It'll be very tall there, I think. They're probably all same height though.
What?
I was in China. I don't know. I never been to either one of them. Seen pictures.
America.
I was reading an article because I have nothing to do most of the time. It was about cities that got statues of people, just like old statues of people, like corn, like stalks, fake statues of people because everyone left. Like a few people left Japan. Pretty neat. Read on that. I didn't give me anything to go off of.
No, there was fake and statues in Japan. It was very clear.
Words fail me.
Him too.
The chip leader is raising under the gun with Queen Jack. Round to Maurice Hawkins on the button.
Oh, this cornstalk. What's he gonna do?
Pocket sixes. He calls. Sharon Srinivasan folds the small blind. And Joseph Caccaro in the big blind also passes.
Passes a 6.
And that's why Queen Jack has the statistical advantage as we go to the flop.
So not quite a race if we see all 5 cards.
Ace, 9 deuce for 2 diamonds.
Jeszcze nie foldał te wszystkie. Kiedy foldne wszystkie ten imbecil? I czas foldnął typiczne wszystkie chlapy.
It's a C-bet from Pastor. 11,000.
I czas foldnął typiczne wszystkie.
He's gonna peel one time.
Ty chyba.
Turn card
Ty chyba czy robisz chlapy?
is the Jack
Ty
of
chyba.
hearts. Second pair for
Ty
Pastor.
chyba i czas foldnął typiczne wszystkie. Len te dovezú do pičoviny.
Now that he's got showdown value.
Prečo si ešte nefoldol typičné šesky?
King on the river.
Prečo si taký imbecil?
Played this
Čo?
fine so far.
16-5.
Pastor checks the river and Hawkins wastes no time in betting.
It's a good bet. 6s probably have more value as a bluff here since Maurice has many aces in his range.
Typičné šesky si má
Keep me
foldnúť.
honest now, right? You want to keep me honest? You know what I'm saying? Where are you from?
Argentina.
All right. I don't have no jokes because you don't even translate well. I'm going to be quiet. Go ahead. What language do you speak?
Spanish.
Okay. I can't say it in Spanish, but what I can say is,
You're talking too much.
nah.
If you're talking too much, you're bluffing.
Right?
I raise.
Yes, he knows. He knows.
This is interesting. Pastor thinks he's bluffing and taking advantage of the fact that Maurice kind of seems like he's full of beans.
Yeah, he's talking too much.
But he's actually not repping much here. Just maybe kings, queen 10.
If someone is talking too much, he's bluffing.
5,500. And
Som ti povedal, aby si followol tie pičné šesky už dávno. Pičiak. Čo si chcel dokázať? Dokázal si, že si vypičený klaun. Dokázal si, že si vypičený klaun. To je všetko. Pičolízač. Dokázal si, že si pičolízač. Gratulujem. Gratulujem k pičolízactvu. Idiot. Tie pičné šesky ma foldnú dávno.
Empecé a jugar con mis compañeros del colegio. Yo ya jugaba online hacía prácticamente 2 años y estaba jugando niveles medianamente altos y sacando cuentas llegué a con bastante trabajo iba a poder lograr llegar al Supernova Elite. Para llegar hay que hacer 1 millón de puntos, lo cual significa 10 veces más que el segundo estatus. Llegar a este estatus requiere muchísimo sacrificio, ya que es una meta anual en la que tenés que dedicar muchísimas horas, sobre todo en los momentos en los que no te está yendo bien, que tenés una mala racha, lo que sea, o no te sentís con ganas de jugar. Hay aproximadamente 1 millón de manos.
Pičolízač. Pičolízač. Pičolízač.
Fue una meta muy complicada, pero que por suerte.
Talking too much. If someone is talking too much, he's bluffing.
Tengo el trabajo soñado, por decirlo de alguna forma. O sea, es mi pasión y es lo que amo hacer y poder vivir de ello es realmente muy gratificante.
Making Supernova Elite is a lucrative benchmark in any online poker player's career. Those shots of Juan at his house, that was just like a Wednesday.
Well, he's making a name for himself in this year's PCA main event. Over to a Latin American legend, Ronaldo. He's just bet a jack high flop. Action is now on Diego Gomez. He calls. Return card. It's the third of hearts. Puts a potential.
Fuck, man.
This bet is exactly 1,000 more than his previous bet, and no, I do not have any idea what that means.
Nevidím karty. Keď nevidím karty, tak nemôžem komentovať, akí sú pičolízači. Jak mám vedieť, s čím hrajú? Ako mám vedieť, ktorý je klaun? Ako mám vedieť, ktorý z nich je klaun?
Ronaldo can't believe he's playing poker against Gomez.
That's a fold. And Ronaldo wins another pot.
It's all those people who wonder why football is called soccer. It's probably for the same reason poker isn't called hand cards.
Ronaldo with roughly half the tournament average right now. And we're heading back across the room to our secondary feature table, where our qualifier is in action. She's defended her big blind.
Bennett Martin, bráni si svoje big blind. Ide si brániť svoje big blind, mal aj Zolin, ne? Ide si brániť svoje big blind. Ide si brániť big blind. Vypadne na svojom bránení big blind. Na svojom big blind dostane do hlavy. Lebo nevie foldnúť big blind. Teraz to foldne. Ak je rozumná, tak teraz to foldne. Rozumná žena. To je ono. Som na teba hrdý, si rozumná. Rozumná, to je ono. Veľký um. Je to tam. Má niečo v sebe. Má niečo v sebe. Nevidím karty. Keď nevidím karty, neviem, kto z nich je klaun. Ako mám vedieť, kto z nich je klaun, keď nevidím karty?
Lives playing this hand out of position, and since she raised under the gun, you wouldn't
9
expect she
minút.
would hit this too often, but she could have an overpair.
Poďme to rozbaliť. Ideme to rozbaliť. Ideme sa nabaliť. Tak rozbal to. Tak nabal sa. Tak rozbal to. Tak nabal sa. Ideme to rozbaliť. Ideme sa nabaliť. Tak rozbal to. Tak nabal sa. Tak rozbal to. Tak nabal sa. Ideme to rozbaliť. Ideme sa nabaliť. Tak rozbal to. Tak nabal sa.
Board pairs on the river with the 8 of spades.
Whatever she's got, she's very unlikely to have improved much.
She checks. Reynolds set to bet.
Žena to asi zabalila.
113,500 in the middle.
Neviem, čo majú, neviem, kto je zneklal.
That is 49k.
Seems value-y.
Live calls. Reynolds has a full house.
Žena je klaun.
Ace is cracked.
Žena je klaun. Žena je klaun s dvoma esami. Žena nevie foldnúť esa. Žena nevie foldnúť esa. Žena nevie foldnúť, žena nevie foldnúť, žena nevie foldnúť esa. Žena je pičný klaun. Žena je pičný klaun. Žena je pičný, žena je pičný, žena je pičný klaun. Žena nevie foldnúť esa. Žena nevie foldnúť esa. Žena je pičný, žena je pičný, žena je pičný klaun. Žena nevie foldnúť esa. Žena nevie foldnúť esa. Žena je pičný, žena je pičný, žena je pičný klaun. Žena nevie foldnúť esa. Žena nevie foldnúť esa. Žena je pičný, žena je pičný, žena je pičný klaun. Žena je pičný klaun. Žena nevie foldnúť esa. Žena nevie foldnúť esa. Žena nevie foldnúť, žena nevie foldnúť, žena nevie foldnúť esa. Žena je pičný klaun. Žena je pičný klaun. Žena je pičný, žena je pičný, žena je pičný klaun. OK, Bory, si pičný klaun. Tie sa by som foldol. Tie sa by som foldol, mám jeden pár. Jeden pár nie je silná ruka. Jeden pár nestojí za 50 000. Jeden pár nestojí za 50 000.
Christopher Lockhart in the small blind folds. Thomas Blue Lockett in the big blind.
Malé jeden pár, ne?
That's a call.
To je pičovina. Pičový zestvo. Pastor, no uvidíme. Pastor, pritvrď. Teraz je tvoj čas, pastor, pritvrdiť. Pritvrď. Pritvrď. 5000. 5000 do fachu. 5000 alebo 2500. 2500. 11 000, to si prehnal. To si prehnal, to ti foldne. To si prehnal, to ti foldne. To sú kokoti, tí ľudia sú sprostí. OK? Dobre, dobre, dobre. Len pritvrď. Znova. 5000. 5000, pastor. 5000. Pritvrď, 5000. Nie viac. Nie viac. 5000 stačí. Dej sa 1000. To si prehnal, to ti foldne. To si prehnal, to ti foldne. A možno je to šašo. Možno to zoberie. Zobral to sú šašovia. Asi má dva páry, ide na ten flash. Chce ísť na ten flash. Dostal sa k tomu flashu. A vďaka tomu, teraz to musíš foldnúť, pastor, lebo si kokot. Dal si veľa peňazí do sračky. Dal si veľa peňazí do sračky. A teraz to musíš foldnúť, si prišiel veľa peňazí, máš na výber. Buď to foldneš a zredukuješ straty, alebo prehráš bych. Máš na výber. 76 000.
Super hard to get called by worse here. Trying to get tricky, hopefully get called by a jack.
Ako hráš to ako pičiak.
Look like a does call. No. Our king's good. Come on. Yes, they are.
Bože, to sú kokoti, tí ľudia, oni to hrajú ako piče.
Nailed it. He nailed the hand. He nailed
Oni to hrajú ako piče, obidva sú kokoti. Jeden kokot väčší ako druhý kokot. To je neskutočné. Dva vyjebaní klauni. Toto je to vtipné na tomto svete, že keď sa stretnú dva kokoti, jeden musí vyhrať. Jeden určite vyhrá. Hej. A teraz si myslí, aký je kápo. A pritom je to imbecil. Porazil druhého imbecila. Toto je to, čo vždy hovorím, že poraziť idiota z nás nerobí kápa. Hej. Ten primitív to mal dávno foldnúť. Ten primitív to mal dávno foldnúť. Dávno. Ten Jack nemal takú hodnotu. Ani z diaľky. Ten Jack nemal hodnotu takú. Ten idiot to mal dávno foldnúť. Lenže idiot, preto to nefoldol. Pripečený barba. To je zapečený mozog. Zapečený mozog. Zapečený mozog. Zapečený mozog.
No 7, no clubs.
Just got to fade the world.
4, that's
safe so
it.
far.
No 7, no club. No 10 either. Come on, don't put the little woman out.
Will Elizabeth's aces hold?
Mercier, ukáže si pičiak. Shit, Mercier. Šťastný pičolízač.
Well, can I at least take my picture with you?
Sure.
Oh, how sweet.
No problem. You can take it even if you beat.
I'd go out that way. I can't be disappointed.
Yeah, with aces. See? That's the best I've ever seen anyone take that.
Let's hope he can say the same thing about the photo. The best one ever taken.
So our qualifier's journey ends here, but she cashes for more than $24,000.
Fotí sa s ním, aké by to bol nejaký kápo. Preto je to sprostý tupec. To je geniálne. Milujem ľudí. Ľudia sa radi fotia s sprostými tupcami. Aha. Masné. Geniálne. Dobre, ideme ďalej.
Will he get folds this time?
Yara passes. Sorensen wants a count.
Ťažko povedať, nevidel som jeho stack, ale... Pravdepodobne to bol zlý call.
Will he get through again?
Ale ak mal veľa čipov a bolo mu jedno, že prehrá tie drobásky, tak okej. To bol dobrý call. Musel by som vidieť jeho stack. Musel by som vedieť, koľko má čipov, aby som vedel podať, či to či je kokot alebo nie. To sú tie veci. Hej. Poďme spolu lietať. Pozri, ja už letím. Keď dvaja letia, príde tretí letec. Tak poďme spolu lietať. Pozri, ja už letím. Keď dvaja letia, príde tretí letec. Poďme spolu lietať. Pozri, ja už letím.
One Martin Pastor is still number 1 on the board. He's down to 889.
Pučo, však sa ukloní, dobre bude, no. Dobre bude. Dobre bude, Pučo, neboj sa. Čo by táto máčka?
I said a football team and he said a basketball team.
King Ed. Sa to s ním splitol, nejak to je, ľudia sú pičiaci.
I think you like the Dolphins, he said the Raptors.
Pičiacka máčka. 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 Ja, už jste pakete. Potem danas. No.
Sham Srinivasan eliminated in 6th place.
Can't believe it.
Na 90. Na 90 potrebujem dať.
Considering what happened, I still think he handled it kind of classy.
Pičiacka mačka. Pičiacka mačka. Pěkný flop.
This will be a little loose under the gun at a full table, but
What's back with you?
13,000.
It's a bait flop.
Sham folds.
What good one.
Looks like Schwartz
is well aware of how live Maurice Hawkins can be.
Pičiacka mačka. Pičiacka mačka.
Oh, it's a free bet to 31,000.
Doesn't want to risk getting through that himself and being in a weird spot.
King 7 suited.
Oh yeah.
Poďme spolu lietať. Pozri, ja už letím.
Cold 4 bet from the chip leader. 96,000.
A nebudem ich pozerať, sú vypečení. Zapečenci. Liehu. Zapečenci liehu. Zapečenci liehu. Sú tu liehoví. Pičiacka mačka. Pičiacka mačka.
He's giving this one up.
Are you chilly over there, buddy? Because I feel like you're out in the cold right now. Are you out in the cold? Juanito, are you out in the cold right now? I feel like he was going out in the cold that time. You out in the cold, Juanito? Yeah, Juanito went out in the cold, y'all.
I don't know what that means, so I'm not sure how a guy who only speaks Spanish could know.
He's back up to 935k. And our qualifier remembers her time at the PCA.
Oh my god, it's been so awesome. What to say? It's been a struggle. Right? I've always been low stacked and I've always had to push and hope to survive, and I just kept on surviving by my fingernails basically.
Well, you could join us at the next PCA. Qualify now at pokerstars.com.
Hello there.
Why?
Franklin. My
Why
friend
put
and
that
I
much?
on the list for tonight.
With who?
Steve?
Who?
It's Steve.
Steve the DJ.
Yes, Steve the DJ. We are with Steve the DJ.
Ah, you must have forgotten. Come on, to this.
Fuck. Pedros. He put it too much. Too much pressure cooker.
This is awesome.
I know some shit like that. Too much pressure cooker. Whoa.
As day 3 of the PokerStars.com PCA main event draws to a close, the lively Maurice Hawkins has been dominating our feature table.
I can't shut my mouth. I really want to sit there and be quiet, but most of the time I just can't.
60
Kinda
remain,
hard.
and with only half a level of play to go,
Fucking check.
everyone is gunning to make day 4. And we have a new chip leader. Both Kevin Schultz and Juan Echeverry have overtaken Juan Martin Pastor. Echeverry rules with a stack of 1.64 million. First he doubled up, then he KO'd a player, and now he is Chips McGee.
I thought his name was Juan Echeverry.
Didn't get
that. Feature table. Jason Mercier has been 3-bet by Ola Shemi.
Crazy dynamic at play. There's plenty of history between these two.
Mercier calls with a dominated ace.
Pressure cooker.
Well, that's second pair for Jason. A gut shot for Shemian.
Shemian out-flopped.
What a fucking pressure
Check, check. 6 of clubs on the turn. Shemian picks up a flush draw. Mercier still better than a 2-1 favourite.
I need to double up.
32k.
I need to double up
That
soon.
makes a lot of sense. Jason thinks he's going to be good here a lot.
I need to double
Two overs, a gut shot, and a flush draw.
And that is the nut flush for Shemian.
Not a good card for Jason.
He checks.
Looks like he knows it.
Shemian about to bet for value. 135,000 in the middle. Shemian makes it 51k.
This is it.
Like I said, these two have plenty of history.
This
so
needs
I
to
think
work
Jason's gonna have to
finally.
fold here.
This is a pressure cooker.
Always only gonna have stuff that beats him and the occasional really crazy bluff.
Jason arrows. And loses.
What a slow
This is
roll.
not that
Just
hard.
kidding.
I can cook with. It's not that I can cook with.
Poor immersed dog.
It's not that I can cook with. The pressure cooker.
Still above average.
I'd say the immersed dog got spade, but they were clubs.
I need to raise
Oh, he got
this.
his chip and his swag. Swag him and tag him, Shemian.
Happy to see that.
I call it. It's a pressure cooker head. He got something strong. Maybe he got two aces, but it doesn't
Play it
matter.
better. Jason, all out or buzz the balloon. Check your tweets.
Yeah, I need to fuck. Oh, this is a pressure cooker game.
My action's been folded to Maurice Hawkins.
Yeah.
And he decides to
He
lift.
got a really good hand, Jay, guys.
Standard.
Some people are blessed by
He races to
by the heavens. Fuck.
hold it back around to Maurice.
And calling is pretty much the only thing that makes
Damn,
sense
this
here.
is bad flop.
That's cool.
If I check it, I need to fold it, but
Sham pair is queen.
I don't have money. I don't have money, so I check, I fold.
Uh-huh.
He knows that.
Maurice leads.
And I'm in a real pressure cooker situation now. Real pressure cooker.
Sham raises.
I'm getting
Top.
straight to the floor.
Maurice calls.
Fuck.
No card is the
I
seven.
tried to represent the fucking Queenie.
Maurice bets another 6,000.
You guys, what is it? Are we getting this right?
Jesus, this is it. This must be a flush. Or I'm fucking toasted.
16,000.
Damn, I'm toasted again.
Street Fighter 2 tournament.
I lost. I can't win this.
Maurice calls.
It's pressure cooker.
Very curiously played hand. 5 on the river, doesn't change anything. And he goes
You
check,
got
check.
it, Jack.
Yeah, turn him over. Now let's hear what geniuses you both
I needed that fucking flush.
Sham.
Damn, son.
3k to his stack.
I'm not getting there. I'm not getting to the fuckers. These flushes are fucking killing me.
Never seen a man get that much value in a second zero no kicker.
I need to hit some flushes or I'm gone.
Little backdoor comment. One of the coolest guys at the table.
I need to call it again.
Snakes are out there every damn hand.
No, I need to.
I don't say
Now I
anything
need to
because I
go.
don't care less, but
Don't take anything personally.
For at least 320
Ever seen somebody get value off the second pair of third
or some bucks in my
Hold
lap.
on, let me get your signature.
This need to fall though.
What you need to do is stop commentating like you. Hey, they got a mic back there.
I've got one.
Give him the mic, Richard. You can commentate yourself. He's the greatest. How about you just make your money and keep your mouth shut?
Let's not drag Richard into this.
Get the ego involved. Why don't you get that? 'Cause you already got a big ego.
This is great.
Queen Jack against King Jack. Maurice is raised.
I hope they're not done.
Ego in poker, ego broke.
I need to hit some
Say
flushes.
whatever I want. Trust me. I play poker every day. Ego in poker,
Not
ego
in a
broke.
position anymore.
There's a 3-bet from Sham.
Not hitting those
And you really don't
flushes.
need a 3-bet a hand that plays as well post-flop. Definitely some chatterbox play at work here.
How much more is it?
I need to hit the flushes or I'm fucking
Doesn't
down
matter,
there.
you're calling.
Let's find out how much value you gonna get out of your hand now, buddy.
Oh, dear.
Check, buddy. Go ahead. Manipulate the situation.
I need a pair.
Top pair for Maurice.
I need to pair all in.
This is just yes.
Alright, check. I did the check.
I need to win a biggie. I can still double up here.
Unfortunately for Sham, a C-bet here is what he's supposed to do.
Does continue
Ah.
plus 1,000.
I need to win a biggie for a double up.
Better learn how to play poker without ego, buddy. You have to go broke eventually.
Fuck.
Win, lose, or draw.
Getting toasted. Fuck.
Be a man, play a man's game.
He doesn't speak for all of us, ladies.
I hope I win. And I promise you, I'm gonna be a man. I won't say nothing. I just drag the pot like a champ, because I'm a born champ.
30 minutes.
Shad folds.
Can still go in though.
He's going poker, he can broke.
We get it.
See how much value I got out of 10 high?
Worthless bitch.
I'm gonna go take a long walk off the Jordan Pier.
Worthless bitch.
Hopefully the sharks don't get
He
me,
made a huge mistake.
It's a blast. I hope my man
This
gets
guy's an idiot. A big huge idiot.
What? No, it's just getting good.
Ukrainian idiot. Garbage guy. Garbage guy. Let's call him a garbage guy.
He shoves on Ronaldo.
Garbage motherfucker.
He's got the phenomenon covered.
I need a pair. I need to double up. I need to double up real soon.
Very easily.
I'm toasted. Fuck, this is not the cards.
Ronaldo calls all in.
Here we go. Alert the media.
What's going on here?
Ace king for Reynolds.
Ah, he's a pro.
Ronaldo shows eights. It's a race.
Like the World Cup versus the Olympics.
Eight holding. Ronaldo has to dodge an ace king or 10 on the river. He doubles up.
Idiot.
The last hand of the day.
Retarded bitch. All in with ace king.
I'm sorry, that was a lie. It was not.
Idiot. Demented pig. Garbage guy. Garbage, garbage. Garbage guy. You are.
Ronaldo's relieved and he needs to relieve himself.
You are garbage guy.
He'll come into day 4 with an above average stack. 496,000.
Garbage guy's out. Hey, fuck up.
Those chips be Ronaldo's chips.
I ate something good.
Picture. Yeah.
Love that guy.
Meanwhile, they're bagging and tagging on the main stage.
You have 10 minutes.
It looks like things have calmed down. All the verbal sparring between Mr. Hawkins and Mr. Shrinovar has concluded. Boom.
Hey, I hope you get back, man.
Oh.
Whoever you're trying to get back by, I hope you get back by. Whoever you're trying to impress, I hope you get back, man.
They're secretly texting each other nights. They just want to seem hard.
It's not the spot. Hold on a minute.
So Juan Martin Pastor ends day 3 with 930,000. He is 4th in chips. 3 players have 7-figure stacks. Chance Corley, Kevin Schultz, and chip leader Juan Echeverry, who's playing 1.7 million. And Maurice Hawkins will be back in day 4. He isn't a big stack. He does have a big mouth.
Nice. We aren't going to hear from him, right? I mean, it'd be weird if we didn't.
I believe it's just being me.
King
I don't play like anybody else. I don't talk like
Well, I'm
anyone else
down.
most of the time. So I just believe in being who I am and that coming out when I'm at the table and enjoying
Okay.
it. I've had 8 or 9 bigs at the beginning of almost
Still
every
in it.
day here or some point during the tournament. So
You're doing
if I
on
got
double
10
up.
bigs, I got a shot. Because I can run it up. Just like I run my mouth.
Next time, loudmouth Maurice is at his best.
You went pausing there for a moment like you were about to jump off that ledge. That actually worked out pretty good.
But it's all about Ronaldo.
How does that right?
As the phenomenon takes center stage. Just how far can he go?
Can you imagine what the red would be like if he final tables?
Comecei a jogar nunca tinha visto aquilo. E a partir daí eu fiquei uma nova fenômeno.
go.
This is a mistake. This is a mistake.
Here at the Atlantis Resort in the Bahamas, it's day 4 of
It was a mistake still.
PCA main event.
It was a mistake.
16 hopefuls registered this year, creating a prize pool of almost 8.
Sometimes mistakes can work, but it was a mistake. Either way, it was a mistake.
Hit the rail.
This guy's a fucking retard.
As tempers ran high at the feature table.
Is this where you like?
He played it badly. Not correctly. But I guess these guys are a retard too. They kinda retarded attitude.
And facing a decision for all his chips.
Okay.
Ronaldo called all in, doubled up, and advanced to
No,
day 4.
can't.
It's time to put a sports
Need to wait for a better spot.
It's time to bring the blood to our main feature table.
I genuinely love
This guy's a retard.
such an affable dude. He's always laughing,
But lucky.
smiling, posing for
Boss likes him.
signing autographs.
Boss is a lover of this fucking dumb retard. Unbelievable.
This is Ronaldo's first PCA, and the excitement
Boss is a lover of retards. Now he got 14,000 chips from nowhere.
one of the most prolific goal scorers in
Amazing stuff.
Ronaldo achieved his first ever.
Amazing.
He may be a newcomer to
Very good combination. I need
not to let his relative lack of experience deter.
I need a chance.
Todos queremos ganhar, mas
Fighting chance.
vai afirmar quem vai ganhar.
This is not it.
Todos ali têm a mesma
This is not it.
percentual de vencer.
Don't have chips for that.
Players stand in his way, and although a lot of them have the experience,
Investment
determination.
was not paying out.
Desire to win, so
Not
I think
investment.
it transitions well with a lot of athletes.
Just being able to harness that energy of like, you know, the want to win, it's definitely helping him at the table.
He's like a loose kid because he's very fearless, so I think that's his advantage right now.
Here we go, day 4 of the PCA about to get underway.
Man, whenever someone asks me to take a photo, they're literally asking me to take the photo. Jason,
I need to wait for a better spot. Better spot. Better position.
I'm back.
That's me. I'm right.
We know.
Better spot, better position.
Hey, Nicholas Hamilton, guess who you're sitting next to?
Yeah.
You think Sergio Garcia's a little bummed he's not the only sports star at the PCA anymore?
I forgot my Brazilian shirt. Yeah.
It is amazing Ronaldo's still in. I love it.
This guy's a retard.
Headliner on the main stage, but 2 Americans.
He still got chips.
bosses, Kevin Schultz
Boss is a lover of
both had
retards.
7 figures. Well, he's got the act down now, and a chance to play along at home very soon.
A chance to play along at home?
Lines 4,000, 8,000 with a 1,000 ante. Action's been folded to Tim Riley. He passes. Now on Kevin Schultz, who's sharing a room with Faraz Jaka, who finaled the 2012 PCA. Schultz is rated up with 5s. Ace Queen for Chance Connery.
He's going nowhere.
He calls. Kiara gives up the button. Dylan Lindy in the small ball.
He's the other Luxaki and Kevin McPhee both have super similar screen names online.
He's folded. Jack 10 suited for Ronaldo in the big blind.
And this is a great hand to take a flop with in the big blind. But that's more than just a call.
Ronaldo re-raises.
This might be shit.
This is a small re-raise. It's not going to get any folds.
Schultz is in with his 5s. And Cornuth is in with his ace queen.
And they're both probably pretty happy to play a bigger pot.
3-way action. And talking of 3s, Ronaldo flops trips.
Run better, Ronaldo.
Not queens, I need king.
100. 100.
I need king ace.
And 2 quick folds.
Pre-flop raise was a little small. The flop bet
Need ace.
might have been a little big.
I need ace or king.
Is it bueno line?
He doesn't know because he's from Brazil, not Spain, Chanso.
Ronaldo an above average stack, but not in the top 10. Both Kornuth and Schultz are on the leaderboard, along with 3 other Americans. 2 players from Argentina have big stacks, including Juan Echeverry, PCA main event chip leader.
Apply that.
We're heading out into the field because Echeverry is in action right now. He's gone to the river against Alexander Klamashin.
Monotone board. All red.
Idiot. Retard.
Echeverry shots.
He should just learn to play. Not playing like a pig.
For all of his
Useless,
chips.
worthless garbage. Pig. Useless, worthless garbage. Pig. Useless, worthless garbage. Pig.
Echeverry.
Useless, worthless garbage. Pig.
And that's what we call showing up with the non-bluff.
Useless, worthless garbage. Pig.
Eliminated in 3rd place.
No.
Chip leader moves over the
Doesn't matter.
2 million mark.
One Echeverry.
No cards. No cards, no fun.
While staying out in the field, Maurice Hawkins, who was
No
making
cards,
some noise
no
on the
action.
table on day 3.
Give me something proper. Something
I don't trust
playable.
Maurice Hawkins when he's not talking.
Something I can actually play. Give me something I can actually play.
Great call.
Maurice Hawkins does have a set of 7s. Eldridge way behind with queens. Drawing 2 outs. No dice.
He doubles up, which
For the
means
hard
his mouth
card.
is about to be wide open.
Okay. Nothing. Going my way.
Maurice, he's right there.
Nothing going my way.
Good, top 7. Oh, there's a 7. I'll take that.
Isn't this exactly what he got mad at Shams for innovation for last
This is
time?
not good
The
enough.
secondary feature table, other Shemians all in.
It's not good enough.
Called by Shannon Shaw and it's
49 hands.
Like the Bahama Mama versus a Goon
49 hands.
These 2 hands is a
50
slight
hands.
advantage.
EPT regular Shaw has the
Every
lead.
hand is shit.
Shemian with the pocket pair and he needs it to hold to survive.
What a fucking day we got
It's
here.
a queen high flop.
What a
Yeah,
great day.
and buzz the balloon.
What a great day. Give me some fucking something.
Shemian needs a 3 on the river.
Give me fucking something. Give me Give me something.
The HMS swag is run aground and his chips have washed ashore. For your consideration, 2000.
No, it's too late for me. It's too late. It's too late for me.
Still plenty of pedigree.
It's over. But they gave me that. Now this is it. I need to go with this. I need to go with this, unfortunately.
And Olivier Busquet, who's cashed
Well, I'm still there.
PCA main event.
The faults complimented it.
Back to the main stage. One
Let's see.
sporting legend is railing another.
Ronaldo is such a big star that even
Still
other
there.
big stars are his fans.
Huh.
Right now, we're going to join
Give me
Sergio
something
Garcia
playable.
in
A
sweating
playable hand.
Ronaldo, who will only see his whole cards.
Which technically Sergio won't see.
Oh,
so
those
we're better
fuckers
than
are
Sergio
huge.
Garcia.
Ronaldo is raised under the gun with ace jack.
I need some ace or king and I'm going all in.
Shots in the cup.
Shove the fucker in.
He's
Oh,
in position-ish.
I need king raise.
There's a re-raise. 3 bet to 75,000.
I don't like king
Now
raise.
he's in position.
I don't want queens. I don't want jacks.
Big blind.
I don't want this fuck.
He passes it back to Ronaldo.
Now Ronaldo's run pretty good so far, and he certainly doesn't have to fold here. But as we get later in the tournament, he's going to be up against more and more tough
I don't
opponents,
have chips.
and they're going to be more tougher, more
I need
opponents, and
something
also
playable.
tougher.
I need a playable hand. Hand I can actually snack with.
Play the flop out of position
Plus sneak.
without the betting lead.
We're playing the flop out without the betting lead,
There we go.
and
Shove
against other
it.
chips.
King 7, it's a
4,
shove.
2 spades.
And it looks like we are going to lead it
regardless, it's not a typical spot for a lead.
4-4s.
My guess is we're betting
It's to
for
be
pure
shoved
aggression,
again.
and Schultz is exactly the kind of guy who can exploit this kind of play.
Can this? Well, depends what they do.
Leads for 100,000. Schultz
Depends what they
calls.
do, but yeah, it's fold. No, it's a fold
Turn card.
for sure.
4 diamonds pairing the board.
It's definitely fold.
Now I think we
Yeah.
should check.
Okay. This is how big boys play. This is how great guys play, you know.
Not a big bet. I don't
This
think
is how great guys do the business. They know when it's time to fold the shitters.
Once again, Schultz calls.
It's not the time
The red card
to play.
is the 8 of
This guy, this fucker is a fucking idiot.
spades.
Fucking
And
bitch
we freaked out
motherfucker.
completely, so we've only got 2 choices.
It's this guy is a bitch motherfucker. Useless junk. 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 You are junk. You are fucking junk. You junk. You're fucking dumb. You are fucking dumb. Junk. You know what you are? You are dumb. Junk. You are dumb. Junk. You are dumb. Junk. You are dumb. Junk.
Bad news is, I don't know if we're getting
Give me king or ace. Or pair. It's time. King, ace, pair. Fucker.
Ace 9 for a pair
Give me
of
king,
knights.
give me ace, give me pair. We can
I
fuck.
think Schultz thought he was bluffing, but he wasn't.
But give me something playable.
Question, do you think Ronaldo will make it to
Something I can actually win with.
Take 5 first.
Something I can actually win with. Can be good. Can be really good. You're a junk. You're a junk.
Check this out, we can do American Gladiators.
So give me something I can win with. Give me king.
The American version came first.
Give me no, this is not the way. This is not it. I need a king. I need an ace. Or I need a pair. Ace, king, or pair. Ace, king. Oh no, this is not it. Depends what they do. No way. King, I told you. King, ace, or a pair. It's that simple. King, this is the day. This is the hand. This is the hand. This is the hand I was waiting for. Trying to isolate this guy. He wants to join him. Oh, this is it. This is it. This is the sweat. It's sweat. It's sweat. It's fucking sweat. It's fucking sweat. Oh, he got the chances. He spiked it. Shit. Shit, what a sweat.
Ace Jack suited.
Well, this is always going to be a raise.
This is Riley's second consecutive cash in the PCA main event. Last year he finished 67th. That's a raise to 35,000. The action is back on Ronaldo.
Ronaldo limped light, and he is calling light.
Flop. It's 10-7-4, so they both miss. Ace high still.
Great game. Great tournament.
Ronaldo checks.
Great tournament. Now we got this one next.
No C-bet from Riley. He checks
Look at this
behind.
big one. 40-45. Yes.
So Ronaldo pairs his
I can't go this. This is too.
Gutshot straight draw.
Tim's going to think this is a good card to bluff at.
Here comes the delay.
It's pricey. It's the pricey.
60,000.
Can't go. I don't have money for this.
Wow, Ronaldo check raises all in.
I don't have money for this one.
Tim's going to have to let this one go.
Yeah.
Oh, without
He
it.
folds.
Got his bet? Wait, no, mano. Good question.
Oh, mano, mano.
I know it. I saw it in your face. Why are you asking me for? If you know.
He didn't know.
So Ronaldo creeping back up towards the tournament average.
Como jogador de futebol profissional, por 20 anos, ganhei 2 Copas do Mundo, alguns outros títulos com clubes nacionais e internacionais. Isso, acho que deu uma resumida. Há muito tempo atrás, eu acho que no ano de 99 ou 2000, eu comecei a jogar pôquer nas concentrações do Inter de Milão, que era o time que eu jogava, né? E aí eu peguei gosto e de lá pra cá eu sempre joguei. Foi muito triste quando eu tomei a decisão de deixar o futebol, muito importante, delicado na minha vida, porque o pôquer ajudou muito também a superar essa decisão difícil e inevitável que eu tive. Acho que tem muita similaridade no pôquer com o futebol. No pôquer, quando eu estou numa mesa de torneio, eu sinto aquela adrenalina, aquele espírito de competição. Então isso já me dá um certo alívio, porque eu sou um cara muito competitivo. Então eu busco sempre melhorar a minha maneira de ser.
There might be a lot of similarities between poker and professional sports. What's the new sport about poker?
Well, Latin America is pretty well represented in this year's PCA. In addition to Ronaldo, there's Felipe Ramos, who's 6th on the Brazilian all-time money list. Diego Ventura qualified online for $100. Ventura. And 2 Latin American players are taking seats at our secondary feature table. There's one-time chip leader Juan Martin Pastor.
JMP number 2.
And the current chip leader, the man who's been the boss at the start of day 4, Juan Echeverri.
Echeverri nice. It's a Borat reference.
Oh, Jason Mercier all in. He's run 10s into kings.
Looks like Jason stepped in a big pile of cack-mack.
And there's a king on the flop. Jason now needs running cards. He's drawing dead. Jason Mercier eliminated.
Adios, Merce Dog.
He finishes in 41st place, cashing nearly $28,000.
Don't worry, the Merce Dog will return in the High Roller, starting now.
Staying out on the field, Olivier Busquets is all in, but way ahead is Eugenio Matar.
Another Latin American. It's almost as if we're close to Latin America.
Well, interestingly, this festival did host a Latin American Poker Tour main event.
Huh.
Olivier now a 9-1 favorite. Oh, he's been rivered.
It's the bad beat alarm. But seriously though, is there a fire or is it just Eugenio Matar?
He is up to 918,000 after busting Busquets in 39th place. Olivier's walking past Maurice Hawkins and Sham Srinivas, who had a tip on day 3, and now tangling on an ace-high flop.
There's already not enough trickery in this hand. I hope something super dirty happens and we'll start flirting again.
A C-bet from Hawkins, a call from Srinivas, and 10 on the turn. And she goes check, check.
Yeah, these two, their aggression comes from the mouths.
All hands on the river. That's 110,000.
Oh boy, here we go! them simmer for a while.
Sham Srinivasan enters the top 10 for the first time. Matar Sakal lifts him to 6th place. Juan Echeverri still lead close to 2 million. And on the main stage, line 6-12, action on Ronaldo.
This guy's playing every hand.
Ace 2 suited, under the gun +1. Raises to 35,000.
Some might say it's a little loose, but to be honest, if I saw like Haxton do it, I'd be praised for it. So I'm going to go ahead and allow it.
I'm sure Ronaldo will be delighted to hear that. Fold it around to Christopher Lockhart in the big ring. He's got Ace King, and he shoves on Ronaldo.
Now, Ronaldo really does not have to call this off.
He's cute. Feels he's being bullied. Ronaldo calls all in, and he is a huge dog here.
Well, Ronaldo, it was nice having you here, unless you do something terrible to this boy.
Lockhart, a 7-3 favorite almost. Sergio Garcia rooting for the underdog. Ooh, flush draw on the flop.
Well, that should pep him up a little.
No, let me see. No, кажется, ci robię ty spacji. Ci robię ty spacji. Ace King, Ace 2. Kto vezme clown? To je kokot. Ronaldo si vypečený. Víš, co si zobral ten all-in?
Wins with a pair of deuces. That shouldn't even count.
Bozo miluje. Bozo miluje toho sáča.
Yes, idiot. First final table with a Mexican wave.
Clown. What a clown.
Well, you could be playing with superstars. You can qualify for
What a big clown, yeah, that guy is.
Poststars.com.
What a big clown. What a big clown.
I can't do it. I can't go anymore. Chase, you gotta get me down from here. I can't go any further.
Really?
Yes, it's terrifying.
Are you serious?
Help me.
Oh, for heaven's sake, you're barely a meter off the ground.
Don't touch me! You know I have a debilitating fear of heights in the metric system.
Oh, it's just inches. It's inches off the ground. You should have specified. It's really not very far at all. I'm sweating liters.
We're in the Bahamas for the PokerStars.com PCA main event, and we're halfway through day 4. We started today with 57 players. We're already down to 38, and to big hitters, and the 19 at the rail. Well, straight back to the action. Corey Hockman is all in against Maurice Hawkins.
Running off at the mouth.
Hockman, commanding favorite here, but there's an ace on the flop.
Hawkins running pretty good, it turns out.
Hockman now drawing to 1 out, the last remaining queen.
Oh, he got toasted.
Well, that brings some chop outs. Hockman's done.
And now Maurice has got some chirping chips.
Oh, wow. So that actually worked out pretty good.
Maurice Hawkins, everybody.
My name is Maurice Hawkins. I'm a professional husband / poker player, and
like the best achievement of my life. I really enjoyed that. I love football. I didn't get to do it, but I love it. I got injured getting robbed the night after I got my scholarship. Someone robbed me and I chased them and completely tore my hamstrings. So I was not able to go to the NFL Combine, and that was the end of that. That's how you respond, right? That's what life's about, right? Who can get back up? After I graduated with a biology degree, I chose this over med school. So there's a lot of good fun for a 21-year-old, right? Poker life. I walked into a casino and started playing $100 sit and goes. And I moved up to $200 sit and goes to $500 sit and goes, and I've been making a little living since then. At the end of the day, it's what you love. It's my passion, and I love to do it. And I wouldn't change anything. It's exciting.
Every year we find a big character with an interesting story at the PCA. In 2015, Maurice Hawkins be his name. Let's head back to the main feature table. Blinds still 6-12. And Sergio Garcia is still on the rail, sweating fellow sports star Ronaldo. Action on chance corner. Ace-9 in the cutoff. That's a raise. Christopher Lockhart folds the button.
Who just suffered a brutal suck out at the hands of Ronaldo.
Lindy gives up the small.
12 more, Ronaldo. 12 more.
Ronaldo in the big blind. And he's got chance dominated with ace-10.
Oh, he's in.
Calls. Heads up to the flop. Top 2. He checks.
And Chance is going to think he's betting for value.
40,000. And a side call from Ronaldo.
I don't even think it's one of those fake side calls. I think he's just really nervous with a hand this big.
King on the turn. Ronaldo now a 93% favourite. Checks again. Cornu still with top pair.
And this card doesn't improve too many hands Chance wasn't beating already.
Barrels for 80,000. And Ronaldo check raises to 160k.
Chance is playing this exactly the way he should against a less experienced player. Value bet the new guy relentlessly. And then probably fold when they raise you.
He does fold.
Good day.
Both of them played it pretty good.
I think I ran into Queen Jack.
Ronaldo up to 803,000. To the delight of Sergio Garcia. Earlier in the day, we spoke to the professional golfer who was thrilled to see Ronaldo cash in the PCA.
Oh, he's obviously very happy about it. Excited, you know, it's always nice to do it. I was fortunate enough to do it 3 years ago, and it's you know, it's an amazing thrill to for us that we don't play professionally in the world of poker to be able to make money and be in these tables. You know, it's like being in a golf tournament and having a chance of winning. You know, there's no better feeling.
Poker's just like golf. It's because of the clubs.
At the secondary feature table, two big stacks are going at it. Pastor has a couple of big draws. Echeverry only has queen high, but it is the best hand right now.
Fun little draw for Pastore, eh?
Echeverry raises.
Value raising queen high. Nice.
The draw this big. Unlikely that Pastor folds it.
Too much equity to fold. Echeverry just better hope Pastor doesn't get there, though, because I think he's kind of made it so he has to bet almost any river.
882,000 in the middle. Pastor bricks the river.
Beautiful, beautiful brick for Echeverry.
Pastor, čo tam robíš s tou 8 a 6? Čo si sa ešte nezdekoval s tou sáčkou?
Just shy of half the pot, 425.
Čo si sa ešte nezdekoval s tou sáčkou?
Unless we see a rebluff, this time actually with the worst hand.
Nope, still folds.
Imbecil. Stále mal zdekovať s tou sáčkou.
Technically, no.
Well, Juan Echeverry and Juan Martin Pastor are currently 1 and 2 on the leaderboard. 2 other Latin American players are in the top 10 right now. Diego Ventura is in 8th, and Eugenio Matar is in 5th. And he's in action right now. He's just 4-bet fellow Brazilian Felipe Ramos.
What is this, only play against people from your own country day?
Ramos moves all in. And it's not much more for Matar to call. He does call.
Call, says the guy who looks like he's both 50 and 5 at the same time.
Matar's got 6s, Ramos way ahead with kings. Not much for Matar on the flop. Ramos is set to double up unless something really nasty happens on the river. No 6.
Ah, shake it off, buddy. In the grand scheme of the universe, none of this matters.
Well, that was a not insignificant pot. Felipe Ramos has just doubled up, and Eugenio Matar has just lost about a third of his stack. Ramos now playing a stack of 928,000, telling the tale to a Brazilian blogger. Brazil, the home of football, and now a country experiencing a poker boom. Even before Ronaldo took his seat at this year's PCA, the game was looking at unprecedented growth.
The Brazilian poker market is growing a lot. In 2007, nobody knew what poker means. Now people in Brazil, they are loving the game.
They've already triumphed at this year's America's Cup of Poker. And events like the Brazil Series of Poker are gaining popularity at every stop.
The BSOP in Brazil is getting bigger and bigger, so people outside Brazil is getting some news about it. It's probably the second biggest event in the world. The sky is the limit in Brazil.
Almost 3,000 players took part in the BSOP Millions a couple of months ago, with the winner taking home roughly 400 grand. And now at the PCA, 3 Brazilians are still in the hunt for the trophy.
And speak of the devil, Andre Akari's on the rail. Nice.
Just in time for us to sweat with Ronaldo. Are you ready, Sergio?
Are we ready, people at home?
Action not quite on Ronaldo. Dylan Lindy to act. He passes. So 8-7 of diamonds in the cutoff.
Now, we should probably be raising this hand. We want to make sure if we hit with 8-7 of diamonds, the pot's big.
Action's now on Rodrigo Rishmagwe. He completes in the small blind. Kevin Schultz checks his option in the big blind.
Probably going to need to hit this pretty hard.
Just a gut shot for Ronaldo. And Schultz is betting 26,000.
We do have a gut shot, but we've also got backdoor diamonds, so I'm going to say sure, why not?
Again with the sighing.
He's so stressed out.
Ronaldo calls. Schmagwe folds. Trade deuce of hearts. Well, that's a good card for Ronaldo. He's now double gutted and he has a flush draw.
That turn is sweet, like a delicious plantain.
Kevin Schultz is betting again. 28,000.
And much like the word bay, Ronaldo's going nowhere.
$158,000 in the middle with one card to come. Boom, Ronaldo rivers the nuts.
I love the way we played this. I mostly love rivering the nuts.
Schultz slows down, he checks.
And our hand is somewhat disguised.
Ronaldo betting roughly 2/3 of the pot.
I'm a fan, both of Ronaldo and this bet. Other than the pre-flop limp, I think he played it great. We played it great.
Schultz folds. He just had a pair of sixes.
Did you pair with that 9?
I don't know. I don't understand. No question.
Sometimes you just don't get paid.
7-8 makes a lot of sense.
Nice read, whatever.
Ronaldo holding his own at the feature table. Can he survive the day?
Alright, I got a proposition for you.
Let's hear it.
Race to the top. Loser has to pay for dinner for the rest of the week, but I will give you a 5-minute head start.
You're on.
Good luck.
Hello down there! Winner, winner, chicken dinner! Woo! I said first to the top, but I did not specify. There's an escalator back there!
I call shenanigans!
Read the fine print, Magumbo! You may have lost the bet, but you learned a valuable lesson, and you can't put a price on that.
Yeah, we learned you're a dirty cheat. Welcome back to the PokerStars.com PCA. This year's main event has a distinct Latin American feel, with 7 of the remaining 28 players hailing from the region. There are 3 Brazilians in the field, led by footballer turned poker nut, Ronaldo.
It's historical, you know, it's magic. And all the Brazilians are crazy about him right now.
My kids are seeing us on TV, they love it.
He's keep sending me messages like, oh man, I'm shaking here. Oh man, too much adrenaline, so it's good.
He's my favorite footballer from all times, and now he's playing poker, so it feels pretty amazing.
All right, I'll bite. Which football team do you play for? The Giants? 49ers?
Ramos and Matar are joining the feature table. They'll get the chance to play with their idol. Lines are up, by the way, 8,000, 16,000 with a 2,000 ante. Ronaldo's got 10s under the gun.
Finally, a real hand under the gun.
Raises to 35k. Ramos folds. Tim Riley has king queen off.
He might think it's his turn to take a shot at Ronaldo.
Just a call. Eugenio Matar
Come on now, son.
is out. As is Kevin Schultz. A6 of hearts for Chance Cornu. He calls in position on the button. The blinds fold, so we're going 3-way to the flop.
And my guess is that Cornuth and Riley are going to end up cannibalizing each other, trying to go after Ronaldo, lol.
Well, that is a huge flop for Cornuth. Up and down straight draw, plus the nut flush draw. Ronaldo's still ahead right now with 10s.
Cool with the check.
Action's been checked round to Chance.
Chance has got a bigger draw than Will Smith on 4th of July weekend.
64,000.
Overpair to the board, what are you going to do?
Riley calls. Riley folds. So heads up to the turn. Cornuth pairs his ace and is now a 98% favourite.
And even though no draws came in, it's still going to be a scare card for Ronaldo.
Action goes check, check. Chance rivers 2-pair. Ronaldo checks for a 3rd time.
Chance's last chance for value.
Easy fold. Easy fold for him. Ronaldo, easy fold.
He bets 92,000.
It's easy fold.
And this is a small bet because the way Ronaldo's played it, he doesn't appear to be super strong. Chances hoping he calls with one pair.
Ronaldo passes.
Once again, good hand, both players.
Did you see it? No. I was trying to find it to you. I wasn't needling it, I was trying to show you.
Show it.
Because then everyone sees. I was only trying to show Ronaldo.
Ronaldo's still a contender. As are some other Latin American players. Former chip leader Juan Echeverry now playing 1.3 million.
The game of poker been Echeverry very good to him.
Juan Martin Pastor sitting on 1.2 million.
And Juan Manuel Pastor probably quaking in his boots. JMP2 might be better than the original.
We've got an all-in here. Stefan Jedlicka racing against Diego Ventura.
Ventura.
Jedlička. 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 Jedlička je moral. Jedlička. Jedlička. Jedlička dobačoval. Jedlička došiel. Jedlička je pučo. Jedlička je práskač. Jedlička. Jedlička skončil. Jedlička je veľký troubadur. Jedlička je vypečený. Jedlička je vypečený. Jedlička je zapečený. Jedlička je rozpečený. Jedlička je zapečený. Jedlička je rozpečený. Vyšiel all-in s podradnými štvorkami. Išiel all-in s podradnými štvorkami. Išiel all-in ako podradník. Išiel all-in ako podradník. Je to podradný all-in. Išiel all-in s zapečenými štvorkami. Išiel all-in s zapečenými štvorkami. Išiel all-in ako príbeh. All-in ako príbeh. Išiel all-in ako pripečený.
It's too good. 1 plus 1.
Zapečené
You went
štvorky.
pause in there for a moment like you was about to jump off that ledge.
Zapečené štvorky. Zapečené. Zapečené. Zapečené štvorky.
But
I'm not really sure what's happening.
Nor am I, nor is he.
I picked up aces.
Nemám tie štvorky, má foldnúť.
Look, I thought I was getting 4-bet for sure.
It's long time, baby.
Yeah, I thought I was getting 4-bet for sure.
That guy must really like hawks.
Tie štvorky má foldnúť.
Sit back, sip on the coke.
Bola chyba.
All of the night. It's day 5, baby. Let's go. How's that?
You could tell he totally didn't want to do that.
Well, this is the last level of the day.
Štvorky nestoja za ten risk. Štvorky nestoja za ten risk.
King 10 of diamonds.
Boy, Ronaldo plays a lot of hands.
Raises to 80,000.
And that is a big raise.
Ramos folds. As does Tim Riley. Queens for Eugenio Matar.
This could be trouble for Ronaldo. He seems to have a problem folding pre-flop.
Matar 3 bets. Re-raising to 200.
It's easy fold. It's a fold.
Action is back on Ronaldo.
Actually, it's just 120,000 more. He can call it.
Something tells me Ronaldo's not folding.
Yeah, it's just 120. It's a suited king.
Ronaldo shoves.
That was a mistake. It was just a call.
Oh boy, now don't get me wrong, this is a huge spot and a huge tournament with real money implications, but having said this is also a huge slow roll.
Maybe Matar doesn't want to take out a Brazilian icon. He calls. Ronaldo is at risk and behind.
Statistically, this is supposed to be the end of El Fenomeno.
It was a mistake.
He's
was just a
come
call.
behind once today.
And he's not the biggest dog in the
It was a
world.
mistake. Just call. Wait for the
Well,
flop.
the flop gives Ronaldo
Just
2
why?
additional outs.
Just why? Just call. And wait for the flop.
4-1 underdog.
There was no reason to go all in. There was no reason. Just call.
Ronaldo now has 9 outs.
Just call.
He needs a king
And wait for the flop. Was there's no reason.
The journey ends here.
No reason to do that shit.
Get there.
Just call. Wait for the flop, man.
I love how much he cares.
Just call and wait for flop. What I fucking retarded.
Is a jack. He's out.
You fucking retarded. You fucking retard. It's just call. Wait for the fucking flop. You see flop is shit, then you fucking fold. Was no reason to do that shit. It was pathetic. It was fucking pathetic. You fucking retard, Ronaldo. You fucking retard.
26th.
Fucking pathetic retard. Was a call. Fold on the flop.
Man, just having him here was a major live event. Having Ronaldo around was pretty cool. I'm gonna miss that guy.
Thanks.
The phenomenon cashes for $42,000. Well, Eugenio Matar may be the most unpopular man in Brazil right now. You won't care. He's top of the leaderboard with 2.67 million. Still a strong Latin American presence in the top 10 with Diego Ventura and Juan Martin Pastor among the big stats. But sadly, the Brazilian legend is gone.
I had a lot of fun, very exciting. Well, sometimes my heart, I thought was have a heart attack and something like that. Well, was great. For sure, I will be next year.
Next time, we play down to the final 8 as the players eye up the final table. Cornuth fancies his chances.
How many chips do you have? I got like 2 million.
And the brassy Maurice Hawkins stops the show.
Stop! Don't you say that ever!
Table talk. It's all in the game. Some do it to be friendly.
They don't have fun yet.
Others rattle their opponents.
Never seen a man get that much value in a second year Olympic.
Some love the banter.
I said you're walking with your neon green shirt, you're gonna be happy. I like that.
And then, there are those who just don't know how to stop.
I just want to put $1 million through customs. You got one of them pillow papers. Are you chilly over there, buddy? Because I feel like you're out in the cold right now. Oh my God. This table calls for shades. I'm gonna be quiet. Go ahead.
24 players are closing in on the final table. Who will have the last word?
Stop! Don't you say that ever!
It's the penultimate day of the PokerStars.com PCA on Paradise Island in the Bahamas. The last 24 players in the 10K main event are making a final push to the final table. With the lion's share of the near $8 million prize pool still up for grabs. Last time, a sea of heavy hitters was sent packing. But all eyes were on Brazilian superstar Ronaldo as he took center stage. Barty was eventually brought down by his compatriot Eugenio Matar.
Well, it's amazing. It was great. For sure, I will be next year.
We
started with 91 tables. We're now down to 3, and by the end of today, there will be only 1.
Will the Brazilians continue to reign supreme? Will Sham Srinivasan make back-to-back finals? Will Maurice Hawkins ever stop talking?
All this and more as day 5 gets underway. Love him or hate him, Maurice Hawkins and his antics are in the building.
I have quiet me, I have loud me. I can care less what they do as well, because I play Hawktown, Maurice Hawkins.
Maurice takes his unique style to the secondary feature table, while up on the main stage is the charismatic Chance Corning.
Do my best to be really friendly and entertain, and like the pressure's kind of off unless you put it on yourself, so I don't really feel pressure.
Day 5 of 6 about to start, and if you've downloaded the Poker Play Along app, you'll be able to join in with the very first hand.
It's Hawk time. Maurice Talker. He talks a lot. Maurice Hawkins. Yep, that's the guy who eliminated Ronaldo. He's also chip leader. Eugenio Matar.
You're a douchebag, by the way, I meant to tell you. Yesterday I asked you, how are you doing? You're like, this good, 1.8 million. You didn't even ask me how I was doing, by the way. So yesterday we were walking right out. Unbelievable.
Because normally when I have a lot of
You're
tips,
so selfish.
normally when I have a lot of tips, I really enjoy asking how many do you have. What am I doing? How many chips do you have? I got like 2 million.
Chance Corduth and Noah Schwartz. Homies.
Well, Chance is the biggest stack at the feature table. Joining him on the main stage is Argentina's Juan Martin Pastor, who's currently 10th in chips, and Sham Srinivasan, who came 6th in last year's PCA main event.
Srinivasan not be confused with Sagvananam.
Lions currently 12,000, 24,000 with a 3,000 ante.
Go home, begging. I'm back.
You missed it, Mitch, you Mitch.
Action's been forwarded to Corley.
You missed it. Jeez. Right.
Noah!
Chance raising it up with 6s from the hijack. King 7 suited for Juan Martin Pastor in the small blind.
Well, I don't think we're going to see Homeboy call too often here. Fine-handed 3-bet.
There is the re-raise to 140,000. Sham folds the bait.
How much do you start to hit? 1.4? Okay, thank you.
They're both deep enough. Chance can call.
He calls in position.
Got anything in?
Maybe.
Well, he does now. Not flush draw. And Chance is